The heat is on straight off the bat in the final weekend of the European LCS.
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with the performance we did yesterday.
Now Kevin's on it, they've got super minions on it, there's all sorts of things on it, they're going to get the bloody Nexus nevertheless.
We are just not that good as before. There is no chance to lose anymore.
Once we started forcing team fights, we just started to take control of the game.
Crescendo comes across, catches 3 members, Shockwave on towards 1, but look at Frog and he's cleaning house, gets himself a triple, gets himself a quadra, and absolutely massacres.
That preparation was really important for us.
He's going to pay the price as well. That will be an ace coming out from Gambit.
We felt that we increased our game really hard.
We have been practicing a lot coming up this weekend, and we just played our game and didn't make mistakes.
100 to 0, easily done there by the Lemon Dogs.
I feel like we have to win every single game this week
Second player in the game just gets melted by Evil Geniuses.
to secure our spot in the top 6.
We got a good start here.
And this time SK Gaming surely will be picking up their 3rd win over Fnatic.
We had 2 games and we won both of it. We couldn't ask for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European LCS for the final week of the season. I'm your host, Eefje Shock-supporter. Yesterday, the sprint for the postseason got off to a thrilling start with a day full of comebacks and upset. There was plenty of drama, but the standings are just as close as they've been all season. Today, we've got 6 more chances for teams to separate themselves from the pack and lock down a prime position for the playoffs. But before we get started, let's go over to Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry for a breakdown on everything EU LCS.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome back to the final week of the regular season. 6 matches we've got coming today, 6 more tomorrow, and then it's on to the playoffs already.
Yeah, and things are really beginning to fall into place. After yesterday's 8 games, the middle of the table is tighter than ever. 2 important things did happen, though. First of all, Lemon Dogs confirmed their playoff position, and MYM dropped into relegation.
Well, let's take a look then at the table and see where everybody stands. And despite how close it is, Lemon Dogs are on top by the widest margin that anybody has had all season long, and because of their head-to-head records, the worst they can now do is tie for first place. Evil Geniuses and Gambit both had perfect days and joined Fnatic and Alternate there in that 4-way tie. 4-way tie, let me say it a bit louder, for second place.
We were trying to figure out the head-to-heads, and basically it almost exploded my head. I couldn't do it. Just behind them is SK Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas. They are tied for 6th place. However, their head-to-head is in favor of SK Gaming, which means SK are in the playoffs and NIP are not. They do still have to play each other, though, one last time. Finally, Meteor Makers are now mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, sitting in 8th position. They cannot go higher. Just as an interesting aside, every team yesterday either had a perfect day or a perfectly terrible day, 2-0 or 0-2.
Well, let's see what we've got on today's agenda then. We're going to be kicking off with SK Gaming. Perfect yesterday versus Meteor Makers, who got nothing to lose at this stage, but also not really anything to gain. Playing for pride here. Then we'll move on to Evil Geniuses versus Gambit, a classic matchup in League of Legends history. And then Lemon Dogs take on Alternate.
The second half of the day will be followed by Ninjas in Pajamas versus Fnatic. Our 5th game of the day will be Gambit versus SK Gaming. And finally, Lemon Dogs take on the Evil Geniuses.
So, now over to Shocks, who's got your Twitter question of today.
Thanks very much, Joe. It's time for you to let us know what you think. And today's question is, which LCS player has improved the most this split and why? You know, you can tweet us your answers at LOL Esports and, of course, use the hashtag LCS. We're going to read our 5 favorites later in the show. And if we pick one of yours, you'll be getting a Logitech G400S gaming mouse. And now you can always, of course, let us know what you think by voting on the outcome of all the week's games at lolesports.com. And while you're there, you can also check out results, standings, and much more. Now, we're about to take our first break, but we'll be back before your Oracle's Elixir expires with today's first match. Meteor Makers try to spoil SK Gaming's winning streak.
Now it's another day, and tomorrow will be again another day. We have to take step by step. We are not even looking if people are losing or winning. We know we can go to World, we know we can go to relegation. It's part of the game. I think everyone is ready. No matter what happened to us this week, we are ready to deal with it.
Welcome back to the LCS Summer Split, where we are just 12 all-important games away from the playoffs. As you can hear, the crowd is hyped. So let's go right over to Joe and Quickshot for today's first match.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time to get the first match of the day underway. SK and Meet Your Makers are just about to hit the Rift.
Yeah, SK are playing with their backs against the wall, though, and yesterday we did see them come through big with 2 convincing wins. Meet Your Makers might be out of the running for the playoffs, but they can still cause a lot of trouble for a team like SK, who are on the cusp of confirming their playoff position.
Well, you heard there from Hercubot, yesterday was a day and today is another day. So that's the thing that can catch these teams out, and it wouldn't surprise me to see the teams that have won all yesterday losing all today. That's just how close they are right now.
It wouldn't be the first time they split.
It wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure. So we're not quite ready yet to start things off. So let's have a look at the rosters of both teams, starting off with SK Gaming on the blue side there, of course, Kevin in the top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in the mid lane, Candy Panda and Nif the AD carry and support.
And for this matchup over on the red side, it is, of course, Meet Your Makers. Cubon up in the top lane, Makate in the jungle, Charu in that mid lane with Makla and Libic as your AD carry and support.
Well, first of all, let's check out what you guys at home have been thinking. Who's going to win this game? How's it looking right now, Quickshot?
76% of the people think SK are going to pick this one up. And I think based on yesterday's performances, that's a justified stat. They played out of their skins, arguably the best games we've seen out of SK all split long.
Well, you guys can still, of course, vote for all of the remaining games this weekend over at lolesports.com, so make sure you do that. So let's start off here by talking about Meet Your Makers. They really didn't look like they had a chance yesterday against Gambit, if we're honest. However, against Evil Geniuses, their second game of the day, they had a really strong start.
So the problem for MYM was the fact that they fell off once they hit the mid-game against Evil Geniuses. It just looked like MYM hit like a mental block, and they didn't commit to pushing the inner towers. They got stuck in a mindset of trying to force Baron engagements, and they simply gave EG all the time they needed to bounce back. In order for MYM to pick up wins, and something that they should have been doing all split long, they really need to work on their decisiveness when it comes to pressing advantages. They tend to rest on their laurels a little too much.
So here's the thing then, Meet Your Makers are sitting squarely in that 8th place, and there's no chance right now of them getting any higher of a position, but that means that they're playing for pride here, and that could lead to some broken hearts for some of the other teams that have to face Meet Your Makers in these final 3 games. SK, on the other hand, they've already been breaking hearts, even more so when you look at Ocelot's face. That is a heartbreaker face if I've ever seen one. Going undefeated, of course, yesterday and taking down Alternate and Fnatic along the way.
Yeah, so SK, they did look fantastic at all stages yesterday. They showed, a clear focus on pushing lanes, a little bit of bromance going on there.
Yeah, that was weird.
Taking objectives, when they picked targets, they landed them. When they picked fights, they won fights. Basically, I really felt like they did absolutely everything right. And if we are extremely critical, we can pick out errors, find mistakes, find missabilities, and misplaced team fights, but you really have to look really hard to find them.
Yeah, yesterday, that man on your screen there, Hercubot, he played Lee Sin brilliantly. He's now got 4 out of 4 wins with him, 100% record. Same goes for Ocelot's Karthus. And Candy Panda was just having an incredible day. He had bans being thrown at him left, right, and center, but still managed to carry with that Twitch and then the Ash in the second game.
Yeah, and after seeing how well SK played on an individual level, because every single lane did well, I'm going to be very interested to see how the LCS teams decide to ban against SK. Who do they feel was more impactful? Because we were hyping up every single one of them. We'll have to see who warrants more attention. If SK want to continue this run at the playoffs that they've started yesterday, they need to pick up a few more wins. So the key that you guys need to keep your eyes open is a minimum weekend score of 4 wins and 1 loss. That is the minimum required for SK to make it there, and they're already 2-0 towards that goal.
So we're going to get into Champion Select then and get this one on the road. So talk us through the bans and the picks here. What can we expect from both teams?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lee Sin actually being banned out here against SK Gaming. I think MWM may be a little afraid of that one. And potentially another Vayne. We've seen Vayne banned out against Candy Panda in both of yesterday's games. So that would be my 2 priorities if I were MWM.
Yeah, I think you could be right with that one. As you said, 100% record with that Lee Sin for Hercubot Champion, which back in the day we used to see him playing a lot, but no, not really brought it out until these last few games where he's done really well. Up till now, Kassadin, Ari, Fizz taken out there by SK Gaming. That's heavy to Charu.
That's 3 for 3 as far as Fizz is concerned. So we've seen Charu been target banned Fizz in all of the games that MYM's played, and it's not the only players. We've actually seen, I think, 5 bans on Fizz this weekend already, which is a trend that is very telling of what the solo queue practice was in these last 2 weeks. Everybody was playing and spamming Fizz, and some very quick lock-ins here from the teams. Yeah,
going to have Zed in there straight away. They left Elise open, which Kubon says, thank you very much, I'll take that one. He's most played champion so far in this summer split, and he's had some brilliant performances on it as well.
So I really like Kubon's Elise. I think he's very powerful on the champion, and he's had some very good games. But unfortunately, when he tends to have a good game in Elise, the rest of MYM don't tend to back it up, unfortunately. And it was a similar situation yesterday against Gambit. He had a pretty good 1v1 against Darien, even after being ganked. And unfortunately, the rest of the team just fell to pieces around them. Yeah. What we do see from SK with the Zed being locked in, and that was an insta-lock Zed, I should point out. That's going to be Ocelot on Zed. I like Ocelot Zed for the most part. He's had a few games that are questionable, but in general, he does tend to perform well. And it's a very different champion to yesterday. Yesterday's Karthus was very passive, wait for the team, very much team fight oriented with the likes of a Zyra support, and now they've changed that up a little.
Well, we saw Twitch locked in there as well for Makler here over with Meet Your Makers, and SK, for me, the way that they're locking in right now, they have a plan that has just fallen into place. I mean, Zed was in lock, Zyra, Zac, all 3, 5 seconds it's taken to lock in those 3 picks.
And more importantly than just the insta-lock, they're getting exactly what they wanted. There was no hesitation, there was no question, there was no, oh, we got to work around this. I think SK were very well prepared for this game, and I don't want to say they predicted MYM, but they were pretty well informed of what MYM were going to be going for. And right now, this is just AoE City. You know, Zed's going to be throwing himself in there. His death mark is, you know, single target, but his Shadow Slash and his E, it's AoE, his Q's AoE, Zyra's AoE, Zac's AoE. If they land them all on top of each other, it's scary. Maybe, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, maybe that's a Zac jungle and a Rumble top lane for SK. We'll have to see if they agree. Maybe not. We'll see.
Well, I think he could be on the right track with that one. I mean, Misfortune, we saw yesterday the bullet times coming out of Genja when he played. It was absolutely devastated. Whether they go for that or not, we'll see. Lee Sin currently being held over, and well, it's not really a surprise, is it? 100% win record is not something to sniff at. That's going to be locked in there. Candy Panda actually switched out and went for that Vayne, which, funnily enough, has been banned out against him in the last few games.
So the reason I like the transition, actually, because of the amount of mobility that's coming up from Elise and from Nocturne, who can just jump up over the bullet time, dive onto him, it made getting a full channel on bullet time very scary. Yeah. In addition to the Dark Wind from Fiddle, in a big team fight that's not in a lane, it's just going to bounce and cancel the ultimate. And because Elise and Nocturne are going to be duelists, Vayne will have a much better time dealing with whoever jumps on them, as long as they come in single target. So I really like the swap over there for Candy Panda.
Well, let's see what MYM going to compliment the team here. Something for Charu. Lissandra, a champion that he's no stranger to. Actually, we did see him playing it yesterday as well, so we'll see how he actually brings this one to the table. I mean, the thing is, Meet Your Makers have so much potential, and we've seen that. We saw that at the start of the season where they went 4-1 in the first Super Week, but it slipped away from them, and I wonder how they're going to react today, because they've literally got zero pressure on them anymore. This is basically practice now for them.
The thing that I like about the MYM composition and the possibility of that practice mode, no pressure type of gameplay is it's very, very, very aggressive champions. Every single one of the MYM champions says, I want to be in your face, I want to be diving at you, I want to be fighting all the time. And I mean, Fiddlesticks has got his Crowstorm Blink, you've got the Claw of Doom from Lissandra, you've got Paranoia, you've got Repel. Everybody's going to be jumping at you. What that means for SK is there's a lot of pressure on Nif now. He needs to lock them down those grass fingers, put good Stranglethorns down, zone control to protect against the MYM coming at them. And if he's not in his game, that's going to be a scary team fight for SK to deal with.
One thing we have to say in regards to that, though, is that Nif, even when SK have lost, has been a very much on-form member of this SK lineup throughout this entire split. Throughout the entire year, I think we can say, as well as Spring Split as well. He was... his crescendos, of course, come to mind with the Spring Split. But this time around, he's done some great work. There's no doubt about that one, but you're right. If he misses just one Grasping Roots in one fight, that could actually change the game around. So we're going to be getting in here shortly. As we said, Meet Your Makers, they've got that 8th position. They can't get any higher up the table now. So this is going to be pressure off their shoulders. Have a little bit of fun, and as we said, maybe try and upset the apple cart for a few of the other teams. Yeah, now that it becomes a weird place for MYM, because if they're really determined to break one team's heart, they can really do that because of how close this table is right now. There's still a couple of games left for them to play. The one thing that's going to be very key to look for in this matchup is how well Libic interacts with Nif. Libic, probably the most prolific Zyra player in EU, probably played him more than anybody else that I can think of. And now all of a sudden, Nif has been spamming Zyra in all of these LCS games. So Libic's going to be well aware of the nuances and the power that a Zyra can offer. And we'll see whether or not he can interact with Nif in such a way to make his life more difficult. Yeah, I mean, Libic's up in double figures for the amount of times that he's played Zyra, and I'm pretty sure there's no one in the EU LCS that's quite at that level now. So, let's have a look at level 1 here. I mean, you've got the likes of Nif, obviously, who can go in there for that Grasping Root. On the other side, not masses of CC for Meet Your Makers, but there is still a little bit there in terms of the Cocoon and what have you. MYM are going to do their sort of customary invade. They do tend to stay stacked up in a lot of their games, moving into their opponent's jungle, getting some deep wards. And ironically, it's something SK like to do on the blue buff as well. We've seen throughout the summer split, the sort of SK 1 minute 20 or so invade onto blue, get the ward down. It's something that we see all the time. Yesterday, it was just a trade. There was no level 1 action, bar for trading buffs, and we may have a similar start here. So, Meet Your Makers wait down there. There's a few pings going down. In fact, pings right on top of SK's ward. So Meet Your Makers here know exactly what's going on. They know where SK's vision is, and they might not know it themselves, but they've got both wards spotted out. Nif starts to walk in there, actually spotted Libic coming through. They're going to have vision now, thanks to that ward put down in the brush. So they know that Meet Your Makers are going to be hanging around here somewhere. And there is the back away from Candy Panda. Meet Your Makers calling themselves back towards the tri-bush, and that will possibly be the end of that one. They did manage to get the vision down, so that's a very important thing to note in this particular setup, allowing themselves to be well aware of when Hercubot's going to be moving around the jungle. The thing that's key here is Hercubot's gone for a Doran's Blade start, so his sustain in the jungle is a lot more risky than it would be with the machete in 5 pots. So we'll see how effectively and efficiently he can stay in those jungle camps. Well, he's going to have a big chunk of help here from both Zyra and Vayne. At least did start to come down. Makata did go in there and steal that red buff away, so it's highly likely that we're going to see a simple trade-off for the buffs here as Hercubot takes the red from the top side, going to head straight to his blue. Yeah, it's pretty much the standard that we see from junglers nowadays. Even with the 3.10 changes to the jungle camps coming up at 2.5 and discouraging some of the invades, it's just traditional. You get the vision down. You're not going to mess up your lanes by moving your duos or your solos in place. Candy Panda is going to dive onto Cubon. He's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, already having to back away from this one. And SK want to put the pressure on in this 2v1 lane. See what they can do from that one. Hercubot has now got his blue buff, and again, Cubon taking lots and lots of damage there, having to burn through pretty much all those spots. Obviously, he did start Crystalline Flask here, so he's going to have a cheaper way to sustain in that lane. Yeah, going to turn himself into a bit of a heavy drinker, I think is the term, just chugging that flask as many times as possible. And you know, when you're dealing with the Zyra support, the range that Zyra offers makes your life very, very difficult.
Luckily for Cubon, when the minions do get to his tower, he can switch to that spider form, pop on that skittering frenzy and get a little bit of sustain back. But it's very risky because it's going to push the wave back even quicker. So Cubon's going to be careful with how he manages the use of that ability.
Well, right now, both 2v1 lanes are having a little bit of trouble for the solo lanes, of course. As, again, Nif just having full brush control there. Will just throw out those grasping roots wherever he can. Try and lock him up. See what they can do from there. This mid lane, no real surprises. Charu having the CS lead up until now, but Ocelot quite happy now as everything comes back onto his turret. He'll be getting a bit more farm back.
So the one thing that I do want to keep my eyes open is the junglers in this next sort of minute or so. In the few games that we had the slightly extended laning phases like this, we had the sort of 4 minute 20 to 4 minute 30 3v1 tower dives in a couple of the games. And you can notice that with the stronger towers, we're not seeing as much pressure on last hitting the tower. So it's just extending this laning phase a little bit. Mokate is doing the best he can to at least dissuade Candy Panda and Nif, but he's kind of half in, half out. He hasn't committed to either.
Yeah, they actually having that ward in there as we're going to see flashes coming down. And, well, that was a little bit miscalculated on the MYM side of things. Cubon flashing, igniting in there. Nif did just flash away from that one. And now Hercubot here coming in on towards Nocturne. He's going to get feared away, but the Q will land and he's going to try and push through. Can he actually get in there for the buff? There is Nif over the wall, not quite able to get the damage in. But RSK going to push through. The minions aren't coming, and this 3-man team may just go for the dive. There is Candy Panda. First blood actually coming down to Nif there. And now Cubon is burning away underneath the turret. Grasping Roots not quite landing. He's so very low, but SK struggling to get in. But here comes Ocelot. Recall already put down by Cubon. Q's going to come out, and that will secure the kill for Hercubot. And again, perfect execution, just like yesterday.
2-0 start. The first blood did go to Nif's Zyra, so not the end of the world, but managing to give Hercubot another kill and assist. The thing that I have to question, why did Charu not teleport? That was a 2v3. If Charu had been able to join that lane, maybe that could have dissuaded them. Now they're going to lose the tower as well. A brilliant start for SK Gaming.
Funny, when we were just talking about these 3-men pushes onto the turret. Makata was there, so we figured it probably not going to work out. And that's not really how it started. Hercubot took a long time to get in there, then Ocelot joined in because they were scared of that turret damage. But again, perfectly communicated in the SK.
And I want to go out on the limb here. And yes, Makata had shown his face in the lane a little bit, but it was quite clear Hercubot wanted to go to the top lane. It may have been because of Makata's presence, or it may have been because he wanted that 3v1 tower dive. Either way, it's something that we're seeing with the increased armor on these turrets, that teams are going back to the ganking champion strat that we seen before the fast tower push. Right now, MYM with a bit of a numbers advantage, and of course Fiddlestick's Drain, they're going to get probably this Dragon without real much pressure from SK Gaming.
Vic's taking a massive damage there from Dragon, but they will be able to take it away. And that's a great pickup for Meteor Maker. That's going to, nullify a little bit of that advantage that SK have brought in there. But it now means that that duo lane from SK has gone down to the bottom side of the map, and they're going to instantly put pressure on.
Yeah, for the next sort of minute and a half or so, Nif also has the blue buff up and available on that Zyra. So he's going to make the dual lane of Makla and Libic very difficult. You can see that SK have already lane swapped. Without there being a tower in the top lane, they've thrown down their AD carry and support to the bottom to try and pressure out that tower.
So a pink ward put down there, right in the middle by Charu. He doesn't want Ocelot moving around, and well, you have to wonder, from that last fight, Ocelot had walked from the middle lane right up to the top lane. How did that happen? He had teleport as well, which is a strange thing about it, that he didn't actually get onto a ward and just teleport up there, but saving that, and it all worked out perfectly for him. Obviously, kill going over to Hercubot and to Nif, as Lyric again getting stunned up thanks to the condemn underneath his own tower here. We should look at the CS because actually Makla does have a lead right now over Candy Panda, simply because of the time that they spent there around that turret, which takes a focus away from the minions. Mid lane, Ocelot has the advantage despite his roam into that top lane. He's got more CS. When it comes to the 1v2s, the solo laners in that circumstance, it's actually Kevin that has the lead.
Yeah, Kevin's had a little bit less focus on him, of course, Cubon being ganked and taking all of that damage from Nif and Candy Panda, like at that level 1, level 2 exchange. Part of the reason Candy's a couple CS behind is basically because he spent more time right-clicking on Cubon. You can see that with that little advantage, he's got that Vamp Scepter, double Dorans, no potions to his name. Hercubot sniffing around. He smells some blood. He's picked himself up a second Doran's Blade, so keep that in mind, that very early aggression coming out of Hercubot's Lisa.
Well, blue buff at least here going to be secured for Meet Your Makers. Charu going to be the one to take that one away. Hercubot is still waiting down here on the tower in this bottom lane. They're going to wait for that grasping roots to come in. Makler having to flash, having to barrier already as well. Will he be able to escape this one? Hercubot actually going to get exhausted as Charu comes down. Will ulti in on towards Hercubot. He's finished off by Makler, and this is looking good as Ocelot has teleported in as well. Charu, the focus of that one, but the Deathmark not doing enough damage, and Ocelot now in trouble, but he dives in, manages to take down Charu, will be finished off by Makler, and there's a kill onto Makata at the backside as well. Nif gonna get silenced up. Does Makler have enough damage here under the turret? They're gonna go for it. Oh, Libik going super low. Makler actually tanking it up right now as well. The poison is ticking away. He's got a health bot running. This is gonna be really close, but he survives.
So they trade 2 for 2 at the end of the day. Makata dove all the way past the front line of MYM, and because Ocelot was pulling away Makler and Libik, it meant that they ended up trading Makate for Ocelot in that particular fight. The one thing that was very key to note is how impactful Libik's fears were. At the beginning of the fight, he threw Candy Panda away. He dealt no damage. When Ocelot landed with the Deathmark, he feared him away and mitigated some of the damage. And Libik can only do that to one target once we get to more team fights. So whoever he fears is very, very important. We'll see how quick he is if we could get Hercubot.
Not cute. Not quite landing there from Hercubot, just going off towards the side, and that's what they were counting on. That's why Candy Panda had hung around so long from that one, even with that low HP that he was actually sitting on. Kevin has pushed his top lane out once again, which is going to give Kubon a little bit more of a relaxing time here to farm pretty much underneath his own turret. Won't have too much danger of actually being caught out on that front. Well, SK, they're going to just push straight back here, and with that Vamp Scepter in there for Candy Panda, he doesn't have to go home, even going to 10% HP that he was after that fight.
Yeah, not only the Vamp Scepter, but the double Dorans and a little bit of lifesteal quintessences, that's playing into his favor. So he's sitting on 14% lifesteal, going to be able to sustain himself up relatively well in lane. You can see he's just decided to back off, probably going to pick himself up that Bilgewater Cutlass. And I was looking at the items, and the more I think about Hercubot's double Dorans, the gold that would have been spent on the likes of a Runic Bulwark can now be spent on earlier offensive items if you have a jungler that benefits that. For example, Makata's picked up Berserker Greaves as his first, dare I say, big item, as his first intermediate item on Jungle Nocturne because of how impactful those Umbra Blades passive is in the jungle. So I think we're going to start seeing that trending more and more in our junglers as they've been freed up a couple hundred gold.
Yeah, changing things up here a little bit. What we like to see as well, the direct innovation straight after a patch coming out there. Always nice to see. Looking at his middle lane, Ocelot still holding a gold lead, got a kill advantage here as well. Charu, of course, got 2 assists down on that bottom side. He's gone triple Doran's ring here for this one, so feeling a little bit of pressure maybe.
Yeah, and also Lissandra does have very high mana costs. It doesn't look like he's wanted to pick up something like a Tear or a Chalice right now, so he may opt to go triple Dorans into the likes of Azonia's Hourglass to deal with the Vayne and the Zed threat as much as possible. We'll see what he does decide is more important right now.
Yeah, that's the dangerous thing in there as well, that Charu technically can ulti himself for that Deathmark damage at the end. So even without the Zonias, he's got that inbuilt ability almost to really work around that one. But we'll have to see. We saw in that last team fight there, things were very, very close. And both champions, or both players in that mid lane opting to use their teleports to get in. And it's funny that I was talking about Ocelot's teleport not being used to go to top that time, because if he'd have used it to go top, he wouldn't have had it for that last fight, and that would have gone a lot worse for SK than it did.
Yeah, definitely, because it was Ocelot that pulled members of MYM away, and it all started with the Hercubot gank. Hercubot's the one that threw himself in there, and it followed up with teleports. There's no teleport available, as Hercubot's going to try and rinse and repeat, but luckily the Scarecrow and the Rat were able to walk away.
Yeah, spotting coming straight around the corner there. That ward up on the side brush, if not able to get a grasping root onto anyone. And actually the flash is down for both players on this bottom lane on Meet Your Maker's side there as well. So there is that opportunity to get in if they're able to clear out the vision. But look at this, SK, knowing that Dragon has now come up, have started to make a move for it.
So they had the timer on it previously when MYM had secured the Dragon. They got vision, they knew when it went down, and now they're trying to position themselves to challenge for it. But there is a teleport up in Charu. He's just become available in 1 second time, and that means that he can join the party even if he's pushing a lane. Once Kevin gets here from the jungle, that's when I think SK may consider starting.
So let's see about that one then. A few pink walls put down there. Ocelot just clearing out the vision wherever he can. Pretty much 10 men down on this bottom side now. This Dragon going to be a big point of contention for both of these teams. But right now, Ocelot, along with Kevin, are up in that middle lane. Charo going to get his blue buff now. And they want to try and push this wave out so that they can keep Meteor Makers occupied long enough in that mid lane for them to start off doing Dragon.
So this benefits SK Gaming because they have 2 lanes that they can push for towers. And they know they've got vision control thanks to that pink ward. So Hercubot, with that little Emblem of Valor, as well as double Dorans, he's actually trying to solo off Dragon. You'll see a couple members of SK peeling away from the lanes and trying to help him out. The question is, can MYM react quickly enough? Because they're going to be feeling something up.
Yeah, they must be wondering right now where this is actually going. Dragon's going very, very low here, smited away by Hercubot. But are SK going to be able to escape? It is a Lee Sin after all. Sniff going to get feared up here. He's inside of the ultimate. There's the exhaust on towards Candy Panda. Stranglethorn's keeping him alive, and Libic's going to go down there to Candy Panda. But look at the damage out of Kubon. He's going to repel up. There is Ocelot now joining the fight as well. Deathmark is on Makler. He's going to get popped as they focus around on towards Kubon. Kevin will pick that one up. And in the end, a 3 for 2, but it might not be over just now. The slow out of Charo pretty much says differently and stops SK chasing.
So 3 for 2. At the end of the day, SK picked up the Dragon, and they have the ability to push down towers. If they can get a tower, significant win for SK. The one thing that is very scary to note is during the course of that fight, Makate and Charu made it all the way through everything to catch Candy Panda and focused him down so quickly. That is not a safe vein and will not be a safe vein for quite a while until he picks up the likes of a GA or some sort of defensive item.
Yeah, that's the problem. They've not got the strongest of teams to really protect him in there. Of course, you've got Hercubot who can kick away, but no, the others are going to be Kevin and Nif CC, basically, is what they've got to land in for that one. And Ocelot just putting out pure damage to stop anyone getting into that backline. As they push through again, that bottom turret actually down on half HP, and I think the middle outer turret is in a similar position here as well for Meteor Makers. Yeah, there we see it, half HP on that one as well. So they're in a strong position now to turn 1 turret into 3 in a very short space of time.
And you can see by Kevin's positioning here, Let's Bounce is not available. He's just going to jump in. They've caught Libic.
Gone on towards Libic. He's going to get condemned against the wall. One more hit from Candy Panda. Actually doesn't manage it, and he doesn't die. And now with Charu coming in, they're going to lock down Candy Panda. Nif's taking a lot of damage. Charu finished off there in the end by Nif once again on that Zyra. Are they going to keep going through here underneath the tower? I don't think so. And Makler actually using that expunge will force them all to back away. A 1-for-1 again.
Insta teleports from both of the mid laners, and Charu unfortunately just got there and it's surrounded by members of SK while Libic was forced back. So they end up, trading again, but it's trades that are in favor of SK Gaming. With the exception of Kubon getting some time to farm up the top lane and now put a little bit of damage down, everything's really been going in favor of SK Gaming, albeit they are losing kills while doing so.
Yeah, losing a few in there, but gold is in their favor, and we'll see how that continues to go. And as I'm talking about that, Meteor Makers picking up their first turret of the game. That will, of course, claw them back a little bit into this one. Less than 2,000 gold is the lead that SK are currently holding, so there's definitely room for that to be changing here pretty quickly.
Yeah, at this point in time, with the Dragon down and the fact that SK need to commit more than just 2 or 3 people to a tower to take it down, I think we may see a slowdown in the game for the next couple of minutes until maybe the next Dragon is getting close to spawning. Basically, unless SK groups up as a 4 or 5 man team to force a tower down, MYM should be able to clear the waves. They've got decent wave clear, and they should be able to defend these middle and bottom lane towers.
I see already that Lockett is in position now for Hercubot. He's managed to get himself that finish. Spirit Visage as well for Kevin. On the other side, for Kubon's Elise Giant's Belt and the Chain Vest going in there. So looking like he's going to play that tankier Elise build from this.
Yeah, it's definitely starting off their way as Paranoia gets thrown down in the mid lane. They've caught Ocelot.
Yeah, they've caught Ocelot completely with this one. He's put the death mark on Charu, but that's probably not going to get him away from this, or will it? Hercubot actually coming in from this. Ocelot going to go away. There is the kick on towards Makata, and now Niffa's joining in the party as well. Hercubot gets locked up by Charu, but that's maybe going to cause Charu's death. The claw comes out. He will escape for now, but Kevin is chasing chasing. That Ignite is a sure kill. And a red buff given over. Now Hercubot walks into the middle of the pack. Makler coming in with a pray and spray, doing tons of damage, but the poison is not going to be enough to tick him down to death.
Hercubot landed every single Sonic Wave that he fired out during the course of that chase, managed to peel absolutely everybody off MYM, and he did use his Dragon Rage kick later in the fight, but at the end of the day, Ocelot gets away cleanly, he gets away safely, and SK pick up yet another kill.
Yeah, really well done there. I thought, I mean, Zed's a hard one to lock down anyway, but I thought that they managed to lock him in there from that. Really well done to get away. Help of Hercubot certainly coming in handy. And that, all of a sudden, puts the gold back towards 3,000 here in favor of SK Gaming. If you look at the kills as well, distributed evenly across the board. You might say unevenly if you look at Nif's score. Those two maybe better on Candy Panda or really anywhere else on the team, but that's giving him a gold advantage as well of 1,100 gold, and that's going to work out in SK's favor overall.
The thing that I'm very interested to see how Nif itemizes, he's got his Philo Stone, he's got his Ruby Sightstone, there's already a Locket of the Iron Solari on the team, so do they want to go for a second shield to try and, 1.5 times shield the burst from Lissandra, the burst from Crowstorm and Spray and Pray? Or does he maybe want to itemize for some damage? Because, yes, Zac will offer some ability power damage, but there's not a lot of magic damage coming from the side of SK. As you can see, Kevin doing the best he can to defend this tower and doing a pretty good job of it.
I'm wondering if he might end up headed up towards the likes of Mikhail's Crucible as well there to keep that Vayne safe. We've already seen Candy Panda's had troubles, and removing that CC from Candy Panda in the middle of a fight could be the difference between victory and a loss. I'm
trying to think back. It may have even been SK yesterday who had the Quicksilver Sash on Candy Panda's Twitch. And with Zyro down in the bottom lane, there goes Crowstorm.
Yeah, there's a big Crowstorm. But Makler actually getting caught up. Libic gonna get a lot of hammer from that one as well. They can't quite get it. And here comes Charu. Well, decided not to follow things through. And you see how one side of that fight was there. SK at full HP right now. Libic blinking red. Makler lost half of his health as well, but now in Nocturne coming in, they may try and hold on to the turret. 3 versus 4 teleport is not available for Ocelot yet, and here comes Charu. Yeah, Charu actually managing to lock 2 of them up. He's going to use the ultimate on himself here, and now Nif is going to get feared down by Makata. That will send him southwards, and that's going to be a kill. Charu gets that one. Hercubot will mop up there as well, but Candy Panda going to get exhausted. He's going head-to-head with Makler, but with that exhaust on, nothing he can do, and that will be a 3-for-1 for Meet Your Makers. A brilliant fight for Meet Your Makers. They traded only Charu, and he actually got stunned into the wall by Candy Panda. That could have been a cleaner fight for them if he managed to get his slow a little bit earlier down. And because Ocelot's teleport was not available, he couldn't join the party to help out. He couldn't impact that fight. And thanks to those kills, Meet Your Makers now managed to get their hands on Dragon for the second time this game. Yeah, it was pretty incredible because it was the exact moment that Charu ulted himself right on top of them that he was knocked back from that. That could have been, well, I can't really say either worse because Kevin right now is in trouble. He's going to try and slingshot away, and by try, I mean he is going to slingshot away straight towards Ocelot and will just walk away in typical Zac fashion with that swag walk on. With the waddle. I may have underestimated the power of the slingshot. I thought maybe Libic could have got in there, silenced him, feared him, but it was not to be. He managed to get away very cleanly, in fact, and SK still have a 2-to-1 tower lead. Now they've stacked up the numbers we were talking about, 4 in the mid lane, and we'll see if they want to try and focus down this tower to pick up the 3rd and final outer tower. That's going to be very easy for them. Yeah, not much focus required. Just walk in there, a couple of auto attacks from Ocelot and Hercubot, and that one is a goner. So let's go back to the gold here, because that's once again shrunk down to 2.7 thousand gold. Really not a massive difference, and we've seen that Meet Your Makers are in a strong point to be picking up kills here. One interesting thing to note as well is that Ocelot, in terms of CS, has really built quite a heavy lead over Charu. Yeah, he's doing very, very well with his farming as Zed, and that stems down from his early game advantage that he was able to keep Charu a little bit back from the CS line. Charu's playing very defensively against the energy-based champion, and it's just snowballed from there. You know, you've seen Ocelot picking up the Wraith camps a couple times and doing very, very well in keeping that up. The one thing that I do want to highlight as far as the items is concerned, we talked about how squishy Candy Panda is and how easy it is for basically the whole MYM team to get to him. He's building himself a Guardian Angel as his 2nd item. Negatron Cloak and Chain Vest already picked up. Yeah, that's pretty insane stuff. Needs that in there for that. And on the other side, I remember talking about the AD carries, the difference there that, you know, it's always been in this game a farm lead for Makler. But the point is right now, since his last 2 fights, he's now sat at 4-1-2 with that Twitch Blade of the Ruin King in there. He's got all the workings of that Phantom Dancer as well. He's going to become ridiculously strong. And while Candy Pan has gone on the defensive side, he's going to go offensive. As Ocelot here is waiting. Is he going to dive on Charu?
So Ocelot wants to start, split pushing, getting control of lanes, but look at Makate's positioning. Paranoia is available, and he's staying at absolute max rank. That's a level 2 Paranoia. This is going to be mid laner versus mid laner plus jungler, and whoever gets bursted down first is going to lose the fight. There goes Ocelot.
There goes Ocelot going in. He gets ulted down. The death mark going to proc here. He's going very, very low, and there is the kill. It's Hercubot that picks that one up, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to kill Ocelot off here. No, they won't. It's a double kill coming down from Hercubot. A little bit messy from both sides. Ocelot goes in, Wakata sees it and comes down, and then all of a sudden Hercubot's there out of the jungle as well.
Two very important things. The fear coming down from Paranoia was enough to disable Ocelot for a brief moment of time, or from the Fear on Nocturne, but what followed up after that was the lifesteal on Blade of the Ruin King. It allowed him to sustain through any of the damage that Makate was putting down, and Makate's building himself a Blade of the Ruin King himself. Bilgewater Cutlass picked up already on a jungle Nocturne. That's not something we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, certainly isn't. And it makes sense for him as well, get it in there, get that attack speed off, and it's going to be doing more damage from that. Whether they'll, suffer in terms of tankiness, we'll have to see. But in the same respect, as I mentioned earlier, Kubon picking up the Sunfire Cape as his first big item, so he's going to be a bit tankier as well to compensate.
Yeah, they need to build lots of armor. This is MYM I'm talking about, because SK Gaming is such a physical, heavy damage team. You've got Lee Sin, Zed, and Vayne, which are all predominantly physical damage, and as long as they can start stacking themselves towards Frozen Hearts and towards Arandian's Omen a little bit later, it's going to help prolong the team fights. Charu on the other side, he's got a mixture of items. He's got that Fiendish Codex, the Blasting Wand, as well as the Seeker's Arm Guard, and he's only now working towards an Hourglass. I feel like he got a little disjointed in his build, and he's a bit delayed in getting towards the Hourglass completion.
As Ocelot once again waiting here in the Tribush. Actually got a pink ward down and wants to stop Libic getting in there to clear that one out. Won't be successful on that front though. Will have to back away. But it's obvious that Ocelot has started to try and get that split push movement going down. They picked up those that double kill earlier on in this bottom lane. But Makler and Libic are being pretty determined to stick on this bottom side.
So in terms of who's going to have to try to deal with Ocelot for MYM, you can probably leave Makler, once he gets his Phantom Dancer, to try and duel Ocelot. If Makler can jump in there and get a lot of damage down quickly, use the barrier to survive Deathmark, he may be able to actually win a fight out against Ocelot. Until the point that Cubon is able to survive the damage, then Cubon's going to take over, and I think Cubon will be the responsible party for trying to control that 1v1 push. And it's what Ocelot does every time he plays Zed, and he is split pushing.
And then we see Libic is playing Human Ward right now in the middle of that jungle. Actually going to be spotted here, and they're going to go for him. There's a Condemn across the wall. There is a death mark down. Libic's not going to survive this one. He is a dead man, as we see the spray and pray coming through the wall there from Makler as well. Not got enough damage to finish off Ocelot.
Really good, conscientious play from SK Gaming, knowing the exact positioning of their enemies, landing the Condemn and just following it up cleanly. The question is, what do they want to push now that they've got this brief, momentary advantage? And it does look like it's the split push game they want to play.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. They've got a lot of vision down as well here on that bottom side of the Meet Your Makers jungle. So that's not safe anymore. We saw Libic. He had an Oracle on and he was just stood there in that brush, and they can't really do a lot more than that right now because they're going to get cleared out pretty quickly. Is Makler going to come in here towards Ocelot, but Hercubot was waiting there up to the side and he's forced a very early barrier there out of the rack.
Charu teleported down though.
He did come in there. There's the ultimate. There comes Makata as well, and that's going to be a kill picked up for Makler. Will he be able to finish off here and get towards Hercubot? No, they're going to back away because SK are closing in from the side. There's a Grasping Root. Stranglethorn's going to come down. That's dodged by the Zhonya's and a flash away there by Charu. And where's the focus? It's all a bit disjointed here from SK Gaming. Another slingshot going to be cancelled there actually by by Kevin, and SK decide not to go through.
Kevin held onto his ultimate during the course of that fight, so that big disruption was not available for them, and it may have been because they want Dragon. They want to be able to contest this one or pick it up themselves. Sonic Wave goes a little wide and flies just to the side of Libic, but this is going to be a 4 versus 4 until Mukata can get here.
So are they going to fight for this one? Candypan's got a GA, so he's got that bit more safety about him as well as Cubot missing another Sonic Wive mic. And now they're going to push in. Kevin actually going in for this one. Repel comes down. Kubon actually going down to the bottom side of things. He's going to get chased down. Ocelot and Candypan are actually getting the final blows on that one to pick up a nice kill. They waited long enough for the team to get back in there, and now they're going to turn for Dragon.
And that was all thanks to Ocelot using his teleport. He respawned in time, joined from the back, and was able to force away Meteor Makers. Another Dragon secured for SK Gaming and extend their gold lead to 5,000. And the question is now for SK, at what point do they start pushing the inner towers? They've been trying the split push for a while, for about 5 or 6 minutes as they jumped on Makane.
Yeah, he's kind of caught out right now. The Deathmark going to go down. Q lands from Hercule, but you're not escaping that combo, champions. That'll be another kill. Meanwhile, Chario here caught down the bottom. He gets denied from moving out to the claw. He picked himself up another one. He's now 3-2-8.
Very good play from Candy Panda, following the claw of doom until its destination and waiting there, saying, well, you either sit there and deal with Zach or you come here and deal with me. Either way, you're going down, buddy. And now with the kills they've secured, it's going to be an inner tower in the bottom lane and maybe an inner tower in the mid lane as there's a minion wave pushing right into it.
Yeah, bottom lane is for sure now. 3 of them in there. And mid lane, Ocelot and Hercubot, they do a good amount of damage to these turrets right now, down to less than half as a fear comes onto Ocelot, but he won't have too much danger on his hands there with those shadows to play with. And now SK going to be starting to take away buffs, so that leaves Charu out in the cold on that front as well.
And the thing that really strangles MYM's potential and MYM's ability to make picks and get kills secured is the vision and the ability to roam freely. Thanks to SK having such good vision and now control on the MYM side of the map, it means that Makla's going to be less able to stealth up, pick up kills. Charu's going to be less able to teleport behind enemy lines, and even if he does, it's very difficult to kill a Vayne twice, or kill a Zed who's so mobile, or even kill a Zac or a Lee Sin who can just hop, skip, and jump away to safety.
We're approaching a 10,000 gold difference here as well, and Baron starts to be warded up and what have you. I'm not sure that SK are going to risk that kind of play at this point, because we've seen how close, how quickly those gold leads have shrunken so far in this game as well. Although SK, since the last time we saw them not having the best team fights, they've bought a lot of big items coming in there as well. So I think they'll be a little bit more safe, but when you've got this kind of lead, Baron's always one of those difficult decisions, in my opinion.
I want to touch on Baron for a second, because out of all of the teams in Europe, when I think of making mistakes in the Baron pit, SK really comes to mind a lot. From the spring split, from the playoffs in particular, when I think about the games, like, they really were picking the wrong time to try and force Baron engagements. I actually feel like as a team, they have matured enough to understand at what point they can do the Baron pit engages. And you see now, they're warding, they're getting vision of the red buff, and then they're going to pick a fight. His Nip has been caught.
Yeah, he's been completely caught from this. So I'm going to put down the Strangled Thorns, which will keep him alive for now. And here comes Candy Panda up to the side. Makata goes straight down. He gets ulti though, but let's not forget the GA, but he's not even had that popped yet. He's used his barrier and he's still managed to survive. There's another Condemn. He gets another shield from Lee Sin and he survives through it. There is a Crow Storm. Did pretty much nothing here as he's knocked away. There's the GA of Candy Panda pop. Sonya's was used. Charu's going down. Grasping Roots from Nif landed as well. Limik doesn't even bother moving at the end. And that will be an ace for SK Gaming. And they lost a big fat 0 players in that fight. Ocelot wasn't even there.
A perfect team fight from SK Gaming, and Candy Panda just went God mode on that Vayne. Even coming out of the GA, he managed to tumble away the ice shard from Charu, who was sitting waiting for him. SK had the vision control on the red side of the map. They seen MYM coming in, and let's call a spade a spade. Nif got caught, but because SK were poising themselves for Baron, they were able to respond and react in time, and that's what allowed them to pick up all of those kills and Baron Nashor at 32 minutes.
I'm wondering, after 3 games so far and the coordination that we're seeing from SK Gaming, where has this SK Gaming been for the last 9 weeks, or 8 weeks to be fair to them, since we're in week 9 technically here? They look so very good right now. We've just seen masses of money being spent. There's a GA on Ocelot, Phantom Dancer in there for Candy Panda, Randuin's Omen added in for HercuBot. It just took a massive dive when it comes to the chances for Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, having this very big gold lead, and more important, the very big item lead, gives you that air of safety, that cushion that you can fall back on. Even if you get caught, even if you pick a bad fight, because you're statistically so far ahead, you have more resistances, you have more HP, and you have more damage, so it's more likely for you to win these team fights. And it's just a matter of time before SK groups up and pushes towers. Charu wants to pick a fight, and I'm not sure this is the smartest decision.
Yeah, who are you going to go for, though? HercuBot is not massively tanky, but he's certainly got enough resistances on him right now to be surviving through that burst that Charu can put down onto him, I think. But we'll have to see about this, because SK are moving up through that middle lane. We'll see if they can get onto that inhib turret. The the Ocelot in particular, had already got down to half.
And well, don't forget, with all the items that HercuBot has actually stacked up, there's a lot of HP built up now. MYM jump in, and Charu's basically dead before the fight started.
Yeah, Charu having to use the ult on himself. Sonya's is going to be used. There's Randuin's Omen pop. Charu's a dead man in here from this one, and this is just going to clean up now from SK Gaming. Repel comes out. That will keep Kubon alive for a little while, but you see Candy Panda just thrashing straight through there, managing to pick up the quadra kill in the end, plus the turret as well.
And that all started from Charu actually throwing himself forward. He threw out the Claw of Doom, was waiting for it to follow up, and Kevin just stood there in his face, spamming his percentage HP damage, dropped his HP so low, and Charu became a non-factor in that team fight. SK pick up 2 back-to-back aces in 2 minutes and finish the game. They're 3-0 on the weekend.
3-0, SK Gaming, they had a job to do coming into this weekend, and so far, so good. 3 out of 3. They need that 4-1, but at this stage, I'm wondering who's going to be able to stop them, because they have looked like a completely different team to some of the SK teams that we've seen turn up throughout this split, I have to say.
I have no idea what they've done in these last 2 weeks, but I sincerely hope that whatever magic recipe or magic elixir that they found to perform this well, they keep drinking it, because these games have been superb. Kevin went 3-0-11. He did not die in that game. And Candy Panda was allowed Vayne 9-3-9. Terrifying, terrifying performance.
Yeah, and Kevin, when we're on that topic, he's always Mr. Consistent, isn't he? He's such a steady Eddie in that top lane. He's always performing well. I don't remember the last time when I thought, oh, Kevin, that was a little bit rough. But now the entire team again, another Lee Sin pick coming out of HercuBot, 7-2-14. Still 100% record, 5 wins out of 5 with him now. Why has he not been playing Lee Sin any other time?
I completely agree, and I actually am going to theorize why. Because the rest of the team was not performing on the same page or the same wavelength as him. When you're playing a Lee Sin, you are very mobile. You're in and out. You're creating plays. Yeah. And if you don't have that coordination to say, I need you to be on the other side of the wall so I can safeguard to you, or I'm going to kick this dude in your direction, be ready. Unless you're all on that page, unless you're all thinking in that mindset, it's not going to work. It becomes messy because your kick throws someone wild. Nobody's ready to catch him and stuff like that. So I think as a team, because their communication and their coordination is leveled up, it allows them to play that chaotic champion that's so much more difficult to read.
And I think the prime example of that is the First Blood that was 2 kills up at the top. SK 4 weeks ago might have well lost 2 men trying to do that tower dive, and today they executed it absolutely perfectly. So congratulations to them on another victory. We're going to head over to Demon and Jason to break down the last match.
Thank you very much, Joe. And SK continue their dominance, like you say. That's 3-0 in Super Week. It is going the perfect week for them so far. And really, it all stemmed from the picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, just what we saw them pick up. They had a lot of comfort champions. HercuBot on Lee Sin for a 3rd time in 2 days. He's pretty much won, well, now every game in a row with that. You had Candy Panda on Zyro, who has a 100% win rate now, 5 games with her. You had Candy Panda on Vayne, and we always talked about for the past couple of weeks his KDA, a 16.4 on her. You let him have a champion like that again, even with the change to her ultimate cooldown, still does work against you.
And we talked about Nif on Zyro. He's not lost yet.
No. He's, yeah, 5 games, 100% win ratio on her.
100% win ratio, and I mean, they tried to take away Twitch from Candy Panda because it's been a problem, but we saw it yesterday. You can't ban out Candy Panda right now. He played fantastic on Twitch, fantastic on Ashe, fantastic on Vayne. I mean, where do you go with him?
You don't. You just let him have his champion, I guess. Maybe take away what you don't want to play against, let them have something else like maybe Ashe and then kind of just outplay them a little bit. But, you know, SK, with the way they've been playing these past couple of days, with the aggression they've been putting, they did something very similar as we're talking about against Ultra yesterday, where they ganked the top lane together. This time it was actually a 4-man gank. They took 2 kills, took the turret, and then it seemed like the entirety of SK was like, all right, let's just sit bottom. Let's just gank bottom over and over and over, gain control of that dragon, which we kept talking about yesterday, how important that is to do, and then just pick up all the kills there.
And of course, another quadra kill coming out, this time Candy Panda. So where do we see SK? Do we see them going for the perfect week? They've seemed to be really reacting when the pressure's on them.
That's what I was saying, actually, I think yesterday, is that the newer teams coming in, can they handle the pressure of the wins they have to get? Not just the pressure of the week, but considering playoffs are coming up, World Finals are coming up. SK, I mean, they've proven in the past that they can handle the pressure. Going 3-0 has got to give them a nice start. We always talk about being a momentum team. I think they could do 5-0.
Well, we'll see if they do, of course. We're going to get a word with one of the members of SK themselves. It is going to be Kevin. He's standing by with Shocks.
Thanks very much, D-Man. Kevin, who played Zach this game, and a very good game for you guys once again. So coming into this one, you came off a 2-0 yesterday, and then MYM has nothing to lose here. Did you factor that in your preparation, that they might pull out something really crazy, for instance, or...?
So yeah, we did factor that. We talked around 40 minutes just about MIM, and we were talking about crazy stuff they could do, but at the end we kind of fixed that problem with banning these champions we don't like. So that was kind of it.
And from their side, they banned out Shen, Thresh, and Ocelot's Karthus. So he played Karthus 2 times yesterday. What made you decide to go for a Zed then an Assassin and not an AP mid, for instance, and how did that work in your team?
So right now we are kind of packed about Zed. We love Zed. So, but the main deal with it was that we banned the 3 champions that could kind of fight Zed. So yeah, and the picks he would do, like Lissandra, Orianna, and stuff like that, could be countered by Zed. So we just first picked it, and also is really comfortable right now on him. So we just picked it and played.
Yeah, so as I said, MYM has nothing to lose. So coming into that game, early game was not the easiest, and they had a couple of really good fights as well. So how did you manage to take the upper hand?
It was really early. The early stage was really hard when Nocturne was level 6 and Lissandra was roaming a bit. So the surprise engage was really high. But we managed it with kind of me farming, pure farming, and over-leveling Elise a lot. With, of course, being Vayne fed, and with the counter TP on Zed. So every time Lissandra did a move, we just countered it with our move, and that was kind of it.
All right, so 3-0 right now in the weekend. So yesterday you went 2-0. How do you keep that momentum going when you're obviously on a high when you go 2-0? And is there someone that gives a speech or something, or do you just stay very calm going into the next days? Or
yeah, so yesterday 2-0 was a great day for us. Today 1-0 right now. We hope for Gambit. We are ready for Gambit. We had great practice for that, and yeah, every one of us is pushing each other. We are kind of all like, oh, let's go today, win, 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 because we want to do the 5-0. We want to beat every team in a row. So from the last week, we would beat every game a different team. So we are really, yeah, just pushed.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this interview. 3-0 already for SK Gaming. We're going to see if they can go 5-0. Thank you very much, Kevin. Pass for us. We need a few minutes to respawn, but stick with us. Gambit tries to avenge the beating they took from Evil Geniuses in Week 8 when we come back. matches than Trundle has teeth. So let's keep things going and head over to Joe and Quickshot for the next game.
I got a question about that.
I don't know what's right in your line shots, but they're getting worse.
I thought on the rework of Trundle he was given teeth.
Oh, really?
Just a thought. I'll have to check the artwork.
It's not all gums attacking you now.
I think
bite actually means something.
Exactly.
So, guys, let's get back on topic with that one. We're just a few minutes away from the start of that game that Shox was talking about. Evil Geniuses versus Gambit. And both of these teams secured 2 wins without loss yesterday.
Yeah, so not only did they each go 2-0, they are tied in the standings at 13 wins and 12 losses each. And this match is a little bit more important for Gambit because they're currently 0-3 against Evil Geniuses in the split. So in a tiebreaker scenario, no matter what happens, if EG and Gambit are sitting together, Gambit are behind EG. Therefore, the winning point in this game is more valuable to Gambit as it'll give them that more difficult tie scenario with EG.
All confusing. don't worry, guys. This is exactly the same for us here as well. We've got actual professional mathematicians on standby for the end of tomorrow that can actually work stuff out, because it's all crazy. Let's have a look then at the 2 teams, starting with Evil Geniuses on the blue side. Wicked, of course, in the top lane. Snoopy going to be coming back. He is without a defeat since Shaka joined the team. Froggen in the mid lane, Yellow Pete, and Crepo, the duo.
And of course, for Gambit, it will be Darian up in the top lane, Diamond Prox in the jungle, Alex Sich in the mid lane, Genja and Voidal as your AD carry and support.
Well, Evil Geniuses have been dominating Gambit all season, and they're pretty confident that they can keep that up.
I feel like we have to win every single game this week to secure our spot in the top 6. Gambit's just one of the 5 obstacles in our way, basically, to get there.
I think EG is a stronger opponent for us, because their playstyle counters ours a bit.
I still think we have an edge over them just because of our long history with Gambit. They have improved a lot recently with their boot camping, but I still feel quite confident going into that game due to past results against them.
So then let's check what you guys at home have been thinking about this one.
It's bang on even, basically. 52% of the population think that EG is going to be victorious here against Gambit. 3-0 up, the way Evil Geniuses and Gambit were playing yesterday. I think I'm sitting on that fence as well, because it's very difficult to call who is performing very well right now.
Well, we've seen classic matches between these 2 teams and under their various names in the past, so probably going to be the same here again. And don't forget, guys, you can still vote for all of today's remaining games and all tomorrow's matches over at lolesports.com, where you can also find the results, player info, VODs, and a whole lot more. So, in the second game of the day, EG and Gambit are going to be taken to the stage, and one of these teams will be racking up their first loss of the weekend. Both teams yesterday looked incredibly good, but let's start with EG. They were able to pick up that win when they were in complete control, which is one thing. But against Meet Your Makers, they were quite far behind. They managed to hold on and claw back and take another victory.
Yeah, the first thing that we really noticed from both of the games yesterday is that Evil Geniuses really showed their growth. In the match against MYM in particular, they gave up first blood early on another failed tower dive. And they stalled the game out after that, after the mistakes, for long enough to get back into it. They didn't get caught out. They played patiently. They simply found a way to get themselves back in the game by farming up the necessary items, farming up the jungle, and then picking fights that they could win. And, you know, I've highlighted already, but with the current head-to-head lead against Gambit, Evil Geniuses are guaranteed a higher place position regardless of the outcome of this match. So there's a little less pressure on them coming into this game.
Gambit, on the other hand, really impressed us yesterday with that chaotic game, loads and loads of kills in them. They also defeated MYM, of course, but it was the win against Alternate for me that was more convincing. I mean, if we look back at that game, Diamond, Darian, and Genja all had perfect games, didn't die.
Yeah, the impossible mission. Darian had a clean game. 0 deaths to his name. And when they did play against Alternate, they just looked like the classic aggressive Moscow fight, a Gambit that we've come to know and love. And the reason I highlight that in particular is because of Diamond Prox. He played Lee Sin in both of the matchups. He was absolutely phenomenal. He was setting up kills, he was all over the map, and he was setting up plays for his team. You also can't discount the fact that Genja went back to Misfortune, a champion that we haven't really seen him play a lot recently. And the most impressive part of Genja playing MF is he was super aggressive in lane. He was able to pick up kills, he was picking up trades. He went for his trademark triple Doran's Bloodthirster build, which I'm still on the fence about. But, you know, he's leveled up his game. He's gone back to a champion he is infinitely familiar with, and it worked.
Yeah, and we had all these questions, didn't we, about the boot camp. Has this boot camp helped Gambit to, you know, bring back their former reputation, I guess we can say, and what they used to do, which is boot camp a week and a half before each major event, come into it massively strong. And let's not forget, they lost 60 to 70% of the games. That's what their manager wrote on Facebook yesterday. So it wasn't the most successful boot camp in the world in terms of results, but it's obviously had an effect on the team.
I don't think we can call the boot camp a success yet, and for one reason. The teams that they beat yesterday, they have been beating for most of the season already. And in particular, I mean, Alternate, they're 4-0 against Alternate. Even with the downturn as Gambit, they found a way to beat Alternate. This, to me, is the matchup that will answer that question. If Gambit can pick up their first win of the split against Evil Geniuses, who have beat them all 3 previous times, I would say the boot camp was a success.
Well, we're going to find out here in the next
40 to 70 minutes.
In some time in the very near future, let's say that. We're going to get into Champion Select first of all, though. What are we expecting from this one, Quick Shot?
I would think that a Lee Sin ban may be considered against Diamond Prox, maybe make him a little bit uncomfortable. I would even think that maybe the likes of a Thresh ban or a Misfortune ban may even be possible just to try and disrupt Genji and Voidal. But I don't know if EG are going to feel the same.
A Lee Sin ban against Diamond Prox. Is it 2011 again? No, it's not. But he's pulling them in again because yesterday he played it brilliantly. They've taken out Zed against Alex Ich and also the Sona from Voidal, a ban which has been thrown their way because they've realized that Gambit love having Sona in their lineup, whatever the weather.
Now, I find that interesting because of how well Crepo played Sona in both of his games yesterday. I don't think he messed up a single crescendo, and I think he only missed one champion who was aiming for in all of them. It was a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant performance. And they had the option to first pick it. What this also means is Aatrox is open. Darian's played Aatrox, Wicked's played Aatrox, as is Zach, and I wonder what they're going to pick up.
Well, Shen's left open from this one, and it looks like we are going to be seeing Shen coming straight off that. We'll expect Wicked to be playing that and maybe able to earn his Bricked nickname here once again. We'll see from that one. Right now, Gambit are cycling through champions, most of which I'm not falling for right now. The Thresh, though, I would say has a very high chance of coming in, and a Zac they go for.
So the thing about the Shen being locked in, I think it's a little interchangeable with Snoopy and Wicked. Snoopy does tend to like those sort of utility type of junglers a little more. And I think the fact that Aatrox is still open, that Nasus is still available, even though Jarvan's been taken away, I think Evil Geniuses may keep that option open to maybe swap that one away because they haven't revealed anything with a Shen. You know, Shen just gives you that power of Stand United. What they do need to get to wrap around that will be a little bit more damage.
Well, let's see then. You can see discussions high amongst the team. It looks like they might go for the mid laner here. The thing is, on the blue side, it doesn't really matter when you put it in there. It can always be counter-picked off later than that. So
when I'm seeing an Orianna, it may be like the likes of an Orianna Vayne, and my thinking might be protect the Vayne comp. They might leave Orianna open. Now, I don't know if that was a bait to Gambit to say, hey, Alex, lock in Orianna, or if it's the comp they want to pill.
Well, if it was, Alex wasn't falling free because he insta-locked Assisted Fate. We also going to see the Snoop Dogg here once again as NASA's picked up for Snoop. We've been waiting for that one all day. Got it out on Twitter yesterday. When he plays Rengar and we can get the Snoop Lion out there, it's even better. But on the other side, Gambit going in for the Twisted Fate, and we're going to see an Evelynn here for Diamond in the jungle.
I'm very happy to see that. So with the Lee Sin being banned out, Diamond Prox is going to another one of his sort of signature champions. Evelynn, who he did very, very well with at the All-Star game, has not necessarily had the same level of success during the summer split now, but is definitely going to be a decent pickup, going to help out the ganks. And when you combo the likes of Destiny with the stealthed up Evelynn ganks, it's a very scary combo.
So Tristana, let's talk about Tristana here because Froggen's been playing AP Tristana. That's a definite possibility here for Evil Geniuses. Whether it actually gets locked in or not, we'll have to see, but I think Alex could actually have a couple of problems with that if it comes in.
The theory behind it is brilliant because Zac, Eve, they have to be in your face, they've got to be jumping around, they've got to be close up to you, and Buster Shot can get rid of all of it.
Yeah.
So I really like the idea of it, but it's very risky, and I think Kassadin's going to be better, as opposed to kicking people away, he can just rift walk to safety. So a little bit more of a traditional pick. Not going with the protect the Vayne comp that I thought they may help with Orianna. Instead, trying to counterpick Alex. So Froggen's decided that dealing damage and dealing with Twisted Fate is a little more important than protecting Yellow Pete's. And we're going to be seeing Genja picking up the Misfortune here as well. So very comfortable champions across the board for Gambit. Yeah, and I would say comfort champions even for Evil Geniuses as well. Maybe with the exception of Yellow Pete's Vayne, which is not something that we traditionally associate with him. It is a very, very good comp, and it's actually very reminiscent of what MVP Ozone ran just earlier today in the OGN, but as opposed to putting an AP damage dealer in the mid lane, they had Zed. It worked very well with him for one reason. If the damage dealers of Cassidy and Vayne can get ahead early, it becomes very difficult to kill them because Lulu just goes Stand United. And if that doesn't work, Lulu goes Wild Go. If that doesn't work, Stand United comes in. I'm 2 steps ahead of myself.
His brain is too fast for even himself.
Quick shot.
And that is the... Oh god. So we're gonna get into game here then, and the final time that Evil Geniuses and Gambit are going to be meeting up here. And as you said, comfortable champions pretty much across the board for this one. And I'm intrigued to see whether this this boot camp has had an effect on Gambit in the way you said. And I think you made a good point in that they've beaten yesterday teams that they'd already beaten, and today is when we're going to find out if they can really be a different Gambit and change the results that have been going against them so far in the summer split.
So just as we're loading up into the game, the one thing I really want to talk about is a Twisted Fate pick. We've seen it once yesterday on Alex again. It was against MYM, and he did very well with the champion. Twisted Fate in particular, yes, the global passive was changed, but I don't feel like that's the real nerf to the champion. The biggest change came to pick a card. And what used to happen with pick a card is you would have a 10-second timer. You'd push the button, you could lock in a gold card on the first cycle within like 1 or 2 seconds, and then you would have 8 seconds of zoning. Nobody can get in range, nobody can walk up to you, and because that threat was always there. That's now been changed to a 4-second lock-in time, followed by a 6-second potential to throw. So it's significantly different, and it gives you a much safer time frame to work around. And we'll have to see how well he can work against Froggen's Cassidy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not even the difficulty of being able to pull it quicker from this one, because these guys could probably do that if it's a 2-second time frame for it. So it's all about that whole zoning possibility in there as well. And if anyone can pull this one off, Alex might just be that guy. And then you see the head-to-head. We've mentioned it before. 3-0 is the lead for EG. And of course, Gambit didn't win in week 8 because that would then not be 3-0 for EG. We're being trolled here by the stats, man. He's busy working out the maths on the table for the end of the week, guys, so don't worry about that one. So here we go then. Level 1. Right now, both teams set out in a line across the entire map.
Who would have guessed a defensive start from the stalwarts of Season 2 with semi-Season 2 reminiscent compositions, albeit with some new champions. I think we're going to have a slow laning phase. You can see that both teams have actually swapped their solo laners to the bottom, both of the duo laners to the top. And yesterday when EG did this, Wicked was playing Aatrox against NIP's Mima, who was on Yorick. And he specifically wanted the matchup. He said, I can win this. I've been playing the solo queue. I want that. And I think the same situation may have come up now. Shen can do very well against Zac in the early game.
So, are we going to see anything happen here? Just the side of it says, probably not from what we're seeing. But we did see Shen going down there. And it's like, you know what? I'm going top, guys. I'm going to go top from this one. And it'll leave that Vayne Lulu down in the bottom versus the Zac. It looks like both teams going to start on the bottom side of their jungles, which means the red for Snoopy and the blue for Diamond.
Technically advantage Gambit because their wards are deeper. So they were brave enough to extend a little bit past the river, and they'll have a little bit more knowledge to work with. The Explorer ward that was put down near the red buff, or the ward that was there, has just been cleared out thanks to a very early pink ward by Crepo. And that serves 2 purposes. Number 1, clears the vision, and number 2, it's against an Eve. So if Diamond Prox tries to invade, he will be revealed.
Yeah, that's very, very true from that one. We can expect more pink wards coming out than normal here in this game because of that Evelyn, which could be a bit of a thorn in the EG side. But we've seen Eves as well that just haven't really got going. And I'd say even Eves from Diamond that have not really got going. But look at this. Pink ward down on top of the blue. Diamond is going to be able to come across from this one, doesn't have Smite available, though. That's the real problem.
Snoopy knows that there's something up here. He's playing this defensive. He's been caught.
He's going to get caught. There is a flay coming down. The Ignite is burning, and first blood comes in for Diamond. What an execution there coming out of Gambit.
Voidal and Diamond Prox read Snoopy perfectly. Voidal was hanging around the side. He did the flash flay combo, held him in place. Diamond Prox gets first blood. He gets to steal the buff away, and we may see a 3v1 tower dive against a level 1 Shen. This is a scary, scary time if you are Wicked.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be scary from this one. And interested to see what he's skilled in first here, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to have that Shadow Dash available.
Feint.
No, he doesn't. So this is dangerous.
He's one creep away from hitting level 2. So with the taunt and the feint, it might keep him in play a little bit longer. Diamond Prox has just been revealed, and he's actually just scared Snoopy away. I think they want the tower more than they want the kill.
Yeah, that certainly looks to be the case from this one. But again, great zoning, positional play there coming out of Gambit and of Diamond in particular.
And while all that was going on, Alexic even left the lane to move up towards top. They want to do two things here. Snoopy's been caught.
Oh, that hook almost landing from Voidal there off the side. That could have been a dead Snoopy for a second time if Voidal had have connected there.
Diamond is doing so much work right now because the main focus of keeping Shen back, keeping Wicked down, is they want to delay his level 6. They want to buy a couple of minutes time where Alexic can use Destiny later in the game without worrying about Stand United. And that's definitely going to play into their favor. We've seen how impactful the first Destiny was from Alex yesterday, securing a double kill and 2 towers, actually. So we'll see if they can mirror that right now.
And the problem is Wicked has no choices really right now, because we know that the best way to defend against a 3-man push on a turret is to have your jungler come cover it, but they're behind in levels, so they can't actually stay there. They're being zoned out of it completely. Wicked has to simply wait until that turret goes down and then move out, but he's got to be careful on that front as well, that Diamond isn't sniffing around.
So Diamond Prox has spent more time in EG's jungle farming than he has in his own right now.
Than Snoopy has.
Even Snoopy as well. Snoopy was forced back 3 separate times in the top lane. He was forced to recall, go back to the bottom lane. He's level 2 to Diamond's level 4. He's got 5 CS to Diamond's 16. And he's been forced to go double golems and now Wraith Camp just to try and make it up. This is a massive deficit in the very early game here that EG needs to make up.
And here comes another red buff for Diamond. The first one, of course, on his side of the jungle of the game, but pretty much going to refresh that red buff as it's about to run out. So that is just perfect timing here for Diamond. He goes back away on his path. Snoopy only at level 3 now, right now, and look at the creep score between them. That tells a big story.
Yeah, at this point in time, Snoopy is just basically a non-factor. He's going to be reliant on a Wither and an ultimate to be an impact in the later game. He's not even clearing the wolf camp. He has no idea where he wants to go. He's unsure of the pressure. And we even see Froggen teleporting to the mid lane just to not miss CS. So even that ability is not available. EG looks a little lost.
Is Snoopy trying to delay the wolf camp here so that it doesn't get taken away? I mean, he needs that farm now, to be fair, in my opinion, to get himself straight back into this one. This is very interesting stuff. He's now going to go back into there. So there's obviously a big thought process gone in behind that one. And other than delaying it so that it can't be taken away, there's no other explanation in my head.
The other alternative is that he was playing a little bit of bait to maybe try and see if there was any Gambit vision to try and pull Gambit into the jungle. But other than that, it's a very questionable move. Right now, 2 members of Gambit trying to start off yet another early Dragon. Gambit, one of the most prolific Dragon control teams in the European LCS. They are scared away a little bit by Nasus.
Yeah, I'll move away from that one. No danger of him hitting level 6 anytime soon, though. And now Diamond is coming on towards Froggen, who is level 6 here. And will, of course, therefore be able to just rift walk out to safety. No real danger there for Froggen as the hook landing onto Yellow Pete down in this bottom lane. And so far, been impressed with Voidal this week. Last week, I wasn't super impressed with him. There was nothing to be impressed about from Gambit's side at all, but he looks like a different player completely here in week 9.
Yeah, Voidal's been doing very good in the 2 matches they've played, and you can see when comboed with Diamond Prox, who has basically transitioned to ganking bottom lane significantly during scrims. We've heard that Diamond really likes to try and help Genji and Voidal out. What they need to do in this game, because with all the pressure on the top lane tower, Genji is 15 CS behind his opponent.
And I think they smell this one here a little bit as well. The fact that Evelyn not been seen for quite a while, and Snoopy's coming down, but look at him, he's level 3 right now.
And Alex
look at
is
this, they're going straight into this one. Alex is going to come in with Destiny. Snoopy, is he going to go down here? Wildcards from Alex are surely going to rip straight through. They're all going very, very low. Actually, they managed to pick up 2 kills in the process, and that might not be all. Genja's gone very low, and credit to EG, they're able to come out actually with a level trade from that.
Wither, Exhaust, and Condemn was enough crowd control in CC to slow and delay Gambit. In conjunction with the tower, it was able to at least get a 2 for 2. The problem is, both of those kills landed in Crepo's backhands. And when you need your damage dealers to be scary, not your support, that's scary because Alex is the one that picked up both of them for the bottom lane. So mid lane Twisted Fate, not a mere Destiny from the first time.
Not bad. And the thing is, it was Voidal that went down along with the jungler for Gambit, but it was Yellow Pete, the AD carry, and the jungler Snoopy, who's already so far behind anyway. So Gambit probably going to be happy either way with how that one turned out for them. What's next on the cards? Looks like it will be a blue for EG, secured this time around. There's a pink ward there for Gambit, but no one really close enough to do anything about it because they're doing Dragon.
So we do see Diamondprox sitting on the Dragon with the help of Voidal. Smite is up, and you'll see Voidal tanking this one up. And obviously Diamond just finishing as quickly as possible. Gambit are really roaming and moving as a solid unit now. It's something that even yesterday they were doing a little bit more sloppy, if I'm very honest. Their games were a little chaotic. They were kind of all over the place, but they're moving with focus and direction now, and it's working very well as they secure that first Dragon and a 3,500 gold lead.
So Snoopy has now managed to hit level 4. This red buff's actually going to be going over to Yellow Pete by the looks of it. No, it's not. Snoopy's just going to smite that. He needed the help with it so that he doesn't fall low enough that he has to go back again.
And he needs the experience. You can see he's just about to hit level 5 right now. So he's that far behind that he needs to pick up those buffs, cannot afford to donate them. In addition, Pete is doing relatively okay. He's sitting on even CS with his opponent, and the lane is not, it's not a lost lane, even though that tower took a lot of damage. So I think it works out best for EG.
Yeah, and the fact is he's Vayne, so he's going to be getting stronger and stronger as things go along. Anyway, Genja has got 2 out of a possible 3 Doran's Blades, we're going to say, for this one. Picking up those Berserker Greaves from the start of this one after getting those 2 assists in there for the 2 kills that Alex Ich picked up, and that's given him the sheen here as well.
Now, the biggest item pickup that's happened in the first 10 minutes here is the fact that Diamondprox already has his Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and combo that with the stealth, the damage that he already has. These next couple of minutes are very crucial for EG. If they continue to die and lose objectives like towers and dragons, Gambit can really get a monumental advantage that may be too difficult to come back from. If, however, they hold on, they may be able to stall out until Eve's damage and power isn't quite as powerful.
Well, Diamond is waiting here once again by the Wraiths, and look at this. The bottom lane is coming up from Gambit. They're going to 5-man push the mid turret.
Genja's got bullet time as well, so if any crowd control lands, Genja will throw that bullet down on top. Going to pop the impure shots, and they're going to get the middle tower.
Yeah, no problem. They don't even need to use those ultimates at this point. What they were going for is that turret, and they managed to get that one without any reply. That was very quick movement from Gambit as they push that bottom lane out, move the bottom lane into the mid lane, and it looked almost too easy for them. That was very reminiscent of Meet Your Makers yesterday.
Yeah, and the main thing is they're using the comp to their advantage. Eve is a very quick champion. Zac can fly across the map with that slingshot, and when Misfortune's strutting everywhere, that's a lot of movement speed. Wicked finds himself very overextended gold card. He's about to get locked in. Alex decides just to farm instead, and Diamond backs away. They could have done that, actually. Even though that's a lot of HP on Wicked, he doesn't have much resistances.
Yeah. Could have been a possible target for them. Diamond, though, wants his buffs here. He's not going to let any of his buffs get stolen this game, that's for sure. Very possessive of his own jungle, is Diamond. He will kill you if you come in to his side. So he's going to be able to take that. Right now, it's a 3,500 gold lead for Gambit. Has Froggen here just headed home, or is he? Darian's actually going to go in there and auto-attack it and say, well, you can't kill me anyway, because you've got really nothing built up to do that. I'm just going to annoy you.
So Darian's moved himself to the mid lane, and they've sent Twisted Fate up top. Here comes Shen.
Yeah, Stan United coming down towards his bottom lane. Interrupted there indeed. Twisted Fate it was. It was Alex Ich that pulled that one off. Ping's going down on towards Alex. They're going to close in onto him here with 3 men. Snoopy coming down as well. There is Destiny Pop, but are you going to get away? No, you're not. Wicked picks up the kill. It's 3-3 now in kills.
So they even up the kill, but that was a little bit questionable. How is it possible that a Twisted Fate, without expending flash, could just walk up to Wicked? He's got to pick his time to stand United a little more closely. Darian and Diamond Prox are moving to the bottom lane here. They want to do another tower dive. With Let's Bounce and the Agony's Embrace, this is a dead Yellow Pete and Crepper.
Oh, that's a very big face check coming out. Wild Growth does go down there on towards Yellow Pete. The bounce is coming around as Voidal will tank up the turret, hooking Yellow Pete. Kill comes down, but Voidal's going to die here. That will be Crepo getting himself another. And look at Froggen. He's picked off in the end by Diamond. Genja goes very low. Crepo has to flash away. Diamond's actually got no mana from this one. Had the red buff and thought it might be enough to push through with that, but it won't be. And that will end with a 2-for-1 in favor of Gambit plus a turret.
So the tower and the kills, that is a very big advantage. Once again, carries were taken out. They only lost their support, and if you're losing Voidal for a Froggen and a Yellow Pete, that is a trade Gambit will do over and over and over again. And remember, Froggen teleported into that. He jumped into the fight to try and react and try save them, but I don't think he quite calculated how much damage and how much scariness was around. I want to highlight the fact that bullet time wasn't used, because I feel like Genja was very hesitant on his bullet times yesterday, and he is hesitant again today.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was hesitant, but the ones that he did throw off were made to count. So we'll see how that all develops a little bit later on here from Genja. He's got himself those 3 Torrent Blades, and the BF Sword now added in there as well. So nothing really changing from Genja's build plan from day to day.
Yeah, the Genja build, it's a variance of Bloodthirster Lost Whisper GA, or now Triple Doran's Bloodthirster GA, something like
and
that.
Tia, possibly.
I know he picked up a Black Cleaver relatively early yesterday, and that worked fairly well for Genja, but I definitely think that if they continue to press objectives like this, I would prefer to see Genja a little bit further on the back line and putting the bullet time down. It's a fairly short cooldown. Even at level 1, it is only a little over, you know, a little shy of 2 minutes. And between fights, that's basically what we're waiting.
Oh, look at this. Another buff steal coming out from Gambit. Genja says, thank you very much. I'll have that one. And that will be a little bit less for Wicked, even more less for Wicked, he's now got himself up to level 8, so he's finally clawing his way back there on the levels, but it might be just too little too late as Genja goes very, very deep.
Yeah, especially when you look at the itemization here. You've just got the Kindle Gem sitting for Snoopy and over for Diamond Prox. A Haunting Guy's already completed. Combine that with Agony's Embrace and those hate spikes, it's very, very scary. Even Wicked, that's 2 hate spikes that have chunked down 15% of his HP.
Oh, now they're going in here on towards Crepo, and they absolutely explode him. Snoopy trying to get away, but he's going to be hooked in. There's a taunt down. The box is there as well. Here comes Genja. Is he going to go for the bullet time? No, he's not going to bother. They don't need it right now. They've got 3 kills. They're going to get the inner middle turret as well. And another out of nowhere perfect execution from Gambit. That looked like they were overextended there for a minute, 2 versus 3, and all of a sudden there's 5 there from Gambit.
It was the perfect flank as Wicked does manage to sidestep the hook. Froggen's now jumped back in to try and defend, but he's forced out instantly. And I talked about how crucial these few minutes were for Evil Geniuses. They have not contained the Russians. And right now, a 5 tower to 1 is a 6,000 gold lead.
6,000 gold, 2.3 to spend for Alex Ich's Twisted Fate, and 1,000 each for both Evelyn and Misfortune at this point as well. So more spikes of power going to be coming the way here for Gambit. And well, as I said, they just look so well coordinated, but also because of this lead that they have, they're not really being challenged too much on those towers. And that's what happened to Meet Your Makers yesterday. They kind of bowed out without ever really being able to do anything.
I want to say a similar thing happened to Ninjas in Pajamas yesterday. When they were playing, they simply didn't contest. They simply didn't fight. It was basically a 1 versus map game because the team never got involved. Now, EG tried to sneak a dragon away, but now they're in trouble.
They are in trouble from this one. Genja hanging off towards the side from this one. We see the first kill coming down. It's Alex at the backside. He was doing the work. He's actually going to take a lot of damage, but the bullet time comes through. It's done a lot for them as well. Finally, they finish off Alex, but at what cost for this one? Wicked headed back out towards the brush. He's going to try and stand United. He's standing nowhere from that one. It's only Froggen that survives once again. A 4-for-1 for Gambit this time around, and they stop Dragon Dragon with just a press of R from Alexic.
Every single time Gambit pick a fight, they secure an objective afterwards. They got top tower off the first blood. They got 2 kills on bottom lane, lost it, but picked up a tower as well. Middle lane fight, secured 2 towers, and now Dragon as well. This is a 10,000 gold lead before 20 minutes, and they're already basically tower diving. We've seen it twice already this game. Gambit, it's just a matter of time before they force the next objective and maybe start considering Baron. They're so strong right now.
Well, Baron, an option for them less than most teams throughout the course of the season. So we'll see how that one goes here as Froggen going to come in on towards Darien. Froggen's got 2 levels on him here, but in usual Darien style, he doesn't care.
Doesn't care, hasn't died yet either. And Secret Agent Genja, 009, picking up all the assists. All of the kills centralized and focused here on Diamondprox and Alexic. And that is a good sign for Evil Geniuses, because if they can kill, I would say Diamondprox more than Alex, that consistent damage and that scariness in team fights is significantly reduced because the gold is so heavily focused on those 2 champions.
And look at this. Gambit instantly pinging now for their next target here, objective-wise. It's going to be that turret in the middle lane. Diamond actually going to come through here on towards Wicked. He's got no turrets anywhere near him, and he is going to shadow dash away there. Hook came through, but in the meantime, as I said, they're going to push down towards this inner turret in this top lane as well. And honestly, with that Lich Bane in there for Alex, it's not lasting very long.
Yeah, bullet time is available as well, so if a fight were to break out, Genja could just throw that one down. Gold card catches Froggen. Nobody's going to follow up onto it, though.
No follow-up. Actually, there was a hook there from the side from Voidal, which also wasn't followed on through. And Gambit don't care. They just wanted to take that turret down. They've got all the vision control right now with Voidal having that Oracle Elixir onto him. And now they may try and finish off this opening here.
There's definitely a possibility, but very crucially, Blade of the Ruin King was just secured for Yellow Pete. So in dueling potential or dueling fights, he's going to have that active, which is still very, very strong. 5-man Gambit. They started auto-attacking the inhibitor, but Genja's not in auto-attack range just yet. It's this standoff before we see who oversteps their bounds or who manages to land that crowd control first.
Diamond, look at him. He's kind of stalking off in the shadows here at the side, trying to get a decent angle to actually come around the side of them. And in the end, Gambit say, you know what, guys, we can't quite do this one. We can't force this. It's too risky. Let's back off from it. Take their blue buff here, possibly, as Froggen Wicked coming out. This is pretty dangerous stuff actually coming out as a stun card lands on towards Wicked. Darien dives headfirst in towards him, but Wicked able to walk away from that. Froggen is caught on his own in the lane, but Gambit concerned more by the inhibitor here.
Yeah, there's a few things that pulled him backwards. First of all, the lanes are pushing against Gambit. Both top and bottom are going to be on their lane, their side of the river very soon. In addition to that, their blue buff is up. The EG blue buff was up, and that's what forced them backwards. And now we're just in this little bit of an awkward phase where Gambit are still stacked, but they're not really ready to fall back. They still feel in a power position, and they're trying to take advantage of it by looking for a fight.
Well, they all just stood on top of a wall there and had to ping Voidal back because he missed it, apparently. There's a hook coming through. Froggen not going to be caught out by that one. The red buff's there as well for the taking, if Gambit noticed.
Yeah, and even if that hook had landed, that would have been a scary hook to follow up, because Gambit were on full retreat. There was nobody nearby. Genja's doing the best he can to steal this buff away, and he will do it relatively safely. And as long as he doesn't get spotted, he can make it back to the rest of his team to try and defend their first tower, and the first time that Gambit will have to defend all game.
Yeah, and there's the ulti actually coming out of Diamond here. Are we going to see them going in? Destiny comes in. Bullet time comes from the side. They're being absolutely ripped to pieces from this one. Let's Bounce comes in there. There's 2 kills coming down. Darien, is he going to get the slow? Hooked over the wall in the middle of the rift walk here. Froggen, is he going to be able to fall? He goes off towards the backside, but they're going to follow through. Diamond's been attacked by the minions, but he will survive as well. And that, in the end, will be a 3-0. Yellow Peak getting away with what looks like 0 health there. Very, very little. Crepo walked away as well, but that hook to catch up with Froggen, amazing.
And even more impressive now, because of the kills they've got enough damage and enough tankiness early to force an early Baron. Because of the advantages they've built up and the composition they have, they can take this one down before Evil Geniuses can even respond. There is a teleport available for Froggen. He is going to be alive in 5 seconds, and he may try challenge, but there's no wards. He can't even get in range.
No, can't even get in there. And Darien is tanking up the Baron pretty much there the entire time, going low but not low enough to be worried, and that is the first Baron of the game going over to Gambit, and they're going to shop with all that well, lots and lots of gold that they've got.
And this is something Gambit did yesterday as well. The reason I felt like Baron was an objective for them, they took a 17-minute Baron yesterday against Alternates, if I recall correctly. They got a top lane fight, took the tower down, got some kills, and then with the advantage they had, they took Baron. And it's just something that as a team, I think Gambit and SK have learned when they can do it within the boundaries of their composition.
Now we just saw one wildcard pretty much taking Yellow Pete to half HP. That's how much more dangerous Alex has got since that last shopping trip. Adding in that Rabadon's death cap now to his Lich Bane also means that when it comes to pushing down those turrets and inhibitors, that they're going to do it a whole lot easier. And if you look at the items there and compare them, well, yeah, Froggen's going to get caught out from this one. Alex actually going pretty low from this, but here comes Diamond from the side. Froggen going to try and rift walk away. Slippery character that he is. There's a stun card pulled. Are they going to have the range? Ooh. Yes, he goes to Yellow Pete. Masses of damage. He flashes over. Crepo's trying to be a hero. He goes down again. That's a double for Genja. And Alex is alive.
Alex just decimated Yellow Pete's HP bar. Yellow Pete needs to pick up some magic resist very, very soon. We've seen a second item Guardian Angel from Candy Panda in the previous game, and I think that's exactly what Yellow Pete should be doing now, because he's simply not a threat. There's nobody that's going to be afraid of him because of how tanky and scary Gambit is.
I think he was a little bit unlucky there as well. The wildcards are actually meant to go towards Froggen, and Yellow Pete appeared perfectly on the left-hand card, which compared with which added in there with the stun card, as Froggen here is going to be face checking and then rift walking away. Froggen would have been dead so much more this game if he didn't have that rift walk.
Yeah, that's the truth. 1-2-5 right now. Diamond Procs, they're trading good damage. You know, even when Froggen can get some spells down, it's enough to at least, you know, hurt. But there's no backup, there's no follow-up. Snoopy is still only sitting on that Kindle Gem and only recently completed a Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He is so far behind right now. He's a non-factor in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely not. His Wither goes down, and that's pretty much all she wrote from that side. As Voidal here actually going to get locked up, but that might just be a catalyst for them to go fighting through the bullet time as hammered away at Genja. He gets 2 from that. There is Alex coming in with Destiny at the side. It ends with a triple kill as Snoopy goes down as well. And I tell you what, Gambit might just look to finish right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got so much damage with that Lich Bane Death Cap combo on Alex and all of the attack damage from Genja. They're going to be able to take out the first Nexus turret. This is a 25-minute game as they're on to the second Nexus turret. Another flawless game for Darian. Mission Impossible secured twice, and they're not done yet.
No, still picking up kills here. Alex gets himself another onto Crepo. Well, the Nexus is going to go, and Gambit will beat Evil Geniuses for the first time this season. And what a crucial time to do it here on day 2 of our final week when everybody in the middle of the pack is tied up. Brilliant, brilliant play coming out of Gambit. And I think we can now safely say, quick shot, the boot camp worked.
Think is the understatement. This just 100% confirms it. Gambit came out swinging. They read Snoopy from the very, very first blood of the game at, what, about 2.5 minutes on at the blue buff, and just steamrolled him from there. Every single tower, every single dragon. 2 flawless players on the side of Gambit in the form of Darian and Genja once again. Flawless performance.
7-0-11 Genja. We saw that bullet time there at the end, and that's what we were talking about. He didn't use it too much between levels of 6, 9, and 10 even, but as soon as he got to the big fights there at the end, he was not shy to let rip with that, and he was doing so much for them.
So the thing about that team fight that really had me questioning as soon as it started, it looked as though Voidler got caught. It looked as though he was there.
Did yesterday.
But I felt like it was bait. I felt like the way he moved in, there was still a tower up. You know, he was moving into the base. And initially, I was like, maybe you shouldn't be going for Thirst. Just let him go. Let him go. And unfortunately, all of EG piled in. And Genja just sat on the other side of the wall and said, what are you going to do? Bullet time across 4 of you.
With a let's bounce from Darian, who instantly leaped over the wall, got them all knocked up. That's a perfect time for the bullet time.
So the thing about this game as well, so Gambit are now 3-0 on the weekend. That was EG's first loss. They've beaten teams they've already been beaten, and now they've beaten a team that they historically have a rich and storied history with. They know how to play against EG. So we'll have to see how the next 2 games go, because they seem to be checking all the boxes. They're consistent from the split. They're beating teams they used to beat, and where to go from here but up.
Well, we'll have to see about that one in our coming games here for today and tomorrow. But for now, we're going to head over to Demon and Jason at the analysis desk for a look back at the game.
Thank you much, Joe. And wow. Wow, wow, wow. Joe just said it himself. You know, when they boot camp, it seems to work. And Gambit, once they buckle down, once they find a little bit of time to get that proper practice in, they absolutely demolish teams.
I think one thing we really need to do right now, take a moment of silence. Second game in a row, Darren hasn't died. That is impressive. That is really impressive. But yeah, I mean, when Gambit want to win, you're definitely right. They work for it and they make it happen. And that game, I mean, I wanted to show a replay from that game. But then I realized it's probably illegal to do something like that, to show something like that. But overall, it was just really well played by Gambit. You saw a lot of comfort champions. Diamond, who hasn't been successful on Evelyn this entire season so far, did really well this game. That level 1, or not level 1, but the early kill he got on Estupe, refreshing his double buffs, gave him such a huge advantage because you saw them take advantage of that by going top lane and pushing Wicked off the turret right away. And I think you and I both know how much he hates when that happens.
And obviously we saw Frog in, he had the cast in, trying to counter out Alexic's Twisted Fate. Didn't really work out.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because he was actually out farming at 188 to 154 CS at the end of the game. But Kasten, you need that like little kill, a little bit of a bump in the beginning just to kind of start getting your kills coming in more and more and more. And Gambit, I mean, they took, was it like a 17-minute inhibitor turret, like a 16-minute inhibitor turret, and that is really early to do. This game had low farm across the board. At about 17 minutes in, or 19 minutes in, we had 130 CS on Alex as the highest CS in the game. Usually you see close to that 200 mark at that point.
And that's something I want to talk about because how many times have we mentioned the fact that Genja's off farming? He wasn't doing that. He was in with the team. He went aggressive. He was constantly going in there. And sometimes he was the first man starting the fight.
Yeah, we actually saw that happen yesterday. And that was like the big thing, the big change. He's always off farming by himself while the rest of his team is grouped up pushing somewhere. But since he started to come with this team, he's actually still staying ahead in CS, and he's still picking up a lot of kills, and it gives Gambit so much more control around that map. And the thing was, he was actually behind in CS in the beginning of that game. Because of the play they made early on, he was behind 20 CS against Yellow Pete. But in the end, he ended up going up about 50 CS.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. We are, of course, going to go across to our interview, and it is one of the men that have made a huge sacrifice to be here today because it's his wife's birthday, and yet here he is, Alex Ich, alongside Shox.
Thank you very much. We'll get into that in a second. First, we're going to talk about the game a little bit, of course, Alex. Another victory here for Gambit. Now, going into this one, EG Gambit, that is a classic matchup. You know this team very well. So what were you maybe careful for going into this matchup?
So we knew almost every hero that they will pick. I think that was really a huge advantage because they're picking the same heroes against us and they won with this one time. So we were thinking about that. We banned out the most scary heroes of Rogan. It's Ari. We were not sure if he plays Fizz or not, so we decided to ban it because, you know, we just like to ban it because it's fish. And we banned out Jarvan, so we were pretty sure that Snoopy will pick Nasus. And after that, it's like it was pretty obvious that they would pick Shen because it's a really good pick. And we knew that they will go with Shen, Cassidy, and Vayne comp. And so we decided that Nasus is really good to play against because I can freely stay mid with Twisted Fate and against Nasus and Cassidy. So around that, we got really good pick and it worked.
Yeah, let's delve a little deeper into that Twisted Fate Vagana playing against Nasus. First, Twisted Fate, there's been some changes to him, but you obviously still think he's viable. So what do you think of the changes for your playstyle?
So I think that Twisted, the changes, there was huge nerf of the card because you can't lock a stun card for 10 seconds. It's only 4 seconds now, and it's only 8 seconds rotation, and it was 10 seconds too. But there was some hidden slide buff for Twisted Fate player because all the gold is now going to Twisted Fate. And I really love that because it gives you a really huge advantage against other mid laner. And not every player is thinking about that because the gold was distributed between all the team. And the only players that need that gold is AD Carry and the Twisted Fate. And now if you're going for some comp around Twisted Fate, that Twisted Fate needs farm, it's even much better.
A lot of kills went to you, indeed. Tell me about that 4-man gank in the bottom lane, which eventually didn't turn out that well.
So there was huge miscommunication between us. We knew that Nasus should come there, and we wanted to gank it before he will come. But Diamond thought that it would be better to get the red buff and get the Drake freely, and we wanted to dive 3-man. So because of that miscommunication, we lost our timing on that gank, and Nasus could come and Cassidy TP'd. So, but it still went really well for us. It could be much worse. So it was only 2 for 2, and I got 2 frags, so I could snowball.
Yeah, the kills went to you, so that was very good. One last question about the game, maybe. You said you anticipated the Nasus pick, and is that why you spent so much, you put so much effort in making sure that Evelyn was able to roam early and get those kills early?
So we really wanted the Nasus pick because Evelyn is one of the best junglers against Nasus, and Jarvan would be much better against Evelyn because Evelyn totally negates Nasus slow, and I think that was their choice that Nasus started red buff, and their double lane couldn't help Nasus, and they didn't invade on our blue. So it happens really often that your second buff gets denied because of that. It happens to a lot of teams in NA, in EU, because the double lane got nothing to do at early if they are 2v1, so the support can roam everywhere, so he just goes to the buff.
All right, so it turned out very well for you guys. A good snowball and another victory, 3-0. Now, it is not often that someone volunteers for an interview on the couch, but you did because you have a message for the home front.
Yeah, so I want to say happy birthday to my lovely wife, Katya, and I want to sing happy birthday song. So I'm not the best singer, but still, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Katya. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to Katya, of course, from everybody here in the studio as well. Thank you very much, Alex, and good luck in their upcoming matches.
Thank you.
All right, as for us, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, the Lemon Dogs take on Alternate. everybody, to our studios here in Cologne. Now, Alternate hasn't beaten the Lemon Dogs since week 1. Can Alternate reverse the trend, or are the Dogs still their master? We'll find out in a few moments, but first, Alternate opened their doors to us for a behind-the-scenes glimpse at life at one of Europe's top teams.
Hello? I think this is not the house. Come on. And welcome to the Alternate Gaming House.
This gaming house is just for the weekends, but it's not usually used as a house for living.
This is where the gaming happened, where the magic happened, where we are training all the day. And well, the first room, this is the living room. Also where we eat. This is the sofas where we sometimes sleep, take a nap, the siesta, the Spanish siesta. Our famous Alternate cup, really famous and good cup for us. Also we have some stuff from Alternate, like our autographs, our pictures from other teams, and also the pieces we use from WCG. And then this is the 10 pieces we have set in for this week for training. This is my team, Curb, Arani, say hi Arani, our manager Sig, Forlor, Kriton, and Jerry. That we also have a projector. Wanna watch like Korean or other region.
Alvar and Kriton are the most amazing guys, and we have so much fun together.
And the daddy of the team who is doing like the laundry once per week. And also we have like some towels from Alternate. And now I'm going to show you like upstairs. Me and Carl, we are sleeping here, and the other room is like Jerry, Kerp, and Kriton is sleeping there. And we have also like some stuff here to work out, as you can see.
Actually, an Alternate, I'm somehow the father of the team. I mean, I'm trying to cook for them all. I'm trying to sometimes wake them up, even though I'm always the one waking up late.
Well, Alvar is a great cook. He's going for paella and all that Spanish food.
I'm trying to help them as much as I can and trying to bump them up every time I can.
Our gaming house, like you can spectate the guys through our webcams. We have 3 webcams here, 1 in the kitchen and 2 in the gaming rooms. I think the guys have just an awesome time here.
What a responsible dad. He even does laundry. Now let's go over to Joe and Quickshot to see if all that bonding pays off on the Rift.
Well, we're going to find out, and, well, you can come and do my laundry if you fancies it. There's plenty of that to be done after a Super Week, that's for sure. So, we're about to get into Lemon Dogs versus Alternate, and this one should be an absolute cracker.
The first half of the split belongs to Alternate, and Lemon Dogs came on strong in the second half of the split. Yesterday, Alternate lost 2 games back-to-back, and they will be looking to secure a win against the current league leader to try and finish higher up the table.
Well, first things first, let's have a look at the 2 rosters starting on the blue side with the league leaders. Lemon Dogs, Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck the mid laner, and then Tabs and Mithy the AD carry and support.
And of course, for Alternate in their home colors of red, it is Kerp in the top lane, Arnea in the jungle, Pharrell and Lord the Elo King in the mid lane, and of course, Cretin and J-Ree as AD carry and support.
They're both in their home colours for this one. That's a very interesting fact that may have no impact whatsoever. So let's have a look what you guys at home have been thinking about this one. How's it looking, Quickshot?
Alternate's still winning, but only by the skin of their teeth. 51% to 49% as it stands right now. Lemon Dogs, let's be honest, they're not the public favorite right now. Even though their performances are doing well, they haven't managed to win over the masses yet.
Yeah, week 8 was when you guys first, and that's last week, by the way. Yeah. Or technically not, but the last week of games at least, when you first voted them to actually win a game. So that's kind of changed back, and they've been voted against here once again. We'll see how that one goes down. You can still vote for all the other games that are going to be going on this weekend over at lollysports.com, as per usual. So, after yesterday's games, Alternate has to be feeling a little bit of pressure. They lost 2 games and are currently in a very heated race right in the middle of the table.
Yeah, just before we talk about the games, if they win this game, they'll be tied with Gambit. If they lose this game, they'll be tied with Evil Geniuses. So they're going to be tied with somebody somewhere. And Alternate, they just couldn't, replicate the performances that secured them wins from earlier in the split. Their opponents, SK and Gambit, both went 2-0 yesterday, and truthfully, it was more about their opponents looking good than about Alternate looking bad. They simply just got controlled by their opponents, and their team compositions that they picked weren't able to take control back or fight back against SK or Gambit. And after briefly speaking to some of the players, RNA in particular, Alternate feel like they did underperform on an individual level. So maybe a good night's rest and clearing their heads might be just what the doctor ordered.
On the flip side of the coin, though, Lemon Dogs looked entirely like that first place team that they are. They were able to defeat both Fnatic's double AD composition, and truthfully, they made it look very, very, very easy when they took on Ninjas in Pajamas, the final game of the day yesterday. It was a slow, drawn-out victory, I think we can call it, but it was a victory that they had complete control of throughout the game.
So talking first about the Fnatic game, Lemon Dogs just grabbed the reins early on. They got a 6-0 kill lead. They got a couple towers, a couple dragons, and they just starved Fnatic of everything. They starved them of farm, they starved them of the ability to contest objectives, and because Fnatic didn't have a traditional means of starting a fight or engaging on the Lemon Dogs, they weren't able to push back from their own towers. And against Ninjas in Pajamas, it was arguably the slowest grind of all split long. It was controlled, patient farming from the Lemon Dogs. It just got them into an unstoppable position and level, and they basically forced small skirmishes before pushing big objectives, using that Twisted Fate Destiny in conjunction with Tabs' Twitch. NIP never really contested, though. They never really fought back against the Lemon Dogs. And the one thing that I take away from that game more than anything else was that Lemon Dogs really showed patience and control above all else.
Well, we're about to get into Champion Select, and the current league leaders attempting once again to defend their first place. And funny little statistic, this is a game between the only two teams that have held a lead over the European LCS Summer Split. Only two teams have been at the top after every week, and that is Lemon Dogs and Alternate.
And if Lemon Dogs pick up a victory here, they guarantee a first place position going into the playoffs. So this is very important for both of these teams. As we've been waffling, all the bans have gone through. Lee Sin targeted Aranea, Ezreal obviously targeted Creatine, and I think that's a good ban because Creatine hasn't necessarily been as impactful on other ADCs.
Totally agree with that one. Ezreal is the one that is really shone on throughout the course of this summer split. Shen was also taken out. Shen, Kerp, we don't need to explain that one, and Kerp will be happy because he doesn't like playing Shen anyway. Zed then taken out towards Nuke Dog. Again, his ability to roam with these assassin champions is just amazing, so that's not going to be in there. Thresh taken from Mithy. He said yesterday, give me Thresh and we win the game, put it bluntly. And then Elise taken away more from Dexter than Zoro0. Dexter in the jungle with that one. That game against Gambit, of course, the incredible game that he pulled off with that one is really what's coming down. So into the picks. Jarvan the fourth picked up for Dexter, his biggest go-to champion so far in the split. On the other side, Lissandra picked up there along with Varus. Now, Lissandra is the real big one in there because we have seen Pharrell Lord playing it a lot and has been, for the most part, very successful.
Believe it or not, in terms of the statistics, though, it's actually Dexter's Jarvan that's more impressive. A 4.5 KDA on a jungler, which is a very scary statistic to have. What we do see in terms of some of the other picks, these are basically comfort picks so far. You've got Creatine. He is falling back to Varus. It is his third most played AD, even though he's played a number of AD carries. It's a very safe AD, does well in lane, does well mid-game, does well late-game, offers a lot of utility. And when you combine that with the utility of Lissandra, it allows the likes of Aranea to go for a less CC-heavy jungler. I wonder if they'd be considering Hecarim, because it's something Aranea has played a significant amount of. If not, maybe even something like a Nasus might complement them. You've got a lot of AoE and things like that. So we do have a quick dropout, and we'll have to see how Alternate decides to lock in.
Yeah, not sure exactly what happened with that one, but it was probably Mithy's fault. He was laughing about it, so we're going to blame Mithy for that one.
It's always Mithy's fault.
Always Mithy's fault, and that's from before Mithy was even in the LCS here with the
During the
Lemon Dogs.
promotion tournaments. I mean, you cast your mind back, Mithy broke the promotion tournament.
Yep.
He's going to hate me when this comes up, but yes, blame him for that one, guys.
Always blame Mithy. That's something we've come to learn here. So yeah, we're going to get back into Champion Select here in just a little while. That gives a little bit more time to talk about it as well. In terms especially of this jungle pick, I think from Aranea, having that Lee Sin banned out against him. We've seen Hecarim from him. We've seen a lot of Vi as well, which is another possibility.
So he played Vi yesterday, and I didn't feel like it had a very big impact on many of the fights, many of the engagements. In particular, when we seen him using his Assault and Berry, the ultimate of Vi, it tended to be on targets that were basically going to go down. And that was like this is 100% secure. I'm going to slam them into the ground so everyone else can focus them. And I feel like if Aranea had used those ultimates on other targets in team fights, it would have been more impactful. So that could definitely have been something they've, stepped back and talked about. Aranea in particular died more times than he should have in yesterday's games. And he was very vocal about his performance.
He's not a player who's scared of admitting when he's wrong. That's probably not right. He never admits he's wrong. He just admits that he doesn't play well. Yes. I think that's an important difference to make with that one. But yeah, he was very vocal on Twitter, you know, as he usually is after games like that, where after the first loss he said, I don't really know what happened because we didn't do what we'd trained. We didn't follow calls. We just basically ignored what we'd done there. We saw the house where they've been training for this last week and a half, basically. And they just ignored everything they'd done there, all the work that they put in. So we'll see if, as you mentioned earlier, and a good night's sleep and a bit more of a clear head, a different day, as Hercubot told us earlier on, whether that is going to impact on things.
The question for me is, what do they do in the early game? Because Alternate are a very, very good team in the early game. Lemon Dogs tend to be fairly passive in the laning phase. If you look at all of the games throughout the split, they don't tend to go hyper-aggressive in your face very often. And they do tend to start shining once you start challenging for the mid-game objectives like Dragon, Towers, things like that. So if Alternate do pick champions that can do well early and get an advantage early, they may be able to stifle and prevent Lemon Dogs getting to that power position.
And one tactic that we saw is basically to take Dexter's tent away from him and stop him camping around those lanes just by playing super defensive, clinging to your tower so that he couldn't actually get in there to do much. And we'll see if that's something that the Alternate guys want to do today.
So before we get the next two picks for Alternate, Lemon Dogs have got 3 of the 5 champions that they picked versus Ninjas in Pajamas. The Twitch, the Sona, and the Jarvan. They followed it up with a Twisted Fate and a Vladimir. And part of the reason the game was so slow is you need to farm up all of those items to get those 2 champions to power positions. I think they may consider locking that in again. I think they may consider going for the same composition because we do see that Vi has been secured there for Aranea.
And a Blitzcrank. Love me a bit of Blitzcrank, and that's going to be interesting to see. J-Ree, of course, has early in the season played a lot of Thresh. He likes those kind of clutch play champions that you can pull out there. And Blitzcrank obviously is one of them. It doesn't matter how many hooks you miss, it's the ones that land that are going to be making the biggest impact on the game. Lemon Dogs actually finishing off their roster here with an Ari and a Zac.
So I think the Blitzcrank is probably what made them double take the picks that they want, because if you've got a Blitzcrank in the team, if you're a Jarvan or a Zac and you get pulled in, that's a bonus. You don't have to use your knock-up and your mobility combos to engage. So if you're a Vladimir or a Twisted Fate, less optimal. You only want to commit with Vlad when you're 100% confident you're going to win. And Ari is a good counter pick to all of that. You can stay far away from Pharrell and Lord's Lissandra. If you get a charm done, you mitigate a lot of the spell costs. And it's a fairly well-rounded comp, but it's very much pick-oriented. They have to get a kill fairly early in a team fight and then focus, because they're not necessarily all AoE.
Well, look at this. Right now he's been hovering over a couple of champions that would associate with that mid lane, the Orianna for Pharrell, which means that we're going to be seeing Kerp having the Lissandra this time around.
Now, Alternate played Orianna yesterday, and I don't think Pharrell hit as many shockwaves as he needed to. A number of times throughout the match against Gambit in particular, he threw the shockwave down and it hit minions. And it just wasn't as impactful as we have seen from Pharrell in the past. That is partially to do with Gambit's composition. They were fairly mobile, they were jumping in and out of different places. But I think that Pharrell needs to just keep himself calm. And if he lands some very good shockwaves onto Ari, Twitch, and Sona, that can win them team fights.
Well, you've got to land them. That's the thing. As is with Blitzcrank, as is with the ultimate of Creatine. Kerp, not so much, because you got to get in there and just put it on the right target there. But we'll see about this one, because Alternate, in the frame of mind that I think they were in yesterday after their games, they were not in the right position for, mentally for the stage of the season that we're actually at right now. So it's important for them that they've had a good talk about this and that they've really wiped the slate clean almost from yesterday.
Yeah, and in terms of the composition as well, Alternate have got a very clear signal here that they would ideally like to have a 2v2 matchup. With a Blitzcrank against a Sona, that's basically a hard counter, You can just pull Sona in, she's super squishy in the early levels, knock her up in the air with that Power Fist, and with the burst damage that Varus is going to have with a couple of Blighted Quiver stacks on, you can kill Sona very, very quickly. So if Alternate are jumping into this game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them sending their dual lane top to try and counter the dual lane or the to try and pick up kills on the duo lane of Lemondogs.
And just a quick bit of information, guys. After this game, before we start the next one, we're going to run you through the standings because I think we all need a refresher on that one and exactly where they are at right now, because they're all going to change again when this game is actually finished up. So we'll get our mathematicians to sort all that one out and we'll be able to bring you an update on that. But for now, we are into the game. Lemondogs versus Alternate. Take us through level 1 here. Pretty much about Blitzcrank.
It's all about Blitzcrank. You don't want to invade on a Blitzcrank, and if you are invading with Blitz, you need to get some early vision down. I think that we may see a defensive start from Alternate, maybe covering some parts of their jungle, but at the moment, they just seem to be stacking up on the bottom half of the map. It's Lemondogs that are poisoning themselves with let's go in positioning.
Certainly are. Moving down in towards this bottom brush right now. And going to be getting in there. Actually, Nukeduck is going to be the one that spots Creatine. And Alternate trying to react to this one. Oh, this is so dangerous.
Now, the pings were right on top of Lemondog's heads, right? J-Ree has already scaled up, hasn't scaled up anything, so he has the ability to do a rocket grab. But the problem is, Alternate need to try and bait. And you see wisely, Lemondog's back away as soon as they click. Oh, hang on a second, we're within rocket grab range.
Yeah, and they waited in there in that tri-bush as well until the flag actually timed out from them as well. Smart stuff from Alternate, but in the end, not able to actually pick anything up. So that will leave us with a slower start as we expected. And you can see there that J-Ree is actually headed home, which tells me that duo lane is going to be going topside. Or is it? Actually, they've cancelled that one off now, and Kerp is going to be the one going up.
Yeah, so it actually looks like Alternate are going to be in a position where they're going to deal with the 1v2, because you'd have to expect Mythy and Tams to swap. What we do see from the rest of Lemondogs, though, is now this sort of later invade. Remember, it is patch 3.10. The small camps only spawn at 2:05, and it allows you to play a little bit more aggressively in this first minute of gameplay, because now you haven't lost a wolf camp, you haven't lost a wraith camp. You can go back to your jungle, farm up your buff, and then take the small camps.
So that 5 pick from RNA has had moderate success, I think we can call it. You see Dexter just waiting a little bit to take down the blue buff there, putting a couple of attacks onto him. But Creatine and J-Ree headed up in towards this top side, and that will actually leave us in the end after all that switching that went on with the 2v2 anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely what Alternate wanted. You pick the Blitzcrank into the Twitch Sonar because it is going to be a benefit. You can even, squash the rat very, very quickly if you land a good rocket grab. And when you say moderately successful, it's 100% moderate. He's got a 50% win-loss ratio with RNA playing Vi.
That was a lot of percentages.
There was. I got a bit carried away there.
He's 100%, 50%, 40% of the time. So RNA now got both of his buffs on that moderately successful Vi. He's got 200% of all the buffs on the map. No, that doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
That's why we've got a maths guy to sort out the table, guys, because I am not very clever.
Well, right now, you can see Kerb still level 1, J-Ree still level 1. He's trying to get himself in a position where he can get the grab and the knock-up. That's the key. You want both of those CCs down. Follow that up with the hail of arrows from Creatine, and then we'll see how much damage they can put down as they've just hit level 2. So the risk is always there for Mythy.
Yeah, you can see that he's started to back away from that one. He wants no part of Blitzcrank's, fist coming into him and dragging him straight back from that one. So we'll see how he plays it. You can see he's just hanging around in the bush, basically, trying to keep himself completely out of vision from it.
And the wave is pushing against Alternate right now, so they're able to sit a little bit back, play this a little more defensively, and I guess in general that they're happy with getting levels because they need a little bit more ratios or base damage on their abilities to get the kills. But they've got this window where Blitzcrank is super powerful early on, and I would have expected them to have taken more advantage of it. It could just be waiting for RNA because they are very dependent on his ganks.
Well, he is coming in towards Nukeduck in that mid lane. So summoners are up across the map here, so doesn't look like he's going to be too worried with that one. RNA just going to head straight back off towards his jungle once again and be doing farming. Dexter, he's actually on the bottom side of his jungle as well. And as I said earlier, we've traditionally seen him camping out a lot of lanes for quite a while, trying to get those 1-2 kills onto one champion, specifically in the mid lane, Nukeduck, and then moving to help Zoro Zero do exactly the same.
So we do see him moving to the mid lane right now. If he gets a good knock-up here, it could be trouble, and he does manage to knock him up.
Yeah, does manage to get the knock-up from this one. Forello does have flash and actually flashes away because there is Aranea who comes through, but Dexter himself then flashes off. A lot of flashes going on.
Yeah, a bit of a trade, but that works out more beneficial for the Lemon Dogs. The fact that Nukeduck has his Flash and his Ignite available means that Pharrell Lord is at risk of being taken out once they hit level 6. All you're going to see Dexter do is go to maybe a safer lane, potentially even sit in the jungle until he's got his cooldowns back. Right now, the perfect bait.
There is the perfect bait coming in. Jerry dropping very, very low from this one. He's going to try and get off. The exhaust is actually down there onto Tabs. The poison is ticking, but Jerry is going to be able to survive this one with, what, about 50 HP remaining on him. Mithy actually just coming back around into lane there, and that was very, very close.
That was a very good call from Lemon Dogs. They realized that they could, you know, bait in that rocket grab, put themselves out of position because the knockup would follow immediately after, and it did. What we did see leading up to that is just how much zone control Jerry was putting in the lane. You can see that Tabs is already 10 CS behind, and yeah, fair enough, there's about 10 or so creeps in the lane here. He hasn't been able to last hit them in the center of the lane because Jerry is just scaring them away so impressively well.
And this lane we've not really seen much of up until now because, well, there's not really been much going on down there. Lissandra versus Zach, just a lot of farm going from both Zoro and Kerp, and as such, they're pretty much level on that CS as well.
This is a farmer-armor lane if ever we've seen one. There's not really kill potential for either of these champions at this point in time. Maybe Zoro if he builds a bit of ability power or penetration with an Ignite, could deal some damage to Kerp, but Kerp's got some good range. He's got the ability to root Zoro and use that Claw of Doom to get away. So at this point in time, it's just farm until I can impact team fights or challenge for Dragon, as we've been seeing.
So there's Dexter once again. He's crossing over into Arenea's jungle just to put a ward down, though, crucially because he'd already been spotted headed around there by the ward that was down earlier. There's a pink ward as well for Nukeduck, and here's another point from the Lemon Dogs that Nukeduck pretty much never wards. That always falls down to Dexter to do.
And in terms of that ward in particular, I think it could signal some sort of focus towards a dragon, something of an early dragon. We've been noticing that with the changes in 3.10, dragons are coming, you know, 8, 9, 10 minutes more frequently than not. So we'll see. If this gank doesn't pay off, Dexter may roam around and try set that one up. You can see him waiting in the tri-bush. The pink ward is down, and Mithy played bait last time. He's trying to do the same now.
Are they going to fall for it this time? Jerry, he's got an open path to run in there, knock Mithy up, and save the grab for later on.
It's too juicy.
He is, yeah, it's too obvious for him. He feels that, I think, here, that, hang on a minute, why would he be doing that unless there is a jungler in the presence? As Kerp actually has wandered up towards this middle lane here. Nukeduck not going to be falling for that one. Dexter is still waiting. There is the grab coming in onto Mithy. Arenea is actually here this time around. Mithy going to go low. Actually flashes away from it. And after all that, nothing happens.
Burned his own flash playing bait. They had not counted into the fact that Aranea would be there, and the moment that Vi showed his face, immediately backed away. Got away cleanly, but what it does mean is that there's no flash against a Blitzcrank, and a Blitzcrank Varus that are very close to hitting 6. So the next hook could potentially be first blood.
Here's the first blue buff headed over towards the mid laners. Nukeduck gonna have that one. Same is up over for alternate side of the map as well. Zoro there. Taking a decent chunk of damage. Lissandra, double Doran's ring, plus the Negatron cloak, and therefore Zoro going in for the cowl, the new item that everybody's loving up until now, it seems.
Yeah, it's a really, really cost-effective item. It gives you, sustain in lane, gives you regen when you take some damage, a very good statistics and magic resist for its price, and we're just seeing it built on basically everybody right now. Well, that'll most likely get upgraded to the Spirit Visage, and make Zoro unkillable in lane. With his Cell Division, he's just going to use those abilities, get his HP back up as Pharrell secures his first blue buff.
Yeah, that's going to be headed over. So same on both sides there for the mid laners right now in terms of CS. A 6 CS lead for Nukeduck, but Dexter again falling back into that same pattern that we've seen so far for the Lemon Dogs of trying to get in on that mid lane. But again, Pharrell is out of range for the knockup. There's nothing that they can really do there.
Pharrell's actually been playing very safely for most of this, opening 10 minutes. He's been closer to his tower than elsewhere, and he's doing well at farming, but has felt a little bit of the pressure there of Nukeduck and some of the ganks from Dexter. But what we are seeing as we get the later stages of this game, because we haven't had the 2v1s, because we haven't had junglers forcing towers down, you do get this extended laning phase, this extended slower pace of the game. And it's very reminiscent of what happened between Alternate and NIP. The difference is, Alternate is keeping up in gold and CS, where NIP were not.
So here we go then. RNA are going to get involved. Oh, Chain of Corruption completely fluffed, but they managed to get their grab onto Mithy before the crescendo goes down. He's going to fall very low from this. Jerry going to be exhausted. Well, this is going to be a kill, and it goes over to Creatine. Big pick up there. Tab's trying to turn it around. Sponge comes out, but RNA is not going to die to the poison.
He needed to get one more auto attack down, and that would have killed off Aranea. But as we talked about, no flash on Mithy. Means the next grab costs him his life. Even though the crescendo locked up all 3 members of Alternate, he was simply too far overextended thanks to that rocket grab, and First Blood secured.
First Blood secured for Alternate, and that's what they needed here. A woeful day yesterday, going 0 for 2, which certainly wasn't in their plans, that's for sure. There's no doubt about that one. Well, up until now, at least, that is going to be different from this one. We're seeing Kerp here looking like he's headed up towards that Abyssal Scepter straight away, but he needs to be careful here. Dexter's coming down.
So Dexter does have Cataclysm available, and what they need to do if they want to kill a Lissandra is time the knock-up and land a Cataclysm after the Claw of Doom has been used. Unfortunately for Lemon Dogs, there's still a flash available for Kerp. So I think after calculating all the mobility and potential escapes, they say, let's let the Ice Queen go.
Let that lane cool off a little bit and we'll come back later. So, pink ward's down by the Dragon then. And that's going to give Alternate the control of it, at least for now. And his First Blood on Creatine, we know how ridiculously good Creatine is. There's no doubt about that. His KDA just shows it throughout, and his performances have just been so good all season. To give a man like that First Blood is most definitely dangerous. Got in there with a Vamp set to now double Doran's Blade plus the boots.
And more importantly than just the First Blood, he's got a 20 CS lead as well. And that's partially due to the ganks, but more importantly, due to Jerry's zoning on Blitzcrank. If you keep throwing your eyes down to that minimap every now and again, when they're in the 2v2 situation, you'll see Blitz really zoning them out. A little bit of a Dragon engage is started by Lemon Dogs, but they don't have the sustained damage to drop that safely enough, and just the presence of Alternate scares them away.
Yeah, no real need to be risking 2 or 3 men going down, considering you've just lost the First Blood as well. And Alternate, their positioning there looked to me almost as if they were thinking, okay, they've backed off, maybe we could actually take the Dragon right now. Not going to be really presenting itself. But a push on this mid lane result in a good few auto attacks coming off it, and as a result, half of the health really from that tower gone.
There is a scary amount of burst potential here from Alternate just with the 4 members around, and Kerp has teleport available, so keep that in mind. Anytime 4 members of Alternate are grouped up at an objective, Kerp could join at a fairly short moment's notice. The one thing that they will chain as far as Alternate are concerned, land the rocket grab, follow that up with the Sultan Battery from Vi. Once the target's down, push on the objective.
There's Zoro getting himself back down to that bottom lane for his farm. And so far is holding out nicely, pretty much bang even with his opposite number. Alternate, though, still have this 3-man team in middle, and that means that Dragon is always constantly an option for them at this time, and it looks like they're going to take that option.
There is no pink ward here from Alternate, so they do not have vision control, and they are in full vision of the Lemon Dogs. Dexter has Smite and Cataclysm available, but there's no rats. Can they go in?
The rat's not there, but Lemon Dogs are actually going to go in for this one. Let's bounce going around the entire team. There's a shockwave on towards Nuke Dog. They're going to get caught up as Aranea goes right to the backside. It's Zoro going low, and right now that will actually leave us with a 1 for 0. Zoro got away.
4 versus 5, Lemon Dogs win the fight, but Alternate did secure the Dragon. So trading 1 death for a Dragon is a fair trade. However, it's going to potentially cost him this tower. Teleport's coming in from Kerp. He lands, manages to avoid the charm by a millisecond, and they successfully defend the tower. Overall, advantage Alternates.
Yeah, they now have a 1,500 gold lead from that one as well. Creighton still doing a good job of actually getting that farm off. He's now got that BF sword added in, so not going up towards that Blade of the Rune King, which Creighton generally doesn't tend to go for as a matter of urgency.
Yeah, it depends as well on the type of Varus player, because the way Varus scales, you can go for the likes of Bloodthirster into Last Whisper and have your piercing arrows just decimate your opponents. I quite like that in this composition, because outside of the fairly short-range poke of Lissandra and Orianna, long-range piercing arrows could be very good for sieges. Get somebody low or get the waves cleared, it means rocket grabs are all that much easier.
Just laughing at each other down in the bottom lane. They've pretty much been left on an island here. They're, I'm sure, very happy when a team calls, okay, let's go to Dragonlane. Yes, finally, people to talk to and associate with here, because they've been completely left to their own devices down in that bottom lane up until now. And well, they've both been doing equally as good a job. Pretty much bang even. Zoro0 got himself an assist after that one. Almost lost it. I say almost lost his life. Almost had his passive popped at least. And he's now got himself up to that Spirit Visage. On the other side, the Abyssal Scepter in there as well.
So the thing about these types of games where we hit 15 minutes and it's basically just a farm fest is it escalates incredibly quickly, because we don't see small skirmishes where you're reliant on base values of champions. You'll only start seeing fights when everybody's basically equipped, armed to the teeth and ready to fight. So it's like mutually assured destruction kind of battles. And when you see J-Re, he's going to boost himself up, try get in, basically just looking for people, but there's no Tabs or Mythy to find. Tabs and Mythy wondering, just getting some good vision control in defense of Aranea.
Grabs up till now, not really been amazing coming out of J-Re. I mean, he's landed them. But we can give him that.
Yeah.
A couple that we've seen from him in the top lane, he's actually landed, but they were both baits where Mythy wanted to actually get hooked in.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there in that J-Re has been hesitant with his Blitzcrank grabs. He's playing it more as a zoning potential than he is actually as a killing potential. And as we're talking about that, both Dexter and Aranea have joined in here. There's no flash for Dexter, but they've cleared out the pink ward. So Aranea, he knows he's safe and clear. He knows he's not been spotted. And we could see, if a rocket grab doesn't land, there won't be a fight, basically.
Well, Dexter's just gone up there. I think he just did the most obvious thing in the world. Cleared that ward, walked away, and he's like, I'm coming back into the lane. Who would ever guess that one? Captain Obvious would definitely guess that. And I'm pretty sure that Alternate completely believe that he's there. We'll see here in a second, because Dexter is still waiting. Critten's actually coming out a little bit.
Oh, this is brave.
Arrow.
A knock-up combo into Cataclysm could lock Cretin in, but he's still got his flash available. So I think Dexter is sort of like, well, they may have figured it out, guys. I think they've got this one down. And Mythy's just like, no, but wait, I'm sure it'll work.
You don't need to be anywhere else. It's time you babysit our lane for a while, my friend. Doesn't work either way in the end. The duo of Alternate did go back home. And actually, you're going to come back into the map via that middle lane. So they may go for a bit more damage on that middle outer turret, as we saw earlier.
Dragon's going to be up in about 2 minutes as well. So they could start trying to play around this area of the map, get some vision down, and maybe move it. But instead, they're just going to focus the tower. They've got a numbers advantage, and there's no one around to defend.
Grab comes out from J-Re, just throwing it out there. Maybe, no, let's see if we can grab someone on the way out after the tower. Obviously, it doesn't land, and, well, they'll take the advantage of the tower. The first one of the game here as well, which gives Alternate now a steady 2,000 gold lead.
That was the most casual tower I think I've ever seen. Yeah. They basically just walked up to it, knocked it over, and walked away. Lemondogs not expecting that type of push. I mean, I don't think anybody would have. And unfortunately, they lose their first tower. They're still doing well, keeping them in CS. They are Dragon behind and a tower behind, which is why the gold is different. As we do see Zoro0 with that Spirit Visage, he jumped on Kerp.
Oh, he has jumped on Kerp here as well, and he's doing good amounts of damage. He's not quite going to get the finishing blows, though. Ignite not enough to help him tick that over for a kill that would have put Lemondogs back into the lead on that front.
And if he'd waited 5 seconds longer, he would have had his flash available. He could have flashed off the Kerp, got a couple more bounces and the unstable matter down. That may have been enough to secure a kill. Instead, unfortunately, he went a little sooner, saw an opportunity, seized it, and it didn't pay off.
Well, one good thing from Zoro0's side here is that he has now built a CS lead with that one. 14 Kerp out of lane. He's going to have a decent amount to go. Decent amount of gold to go back and spend here with this one, up to 172 to the 157, and see adding a Giant's Belt into his repertoire.
And completing the Sorcerer's Shoes as well. So he already won that trade, albeit a little bit prolonged. With the additional penetration, that might actually work even more in his favor. We do see J-Re once again getting vision control. That's the 3rd pink ward we've seen in the top Tribush for Alternate. So every time they pink that one up, Aranea is not far behind, and he's looking for something to happen, but at the moment, both teams are just playing super defensive.
Oh, Dexter waiting there in the death bush. No
Don't kid yourself,
this
Joe.
time.
Don't get excited.
Well, I was just about to say, you know what happened last time we saw a pink ward war with a Lemondogs game. That was our final one of yesterday. And it was a slow one, to say the least. But I'm hoping that you were right with the whole, it's going to get explosive
Don't
at
hold
some
that against
point.
me. Don't hold that against me.
No, we all are. Whatever, however many 100,000 people tune into the stream right now. It's all about you.
This time round, Alternate have the timer on the Dragon, and more importantly, they put a pink ward down, so they know that Lemon Dogs cannot see them. They don't know they're stood right on top of a Lemon Dog's ward. As for Endlord's caught!
Yeah, he's going to have to flash from this one. The shockwave goes down onto Tabs. There's Assault and Battery, and Tabs gets blown up from that one. There is Dexter. Great ultimate actually came out of Kurt from that, and right now it's a 1-for-1, but there is the crescendo coming down. But no one's really got the damage to follow up after they've blown everything, getting rid of Tabs.
More importantly, once all the CC was used, it was too late. There wasn't enough people centralized or focused on the hard crowd control to follow it up with damage. So the damage dealers got dropped, the Foreign Lord and Tabs, and then they just landed CC and sort of went, well, this kind of sucks, guys. But the fact that the mid laner is down for the AD carry is down for Lemon Dogs allows Creatine and the rest of Alternate to group up and challenge for Dragon more securely.
Yeah, and with a Blitzcrank, they might be able to get a target. We're talking about you here, Mythic, that they can blow up before anything else happens, but they need to be careful. Zoro-Zero's waiting, and he will no doubt jump in. Dexter's off to the side as well, but they're too slow. Finished off in the end by Kerp, and Arne didn't use his smite. Dangerous.
It was dangerous, but it was a little bit calculated. Alternate actually stopped attacking the Dragon until the Damascene Standard wore off, and then once the flag had disappeared from view, then the rest of Alternate committed. So Alternate maybe just missing the trigger by a brief second, not anticipating quite as much damage from the rest of his teammates.
So another one picked up there for Alternate, and that brings us back to a 3,000 gold now. So whilst it's not the quickest of gold changes that we're seeing, Alternate are slowly but surely working themselves into a great position in this game. Right now, RNA are coming down towards Zoro-Zero's position, who, as I was saying, is hella tanky at this point. He's going to use his Let's Bounce here to try and get away. They're kind of flopping around in midair. There is the Elastic Slingshot, actually gets ulted up here, and he's going to get his passive popped here, but they're right underneath the tree. They're going to need help. There we go. Ball is down, and then he's going to get a finish here. Pharrell Lord picks it up. Nice kill for Alternate. Took a while, as it does when you have to chase down a Zac, but it doesn't matter.
Chain of Corruption!
Chain of Corruption landed, but look at the timing on Dexter. Perfectly.
He manages to land, but he actually missed the knock-up combo. So I think that may have worked out better for him. He may have been caught out, took some damage from the tower. They may trade towers as Alternate secured kill in the bottom lane, and thanks to forcing Creatine and J-Reed back, the first tower of the game is secured for Lemon Dogs up top.
Oh, that leaves Alternate still in there with that advantage. That would have been typical if Kurt would have died to the tower there and it would have stayed alive with its 1 HP or whatever. Nukduk has also taken this middle turret, which was low from earlier, and here comes J-Reed flying through. He is in the middle of nowhere with that one, trying to predict where Dexter was running. Dexter out-predicting him.
Managing to avoid the shot, changing his path at the last second, and obviously threw Jerry off a little bit. The thing about Blitzcrank now, as we have 2 towers down aside, is vision is supreme now for Alternate. If Alternate do not have complete vision control on their side of the jungle, and maybe even the entrances to the Lemon Dog side of the jungle, the rocket grabs are forever going to be blind and guesswork. So like you just seen, Dexter basically changing his pathing and the rocket grab going awry. Without vision, that's going to happen continuously, and it's going to negate the impact of Jerry's Blitzcrank.
Let's have a look down some of the other items then in here. We have a Death via Grass now finished off for Nukduk. So with that Abyssal Scepter, you don't want to go head-to-head with him there.
Not at all. The thing is, Nukduk has foregone picking up boots at this stage in the game and decided to go for raw power. And you can do that with an Ahri because of her ultimate, but he's less likely in moving to lane, setting up ganks. And that's also why the game has been so much slower. Nukduk has not ganked the top a side lane at all, because it takes him a year and a half to get there.
Yeah, and that's almost not what we're used to seeing from Lemon Dogs. We're used to seeing Nukduk starting to, get moving around the map and helping things out on other fronts, and that may be just a result of Alternate playing quite defensively overall.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's the fact that Lemon Dogs want to guarantee a first place seed. They want to guarantee that top spot. They don't want to throw a game against a team that has been doing well for most of the split, most of the season. While we're looking at this bottom lane, Kerp was hanging out in that tri-bush, was thinking about coming in with the Claw of Doom, but Tabs and Midi backed away before they got to the tower, and we're never really at risk of being jumped on. And, you know, more and more big items are being picked up. Yeah, you've almost got a Sunfire Cape on Zoro. Last Whisper was just completed by Creatine, so those piercing arrows are just going to shred through everything. And the next fight that happens, it's not going to be a one-for-one trade. There's going to be way more dead people.
Yeah, and Frelenlord, I believe, now has the money for his death cap as well. So he will be headed straight back home for that one. Does, in fact, have enough. So death cap going to be collected and added on top of that Athene's Unholy Grail, which means that those shockwaves now are going to be doing some mean damage as well as offering that brilliant CC that comes with it.
So one of the things I am noticing about the items is that there are two fairly early Home Guard boots picked up for both Kerp and for Frelenlord. They really wanted to get out of base quickly. And that could have been because of the slow pace of the game. If they can react like they did in the mid lane, it worked out. Now you see them grouped up in the bottom. Chain of Corruption is key here. Here comes Kerp.
Yeah, the claw coming over. They managed to lock down Dexter. Where is the grab going to come from Jerry? They're going off towards mid. He was going to sacrifice himself. That should keep the rest of his team happy, or will it? Dexter gets caught out by 2 ultis in a row, and that will be 2 kills mopped up by Alternate. In the meantime, no, Nukeduck, he's pushing this mid turret with Zoro.
The towers are way more important than the kills in a matchup like this, especially when you consider how quickly both teams can take towers down. If a base race situation were to occur, Alternate are going to win this one because of the fact that Kerp can try to defend, but he's caught.
He's going to get caught from this one, actually trying to back away, but will fall there to the ignite of Nukeduck, and they're going to try and keep on this tower. And minions finally do come in, but Alternate are on the inhibitor tower down in this bottom lane.
They haven't stopped yet. They've got enough members alive to take out the inhibitor. Alternate with a massive play, deciding to pick it up. Tabs, however, has now moved to the mid lane. He forgone defending bottom, and he's going to pick up inhibitor. We may see a full base race.
We may see that here as well. Inhibitor is down on the bottom side, but Alternate are actually backing away. There's a shockwave, but they're going to lose that middle inhibitor nonetheless here. And you have to credit Lemondogs for getting that position. I mean, they're behind in this game. They've managed to get through the mid lane all the way to the inhibitor. Alternate did that in the bottom lane as well. Credit.
Whoever made the call for Tabs to run up mid deserves a medal, because that was the absolute perfect call. The fact that there are super minions on both sides of the map means that that sort of play is a little more risky to actually make happen. Alternate sees the advantage. They managed to get a couple towers, managed to get an inhibitor, but it was immediately evened out. Both teams afraid of the champions playing the map right now.
So let's have a look at the gold to go home with here for Alternate, because pretty sure they've got a decent amount. Yeah, 1,700 there for Varus, 1,000 on the support, 1,600 on Lissandra and Vi as well. So they're going to be coming back in here, and funnily enough, Quicksilver Sash picked up for Orianna.
Very afraid of the crowd control, afraid of the crescendo, afraid of the charm, and basically just trying to get some MR to deal with the burst. Yeah, I mean, it's survival item for these team fights, and unfortunately with the inhibitors down, this game's actually going to go slower. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Teams are going to be fending off the super minions.
You said, Trevor.
I know I did. I know I did.
Well, it did get explosive. We saw an inhibitor race, let's call it that, and where both teams did manage to take those ones down. And now they're going to go back into that bit more of a farming phase, just to make sure that they can get up towards these next items. I mean, if we look at the 280 carries here, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, forget all that, we're doing Baron.
Right now, because of the fact that Tabs is so far away, they're going to be able to do this one a little bit safer. Zoro0's been caught out on the side, rooted in place, preventing the vision. But here comes Dexter and the rest of the Lemondogs. Baron's down to 3,000 HP, and there they go.
The Rat's nowhere near, though, here, and Zoro0 going to come through. There's the crescendo coming in as well. Baron super low, picked up by Alternate, though, and Zoro0 now the focus at the back. He's going to get his posse popped, but they're still going in there as well. Mithy's still alive, but Dexter will drop inside of his Cataclysm. 2 kills coming down here for Alternate, but they're all very low, and the Rat is now in town. They pick up 1 kill. Aranea will drop. That's a double now coming down for Tabs. That was right through the back as well. Frelenlord survived with nothing. Creatine had a little bit more. Kerp, well, he was nowhere near because he died earlier. No, he went back,
2 for 2 trade. Kerp managed to get away with his life. Luckily, he may have died earlier. No, he got away with his life. He's only died once in defending. But Claw of Doom and Flash got him out of that one. In terms of the trade, 2 for 2. Baron goes to Alternate, so they get the gold, they get the buff. And the buff is remaining on the carries. Top lane and mid lane and their AD carry. If that fight were to happen again, Alternate now have a little bit more of an advantage because of all the statistics that Baron gives them.
And we have to put it a different way as well. The fact that Alternate tanked up Baron so long, took a lot of damage over a long period of time, and then the Rat comes in, and it's the kind of champion that you can really clean house with there at the end. So Alternate overall making a decent decision, I think, to go pick up that Baron. All the gold, the buff coming in as well, certainly going to help them out.
It was a very unexpected one, and it was one that became a fruit of victory thanks to the bottom inhibitor being down. Somebody has to deal with the super minions in the bottom lane, and because it was Tabs that was farming up the wave and dealing with those supers, Alternate just said, hey, this is going to be an easy pickup for us, relatively so, because the AD carry wasn't there.
There's a blue buff for Ellenlord. Actually, Zoro0 is just defending his right now. So he's pretty big Zac at this point. And got plenty of armor, got plenty of magic resist coming in there as well. Hard to kill, they did manage that. He was pretty much 100% health when Kerp really set about him. Alternate here going to get the final outer turret of the game.
To be fair, the reason the reason that Kreatin was able to, Tabs was able to get in there and have such an impact is because of how long it took him to kill Zoro0. He jumped in like 1v3, 1v4. The entire team of Alternate were focusing him down, and it just bought all the time in the world for the Rat to get there. Aranea dashes himself forward. Tabs is way off to the side. He needs to get himself in a more opportune position to help defend this tower.
Go for the Banshee's Veil here as well. What's that magic resistant? That extra shield to survive, well, whatever they throw at him, basically. That could be a shockwave at the end of the day, so...
It's rocket grab defense.
Yeah, and that as well, yeah, of course. Don't want to get pulled out there as the Rat. And now they sit back here. It looks like they want to put up a defense on this inner turret.
Yeah, and remember that on that Banshee's Veil, the cooldown on the shield, the spell shield is now 25 seconds, so it is significantly shorter than maybe some of you guys used to remember. It's not an item we've seen too frequently. The slingshot was being charged, but they decided against it. Instead, Dexter's been caught.
Dexter's gone in from this one. He's going to put Cataclysm down. That is a brilliant crescendo, and the less bounce is destroying them as well. Aranea goes super low. They've managed to finish off Ellenlord. Not quite. The shockwave comes out from that one, but he will fall in this one. Charm actually hitting the minions, but that won't matter. Now Kerp going to be chased down. Tabs is the one trying to get in on him. There's the expunge coming in. He's going to stealth himself up. Get slowed again. It's a slow, painful chase this to try and finish off Kerp, but honestly, they could push up middle.
Lemondog should rush for the inhibitor right now. It has respawned, and even though there's a bunch of super minions there, get the inhibitor, push to the top lane, get the tower down, and then to the bottom lane and get the towers. That's what Lemondog should be doing, finishing up the objectives that'll give them the global gold and help extend their lead further.
And there we go, going straight on in. Rat comes out of his stealth, and that will be inhibitor taken. And well, I'm going to spend a little bit of time trying to peg those super minions back there. There's a good bunch of them actually got together. Next, they're going to have to do the same, though, down in this bottom lane. So after all that, a good Baron pickup, but what a fight from Lemondogs.
Yeah, and it was actually a fight that backfired almost, because the slingshot was being charged by Zoro0. He decided not to jump in. Nukta charms up Aranea, doesn't chase it, though. And then Dexter, he hadn't been told that Zoro0 was not jumping in. He locked 4 in with a Cataclysm, and Mythi single-handedly won that fight with a Crescendo. Yep. Locked up 4 of them, bought time for Zoro0 to recharge his slingshot, bounce all up everywhere, and it just decimated the HP bars of Alternates.
This must be worrying for Alternate as well. I mean, that was a Baron-up team, and they just lost it. And they're 0-2 this weekend. They can't afford to lose, really.
This is also what cost Alternate the game against SK. Alternate picked sort of a similar type of pick composition without a real hard initiation really on their side. Whereas Lemondogs and yesterday SK had a very clear initiation pattern, had a very clear, this is the dude that's going to jump in and pick a fight. And there's 2 of them for Lemondogs, Jarvan and Zac. Can jump in from range, from safety, from out of sight. And Alternate, they're not reacting to those engagements as effectively as they need to.
So 33 minutes into this game. 5-4 in towers. Gold not massive, honestly, for where we are and what's really been going on. Lemondogs right now headed towards the top side of the map. They themselves have taken down the outer turret on that lane. Obviously, the middle's pretty much gone from that little race that we had.
Arenea's in trouble.
Oh, there we go. There's a knock-up, and they're just going to completely pick him off from this one. Not being able to escape. Tabs picks up that kill. That should be this turret.
That might even be challenged on the next inhibitor turret. You can see Kerp using the claw to get away safely. They take down the outer lane turret, and with a 5v4, they might even want to pick a team fight.
Well, we've seen what they can do with that with a Cataclysm and the Crescendo coming out. The grab from Jerry in the middle of nowhere once again. And are they going to look for that engage? There's spray and pray coming in. They've gone for it. Crescendo comes down. They're bouncing all over them as well. Kerp is going to go very low. Has to ulti himself. Already use that Zhonya's as well. Are they going to finish him here? He's super low. Blitzcrank goes down. There is a snipe back, but Lemon Dogs are actually headed away from this one.
The chain of corruption was very important. They had locked him under the tower, and Tabs was tanking it up for so long that it dropped their HP bars. Minions have managed to take out the bottom outer tower, and Creatine without his ultimate, Kerp without his ultimate, it's going to be a difficult defense.
Yeah, but they need to be careful. They're low, the Lemon Dogs, but that turret...
It's so juicy.
Excruciatingly close to going down from this one as Aranea actually just dodging away from the charm from that. Lemon Dogs need to back off now, and the thing is, Alternate, if they can hold them there, if they can stop them actually hitting that recall button, they might be able to push out afterwards.
Yeah, the problem right now is they got super minions to deal with in the mid lane. They got a very big wave of minions in the bottom lane. So unfortunately for Alternate, they do have to peel away, deal with those two lanes. And what Lemon Dogs will be doing on their way out now, picking up a bunch of wards, warding up the red buff of Alternate, and now challenging for Baron. He may have been stealthed. I didn't actually see through the Banshee's veil.
Yeah.
Ambush and then recall. I'm sure somebody on stream noticed it.
Either way, Alternate are going for Baron here now.
This is risky.
This is risky because a full HP Lemon Dogs are coming right back at them.
Now there's only
except Nuke who's down in the bottom lane pushing that right now.
He's going to be on the inhibitor turret very, very soon. Smite is available for Dexter, and we're going to see a repeat of the previous team fight. However, Creatine's here earlier.
Yeah, Creatine coming in for this one. He's managed to steal it. Dexter goes in there, smites it down. He's going to die, but it doesn't matter. They pick up the kill on the Baron. Tabs has fallen as well, and Nuke is pushing the base. He's on the inhibitor itself. The turret went down long ago. Zoro, the big lump of goo that he is, totally fails to stop those two guys going back. But it doesn't matter because Nuke has taken down the inhibitor. Aranea might even pay for it with his life here if he's followed through. That was a brilliant crescendo, Mithy. And Nuke now is being chased out of his base. There is the lockdown from Kerp. But Nuke's still going. He's doing a lot of damage. The charm coming out. There's the Claw of Doom, finished off by Aranea.
At the end of the fight, it is a 1-for-3 trade with Lemon Dogs losing. However, they picked up the inhibitor on the bottom lane. They've got super minions on the Nexus turrets, and they managed to steal the Baron away. So there's no Baron buff for Alternate to play with. Lemon Dogs should be forcing objectives in the top lane, while super minions do the rest of the work.
Look at Mithy and Zoro there, causing all kinds of problems. Look at that tower as well. It's so very, very low. They couldn't get it down on that last push. And those, I'm going to just go throw this one out there. If they'd have got that inhibitor on that last push, by the way, I think those Nexus turrets would have been dead now with an extra super minion pushing through onto them. Either way, brilliant steal from the Lemon Dogs. Yes, the fight after wasn't amazingly good, but they had Nuke to push through the bottom lane and take the inhibitor there.
Yeah, but the timing on that smite from Dexter was absolutely perfect, and he followed it up with a Cataclysm, just locking everybody together. Unfortunately, for Tabs, he got caught by the Rocket Grab. Now, if that had not happened, that team fight would have been way different, and the game may have been over right now. But, well played by Alternate to, at the very least, get rid of the damage dealer during the course of the fight. The problem they have to deal with now, super minions in one lane, exposed inhibitors in the other, and Nexus turrets and outer turret, all three turrets, down to less than 200 or 300 odd HP.
Such a close game here. And Alternate, they were the ones in the driving seats here. They were the one that have been going for Baron. They picked it up the first time, not without incident though. I mean, it wasn't completely free. There was a chance that if it had been stolen there. Didn't happen that time, but this second time, Dexter coming in from that. If we look at the gold right now, it's closed up completely again.
That Baron, the very first Baron from Alternate, was a risky call, and I don't think anybody expected it. It backfired for them in that it gave Lemon Dogs the time that they needed to just wait out the inhibitor, wait for the super minions to stop, and then it just allowed them to push out. And the Lemon Dogs team fight power is much stronger than that of Alternate right now. Lemon Dogs Zoro is charging up that slingshot, cancels it, gets a little bit of that cooldown back, and as we talked about, the focus is the top tower.
Yeah, it's going to go down here. Or not. As we see a shockwave used on a Banshee's veiled up rat. That is not the best start to a fight that Alternate could have. There's another hook thrown out from Jerry. Doesn't land. Zoro swinging his big gooey arms at that middle inhibitor right now. And the rest of the team might come across. Those Banshee's veils that Alternate had are all being popped one by one here as that turret goes down. And we may just see them get away from this one. There's a crescendo. There is a cataclysm. Let's bounce coming in from the side here. Zhonya's is going to be used. Zoro is right there, but where is Tabs? He's actually being CC'd right now, taking a lot of damage, but he's still alive, crucially. Aranea going to slam him to the ground, but he's going to have to back away, taking away from the poison. This is going to be a kill onto Pharrell. No, not quite. Nuke not got enough, but they may try and finish.
All of that just for a single kill. We actually see a teleport into his own base from Curb. Curb deciding that the Home Guard boot not quickly enough to join the party, cancels them off, and Lemondog's back away. With 3 inhibitors down and double super minions pouring into the base, it's a matter of time before the final team fight happens.
And I'll apologize for thinking that they might finish there. After all that, I didn't realize that only one guy had actually gone down from it. They managed to get themselves back onto the base and heal up. So crazy stuff here between Lemondogs and Alternate. And honestly, would we have expected anything else? The two teams that have been at the top of the league, the only two teams that have actually been in the top spot so far, putting on a brilliant show for us here.
Yeah, and talking about that as well, I'm going to go on a limb, and I believe only one game in the summer split, a team has won while having a gold deficit. And right now, Lemondogs are looking to do the same right now. Minions are pouring through the top, middle, and bottom lanes. There goes Nuke Duck.
Oh, and he's going to get ulted up here. Shockwave will drop him, and getting a little bit confident there. DFG going down, which, you know, really was the, okay, I'm going to do this one. But with Kerp able to lock him out of position, and no Zhonya's there for Nuke Duck as well. That could actually come back and haunt him a little bit later. Oh, well, it haunted him there.
More importantly about that, it's a 1-minute death timer, which means that the members of Alternate can fend off the double super minions and get closer to that bottom inhibitor respawning. Once that's back up, no more double super minions, and Nuke Duck may have given Alternate a tiny respite, a tiny breather to deal with these super minions while he's in that death chamber.
Well, Dragon's not breathing anymore. That'll be picked up here by Lemondogs. And this top wave going to be held right back as far as possible away from those Nexus turrets. They don't want any damage coming in onto those. And we're still sat at a 4,000 gold lead for Alternate. There's a lot of Banshee's veils up, everyone's glowing, but we saw in that last fight how quickly they can be popped and how willing Lemondogs are to fight once that happens.
So the gold lead of 4,000 gold, I actually think may stay like this, or maybe even extend as we go further, purely because Alternate's got so many minions pouring into their base. As we talked about, while the death chamber was, while the death time was on Nuke Duck, bottom inhibitor has spawned, so it's only single super minions once they clear out this next wave or two forcing onto them. It's not going to stop Lemondogs invading and pushing into the base for fights. They've got very good 5v5 team composition, and as long as Mythy keeps hitting those multi-man crescendos, the Lemondogs will keep winning team fights. Arena's gone super deep.
He's going in for this one. There's a shockwave available. There's a crescendo coming back, and actually the shockwave not going to be used up until now. Alternate taking a lot of damage as Aranea going to be hit by the DFG. They need Nuke Duck right in on top of them right now. There is a shockwave, but it's onto the two tanky men. They've killed off Aranea, and that is one man less to defend the base right now. This inhibitor on the bottom lane is going to be attacked, and look at the damage just from that command attack there coming out from Pharrell and Lord.
He's almost out of mana.
Actually going to pass it away. J-Ree coming in, going to hook in Nuke Duck. Well, that's going to mean he dies. A kill comes back there, and now we only have 2 men left alive to save the day here for Alternate. The Lemondogs are going to do it. They're pushing in. First Nexus turret already went down to the super minions. Second one goes down. Lemondogs focus in, and they turn around a massive deficit. A brilliant performance here to beat Alternate and secure first position going through into the playoffs, whatever comes up in the rest of the day and tomorrow.
Absolutely every single member of Lemondogs was involved in 75% of the kills or more. Mythy in particular, 0-15 when his team only had 16 kills.
Yeah. As
a team, they made the decisions that were right. They stuck together. They had very good team fights. And unfortunately for Alternate, they're 0-3 on the weekend.
0-3, not the position they want to be in, but what a turnaround there. And if we look back onto some of those fights and to again give the credit to the players that really deserve it, which is honestly all of the team of Lemondogs at this point of things. Let's think about that one in the bottom lane. Well, sorry, in the top lane, technically. At the bottom of the top lane on Lemondog's side of the map when Alternate had Baron. The charge of the Elastic Slingshot comes in, they cancel it, but Dexter goes in anyway with the Cataclysm, but catches them all in there. It's followed up with an instant crescendo, and then the Let's Bounce right on top of them as well. It just doesn't get any more coordinated.
It's actually quite funny because I'm calling him out. I do think that that was a mistake. I don't think Dexter intended to go in.
Best mistake all season.
Correct, because what it ended up doing is, as a team of Alternate, you see this juicy target and you go, he shouldn't have done that. Quickly, let's kill him. Let's burst him down and turn on the rest of the team. Not really remembering that there's an AoE CC stun, an AoE knockup from the rest of the team that comes in. And very importantly from Dexter, more importantly than the fact that he died and baited them in, he got the Cataclysm down. He locked them in so there was nowhere for them to go.
Until they got knocked out by Let's Bounce for a little while, but by then the damage is already done. And you have to look at it from the other side as well. For Ellenlord, we talked about the shockwaves and how important they're going to be. The defense of the top lane inhibitor, he used the shockwave on the Twitch. You had the Banshee's Veil up. Back on cooldown in that last fight there, he used the shockwave on Zoro Zero and on Dexter, the two tankiest men in the team.
He had hoped that the command attack would pop the Banshees and the shockwave would pull it in. And in terms of the composition, they were too mobile. Sona was never in range of a shockwave, while they had teamfights going spray and pray, kept Twitch way at the back line. He was never in range of the command attack and shockwave, and it was just very good play from Lemondogs in positioning and control in their team fights.
Well, as I said, they secure first position now. We were laughing at them at the start of the season when they said we're going to be #1, and look who's laughing now. Lemondogs guaranteed #1. Let's get over to Demon and Jason to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Joe. What a game and what a performance. Lemondogs really proving why they are the #1 team. You know, Alternate, they were #1 for 7 weeks. 7 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. But Lemondogs have just shown why they are the new daddies in town.
And just think, Alternate, after being there for 7 weeks, could possibly be out of playoffs contention. Like, that is huge. But yeah, so Lemondogs, that was a really... It was an interesting game. It started off really slow, and I don't think anyone can really deny that. It started off very slow, a lot of farming. A lot of ganking actually did come in, but it was always canceled. It was always countered by the other person. And we talked about yesterday how Dexter likes to be very aggressive early on, likes to pick up kills early on, but RNA was there every single time to stop that, or the other team would just flash out of it and really deny that. And that's why it was slow for like the first 20 minutes of that game. But there was something actually happening during that I really enjoyed looking at. It was Kurt bottom lane getting punished by Zoro Zero quite well. So Zoro would just push the lane as quick as possible with his Zac, and then kind of just sit in that second bush waiting for Zoro to kind of push out. And then when he did, he just do a little bit of damage, go back to farming. And he kept up with him the entire time and actually surpassed him, I believe, at the end of that. And it actually kind of kept him... I mean, they didn't get any kills down there, but it kept him like strong enough and tanky enough to be a force to reckon with later on, which ended up kind of saving them.
Yeah, and Alternate got pretty much a lot of their comfort champions, if we're in all honesty. You know, they were happy on... We've seen them playing Lissandra so many times and absolutely dominating people. We've seen Orianna shockwaves coming out from Forellenlord Lord and destroying teams. But simply put, when the big fights came around, they didn't really have the crowd control. We saw Mithy pulling off some amazing crescendos in that fight.
I don't think I can count how many 4 or 5 band person crescendos they hit. Yeah, and also, like, they wanted to be the ones engaging. They wanted to be the ones in your face fighting because of the ball delivery system. But the thing is, Lemondogs had a really good engaged team as well. And there was one fight towards the top tower about 31 minutes in where you get a 4-person Cataclysm off Dexter, and then you see the Let's Bounce come in right behind that. But the most important thing is, Nuke Duck, who is ridiculously strong at this point, hits a 4-man Q front and back across the entire team with the squishies there, takes him very low, and that was like the big, huge turning point. Not to mention Dexter stealing away that Baron.
Yeah, not to mention, like you say, the Baron going back and forth, the fights. Nobody could really gain control, but there was almost a base race as well. We didn't even get to mention that.
And what was really interesting was that also they picked up 2 kills and went for the race. Like, they got the inhibitor. They actually came out ahead in that. I mean, yeah, they traded 1-for-1 inhibitors, but since the bottom one was taken, since there's super minions coming down that wave, or that lane, it means they can go for a free Baron, or they can bait Lemondogs into a Baron. And that was really hard for Lemondogs to turn that around, but once they got the inhibitor to respawn, they got that major fight at 31 minutes, were able to turn around, pick up an inhibitor, and kind of just take that game.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic performance from the Lemondogs, really proving why they're up there and actually making some scary rules for us, because there's a potential of a 6-way tie right now with Alternate going down and losing that game. It is so, so close here in the European LCS. We're going to go over to the man at the top, though. It is Nuke Duck. He's with Shocks.
Thanks very much, Nukdok. A great game on Ari. Once again for the Lemon Dogs, you just don't stop winning. How did you go into this one? Did you think, you know, we're just going to see what happens, or was it, we're going to prove that we're #1 and we're here to stay?
We go into this game as every other game, where we have somewhat a plan and we just try to win.
And what was that plan? We know that Aranea picked Vi again, and we heard from Diamond yesterday that it can be, you can counter it if you just pick right. Is that what you were able to do, or?
Yeah, Vi is really good at catching people off, but other than that, if you know how to play against her in team fights, she won't really do anything.
And for you personally, the Ari-Orianna matchup, how did that go as the game progressed?
It went completely equal, so not much action happening there. No one is able to kill each other without the jungler, so...
Yeah, it seemed a little bit that was the story in the early and the mid game for around the map. So at one point, you guys had a base race, actually. So was it someone who made the call and said, we're going to have to go for these towers and inhibitors, we've got the chance if we do this?
Well, I just wanted to take one tower bot, and then we didn't know when Baron respawned, and then Baron respawned. So we were like, oh shit, I just have to push because I won't make it in time. So.
All right, and in the end, tell us about that Baron steal, but then effectively the follow-up not that good.
Well, we stole Baron, and then we were trying to stall the recalls to get all the inhibitors, but then the recalls weren't stopped, and I didn't back out in time, so I ended up dying, and we didn't get all the inhibitors.
But in the end, it all worked out. A great result for you guys once again. It seems that you guys have been performing well and practicing well all season, and that some of the other teams have just, for this weekend, stepped up their game with practicing even more. Is that maybe what makes the difference between you guys and just everybody behind you right now?
Actually, it might be. We practiced a lot every week since we got Mithy. We practiced all the time except for 1 week when people went home. So, and now I see that the other teams have been stepping up as well because they practice a lot. So it might be the case, yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much and congratulations on another victory for you guys.
Thank you.
All right, we need a short break, but when we come back, the Ninjas in Pajamas look for revenge against Fnatic, who gave them a drubbing in Week 8. We're going to kick off the second half of today's matches, and as you can see, we have two teams here on stage that have something to make up for after yesterday's event. It is, of course, going to be NIP versus Fnatic. So let's go over to D-Man and Jason for all the action.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We're just about to see Ninjas in Pajamas versus Fnatic. It's going to be a great game.
Yeah, it is. NIP are currently 1-2 against Fnatic this season, and they really need a win here to force a possible playoff in the final day of the Super Week.
Easy for you to say.
Not really.
But before we get into the match, let's remind ourselves what the hell is going on, because the standings are pretty crazy right now. You can see at the top, Lemondogs cemented their position at the top of the European LCS. And you know what? They said they were going to do it, and they've done it. So fair play to Lemondogs. When they qualified back in the spring promotion, we were like, are you kidding me? But they have done it. They came in confident, and it's worked out well for them. Joint second, well, actually on their own in second, sorry, I should say, is Gambit, because they have actually stretched themselves 3-0 so far. The boot camp seems to have worked for Gambit, and sure enough, when the pressure's on, they seem to have reacted. And Fnatic, they're going to be playing in a moment. They are at 13-12. They could join Gambit in second.
And Demon, there's also the other possibility of that.
Yes.
If they lose and NIP wins, we have a 5-way tie for 4th place.
Yeah, it's
gonna get crazy.
Messy. It's going to get messy.
Oh my gosh. And yeah, you see Alternate SK, EG currently tied right now for that 4th place. NIP just one game away, and unfortunately, Miniature Makers, they are 8-18 now.
And you know, we mentioned it briefly, but it's quite scary that Alternate, despite being top for 7 weeks, could actually fall out of the playoff.
Yeah, I mean,
spots.
Just think, you put in 7 weeks of really hard work to get there, and then to just kind of let it slip away at the end. And the thing is, they have their full roster back, so it's not like they can use that as potentially maybe an excuse. Well, it's just they need to pick up the wins now. They really need to get something going.
And it reminds me of Curse, you know, from the spring setup. They went 1-4 in Super Week at the end after having such a fantastic week. 0-3 so far for Alternate, despite the fact they probably played the best against Lemondogs of anyone. But still not getting the results. Anyway, before we kick things off, let's break down the two teams that we will be seeing here. Starting out, it is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas on the blue side. Mima, Maluno, Bjergsen, Freeze, and Deficio is the Ninjas in Pajamas team.
And of course, for Fnatic on that red side, we got Soaz in that top lane, Sanad in the jungle, Xpeke in that mid lane, and Pushu and Yellowstar as the AD carrying support.
So let's see how you guys at home have been voting for this one, Jason.
Currently, the vote is 71% in favor of Fnatic, and with the way NIP's been playing this past day and maybe last week, it's about right.
It's about right. It certainly are the favorites. You can still, of course, vote for today's games and all of tomorrow's games, and, of course, the North American Crazy 8 matches that will be happening after this show over at lollysports.com, where you can find all the results, standings, VODs, and much, much more. As well, I might add, as the Road to the World Finals. That is now on there, so check that out. Of course, you're going to be able to see all the qualifiers that are on there. Little button in the top right-hand corner if you haven't seen it. Little graphic says World Finals. It's starting, guys. It's getting close. So, yesterday, Ninjas in Pajamas, they did surprise some people with Mima. He picked Yorick up against Evil Geniuses, but unfortunately for him, he came up against Wicked, who is playing pretty much his new favorite champion, Aatrox. And then against the Lemondogs, well, they just never got going.
Yeah, NIP unfortunately didn't look too good against Evil Geniuses yesterday as they got completely shut down. Mimir looked more comfortable, though. I really want to stress this in his lane because he was still out farm, but he just looked to be more at ease. And Bjergsen really wasn't able to crack that egg that is Froggen in that middle lane. I know Joe Summer said egg. But anyways, and in their game versus Lemondogs, it looked as if they didn't care. They just kind of got picked apart, and Lemondogs absolutely destroyed them. And after going 0-2 on the first day, they now have to pick up some wins.
And I know Freak would like it to say it, but it was an egg-secution. Yes, I saw your team, Freak, yesterday. I saw it, and I was just disgusted. Nevertheless, let's move on. Fnatic, they did not have a very good day yesterday. Soaz was ill, but he is pumped full of drugs and ready to go. Not that type of drugs either, ladies and gentlemen. The good kind, which is the medicinal kind, of course. They did go 0-2, though, losing out heavily to Lemondogs and the Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Fnatic, they tried that really interesting strategy yesterday as they ran that Nunu in the jungle on Cyanide, and instead of having him ganking or farming, they just had him help push you lanes with their double AD composition with Xpeke on Caitlyn, and of course push you on that Vayne in the bottom lane. But Lemondogs, they were able to adapt and stop this strategy in their tracks. Of course, in their second game of the day versus SK, Fnatic just got worked by Hercubot in the jungle on that Lee Sin, and Ocelot, Karthus. That's only 2 words you really need to say about him on that champion. They ran a Veigar middle, which was really cool to see, but it just didn't seem to work out for them.
Yeah, Xpeke had a great game yesterday, and we'll see whether he does manage to pull anything out today, because he is going to have to help his team through. Soaz was one of the players that has carried the team quite effortlessly sometimes. Yesterday on Elise, it was tragedy against the Evil Geniuses. Just didn't work out well for them. We know he's not ill. We know he's ill, rather. He's not having a good time of it. I just saw him upstairs and I was like, you feeling better? Harry's like, we got him covered today. We've got him stacked up. I've been to the doctors, got everything I possibly can for him. Maybe I could do with a little bit of something for myself, because you may notice my voice is not quite at peak condition like it sometimes is.
I call you Barry White.
I do have a bit of a cold right now. I've had it for the last few days, but yesterday I seemed to cover over it somehow. Today I feel good, yet my throat's saying no.
You're getting rid of it. It's just your throat is just kind of catching up with your body.
I'm glad you're doctor's advice right there.
Dr. Jason.
Dr. Jason. What a scary thought, ladies and gentlemen. Elise and Kennen have been the banned, so they are taking Elise away from Zoaz, despite the fact it didn't work out well for him yesterday. Zed and Zach removed. They don't want to see Bjergsen Zed. If you remember back to, I think it was like week 5, when Bjergsen mercilessly executed Peke many times on Zed.
Oh, yes, he did. And the Kennen ban definitely needed by NIP over at SOS. He's 5 for 6 with Kennen in that top lane, I believe. And then the Elise, I mean, SOS didn't do well on it. You said that earlier on. And it kind of didn't seem to work, period, for them. And with the changes, obviously, it's a little bit different to players. She's a little bit more squishy with her spider lanes, a little bit harder to play. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily a targeted ban. However, in North America, they're pretty much taking that away or picking it up every single time still.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting to look across North America and Korea to see how the picks and bans do work, because they are generally fairly different from here in Europe, and it's interesting to see how the international tournament will work. But Yorick deserves a ban. I'm not too sure about that, but the Mimobot did play it yesterday. Not too sure whether it was quite worthy of a ban, and it did leave Shen open, and that's questionable.
I definitely agree. I don't think that Yorick was a ban. I think it was just something they threw at them, just like, because we don't want to ban anything else of high priority, since they got Thresh and Vayne right off the bat from that. But Mimer, it's actually 1 for 1 on Shen. That's his best champion so far. He's not going to be playing his like Rengar or Evelynn, like none of these stealth assassin champions he likes to play, which kind of makes me a little bit sad, but hopefully NIP are going to prove me wrong, and he's going to play really well on today. Yeah,
it's interesting that when they do pull out like a solo queue hero, as effectively what Mimer was, what we've seen some other players being pulled out there, Pushu being one of them, they don't actually get to play those champions that they were so known for. So it's interesting that they've not allowed it. Maybe it's just not worked out in scrims. But Thresh and Vayne being picked in there. Pushu, great champion for him. And of course, Yellow Star back on Thresh. We'll see how that works out for him. Freeze, though, looks like it will be Caitlyn, locked in. Maluno, we've seen him on Jarvan pretty much the whole split.
Yeah, and right now they're picking up a lot of champions. Like both teams, they have really good statistics on. Yellow Star, he's 4 for 5 with Thresh. And then, of course, or not Sana Pushu, he's 1 for 1 for the Vayne. So pretty good stats there. Over on NIP side, Maluno, it's 3 for 6 for Jarvan. It's not the best, but it's pretty much his most played champion. And then the Caitlyn, yes, for Freeze. I mean, he used to be really aggressive. Like, that used to be his playstyle with the Draven, you know, with these really aggressive AD champions. But as I mentioned yesterday, these passive farmers that he still plays, he can do really well on. And if you pair that in with a Nami, which Diffusio, I mean, I actually talked to him after the game, and he kind of agreed, didn't really hit many bubbles that game. It was kind of really unfortunate. But if he's on par with his Nami this time, like, it's a really strong lane combo.
I will say Fizz is available. I don't know why it's been banned quite a few times so far. And I'm just wondering whether it's something Bjergsen may fancy. It was banned against NIP a couple of times, so we'll see whether that comes out towards the end here. Lee Sin may well get locked in for Cyanide, and it has been. And that also means that Soaz or Peke could be running a Malphite. We've seen Peke running it this season so far.
Yeah, we've seen actually both of them doing it. Peke was, I believe, in the first week at DreamHack. I'm actually really curious if that will for sure be a jungle Lee Sin, because Cyanide hasn't done that well on it this split. He's tried it a couple of times, hasn't really succeeded, but obviously most likely will be there.
So has played it in top lane once. Was that in the spring or was that in the summer?
There's been a lot of games. I can't remember which one it was, but we're going to see how it's going to work out.
Well, we'll see. We are looking like Zyra's going to be the support for Diffusio, so not going to go with Nami, as he does have a really good win rate with Nami.
That could potentially be middle. Ooh. I mean, she's kind of fallen off the radar. I think Morden was like the only one that really played her, as well as Cowtard, who played with NIP originally to qualify back in the spring split. It could be a possibility, but I don't think Diffusio's really even played her this split yet.
Well, they're going to leave it till the very last couple of seconds to finally lock it in. And there is the Fizz. My little crystal ball's out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm figuring things out.
Maybe you're just seeing things with all the medicine in your body. He's like, he sees a crystal ball, he sees a Fizz inside of it. But yeah, so we're going to see that. Fizz, great stats across the board right now in terms of this split. You see Nuta go 2 for 2 on him. Bjergsen, we just know how damn good he is on every champion. And just to see him on a champion like Fizz, who's mechanically a little bit tough, but you see him on a champion like Zed and the plays he can make, he's going to just dominate that lane. But of course, Expeke does get the chance to counterpick him here, and it could be an Ahri, which is a really good pick against Fizz.
Yeah, let's see what he goes with. Ooh, and he was flashed on there. Maybe we're going to get that. No, it is going to be Ahri, as you said. And that is probably about the most maneuverable champion he can get to avoid the damage coming out from Fizz. That does mean, though, it will be Soaz, we believe, on Malphite in that top lane. It is currently with a teleport selected as well. We'll see whether that stays on there. Cyanide could switch it around, though, but we expect he will be in the jungle. Lee Sin making a very big resurgence in 3.10.
Yeah, he has. I mean, you pretty much see most junglers, if not all of them, playing him right now. We've seen, I believe, Miluno even playing him once back in the day. But right now, looking at both compositions, NIP has something really scary kind of going on. But it's also counterproductive to what Fnatic picks. So you have that Dwarven Cataclysm to lock them all up. You have the String of Thorns to knock them right back up from Zyra. You could potentially have a Shen Taunt come across multiple people. Then you have the Fizz ultimate knocking up, or well, not technically knocking up, but doing a lot of damage around the person if they're stuck in that Cataclysm. Then Fnatic can respawn with just an ultimate from Malphite to kind of cancel out or potentially stop that whole combo.
Well, we'll see whether it does work out. There is NIP on your screen. They had become a little bit of a fan favorite back in the spring when the Copenhagen Wolves, as their previous team, went 0-9. But since joining NIP, they've had some good fortunes, but having the changes, when Extinct stepped away and Mima come in, they're only 2-4 since that change. They were 7-3 when Extinct was in there. It was looking great. They were looking like one of the teams that may even make the top spot. But since that change, since Extinct stepped away, it seems to have put pressure back onto Bjergsen. That every little bit of fight, every little bit of team fights, every game that happens, it seems to be all about Bjergsen again.
And I wonder what the morale was like when he left. I mean, I know the reasons and I know they understood it, but just to bring him in for a couple of weeks and then to do that well, just to have him leave, it's kind of really going to shut you down a little bit. But a little bit of history between these two teams, because there's something really big for NIP. NIP's won 3 of the 7 games against them. Across, actually, not 3 of 7, sorry, in 3 of the 7 games where they didn't get the first inhibitor, they only got it once and were able to win the 2 games, which the first inhibitor, when you get that, it's actually gone up from the spring split. It was 87% of the time you'll win, and now it's 94%. So them being able to turn around games when they lose a first inhibitor kind of shows how much they hold on and how much of a pain they really are for Fnatic.
Well, we will see whether that pain stays true. Ninjas in Pajamas, they are the blue team. You can see Mima on your screen there on his Shen this time around. Fnatic, though, are the red team, and they are going to be looking for victories. At the moment, neither of these teams have had a fantastic start to the Super Week. They'll be looking to try and turn things around. It's the only game of the day for both these teams as well. They will be playing 2 matches tomorrow, so they kind of have a good view of how it's all going to work out for them. So as it stands, though, no crazy early game stuff coming out there. And not a great deal of deep wards either.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised at this. I mean, like you said, they're only playing 1 game today, so they have a lot of time to kind of prepare for it last night. And actually, between these 2 teams, NIP's only gotten first blood once, including the spring split. So 1 out of 7 games is not that good. It kind of shows that they don't really be very aggressive, and Fnatic kind of takes advantage of that.
Bjergsen's certainly going to be passive until he gets hit 6, so he's not going to be looking for anything. Maybe they're going to try and bully Pushu a little bit. Let's see whether they try and stack up the lanes against him. There is quite a heavy presence from NIP here. Cyanide's like, you know, I can see you coming. But it is going to be a blue invade, it seems. They are coming in. 30 seconds to go. They've put the ward down. They see Thresh top. They do see Thresh top. Will they actively react to this, though? Actively react? I guess reacting kind of is what I was saying. It's, you know, things these commentators say these days. Right, please.
But right now, with that little bit of aggression they pulled off, it forced Yellowstar to put a ward down. So it forced them to kind of get some vision over that blue buff and kind of see exactly where Miluno will be starting, which, as you can tell, will be over on that red side.
It certainly is. Miluno ready and waiting. Piltover comes off. So red buff start, blue buff start for Fnatic. There is a ping on there, but, well, they're going to have the full tracking coverage of Cyanide. And actually, that's not an ordinary start for Lee Sin. Normally he would start in red.
Well, okay, it depends on side, I think. For the blue, if he's on the blue side, you start red because he would want to gank top lane. But overall, on the red side, if you want to counter gank in that top lane, you would start blue to kind of stop Miluno from ganking. But he will have Mima up there, who's actually just taking wolves right now. So Not sure if he'll just go straight to lane right after, which I'm imagining he would with that Doran shield, but keeps up a little bit more in levels. But they do know where Maluno is, so this gives Sana the opportunity. Do you want to just keep jungling, get that level 4, which we saw Diamond Prox doing yesterday, or maybe try to go in for a counter gank?
And that's interesting because it's 3.10. The whole point of the changes was to prevent that sort of thing. So it's still giving, despite the fact the Wolves for Shen in that top lane, who will be going up there. So interesting that the patch changes. He is still only level 1. He hasn't hit level 2.
Right. Well, I mean, typically you wouldn't even get any CS right now anyways. So you get a little bit of experience, get a little CS. And the big thing is, you will hit level 2 before the jungler could come in for a 3-man dive. And with a Shen who could get taunt under a turret, that is huge. So he's able to pretty much secure his position in that top lane. He won't be pushed out anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw how dangerous it was diving onto Jax yesterday for Evil Geniuses. That backfired horribly as Pete managed to give himself up as first blood. Nevertheless, Bjergsen taking some damage in this mid lane to Peke. And we're not seeing any of those 4-minute turret stacks. Or no, we're not. Oh, maybe. I'm just checking my vision of Maluno, actually, who is sneaking in towards his bottom lane. You can see that Cyanide is already there, though, to react.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, Demon, but the average first time taken between these two teams when they play against each other, 15 minutes.
Don't go there. We've just spoken to Joe, who was not in his most jovial of moods after the first 3 games. We are looking at the pace stepping up here in Super Week, as effectively the second half of Super Week as well, I might add, because things are really hotting up here. Cyanide taking a lot of damage in this bottom lane from Deficio and Freeze, a little bit of a Dragon Strike from Maluno as well, but overall, the first 4 minutes have passed by without too many events. Mima, though, has himself level 3, so it seems that taking those Wolves and getting back into lane to pick up all of this CS has worked out well for him.
Well, speaking of CS, I mean, he has 12 right now compared to Soaz with 4, and that was with Cyanide sticking around. We do see the taunt under turret, and gonna get actually 2 turret hits here. That's huge.
Double 2 onto Pushu. Pushu gets condemned onto Mima. The Flay comes out. The forces the flash. Yellowstar gets 2 tower hits. Has to use the shield. And I tell you what, if anyone would have been remotely close there, they could have got themselves a double.
And that is huge for Mima, because you look, he is still healing up right now. He has a lot more health than the combined top lane of Fnatic right now, and this gives him so much more free CS and control of the lane, and that was without his jungler's help. That is honestly exactly what NIP needs. Considering Mimer's been underperforming a little bit these past 2-3 weeks, coming up big like that is huge.
And it's always the danger of going up against the Shen. You just got to be careful you don't step too close. And the fact is, Vayne has to be pretty close to hit that tower, and that's exactly how Pushu got caught out there. Bjergsen in this mid lane. He's kept up pretty successfully with Peke in terms of farm. Peke just gone back, got himself a double Doran's Ring and that Crystalline Flask. Bjergsen obviously done exactly the same beforehand, so very even between the two. And as you mentioned, the fact that Mima did get that advantage now, he's put up a huge gap over Soaz.
Yeah, he has. And we're going to see effects from this pretty much last for another 10-15 minutes, because you look at the AD carries, and Freeze has a huge lead right now over Pushu. They're actually going for this turret, and if they take it, they send Mima bottom against Soaz with that CS lead, and with the extra gold from the turret, he's actually going to do fairly well, and then they'll be able to shut down a Vayne Thresh lane, which Caitlyn automatically counters by herself.
Yeah, they're trying to freeze the lane a little bit further up, and Freeze has that 75% win rate on Caitlyn, as you can see he's playing right now. Cyanide hasn't been able to come out and successfully help any ganks just yet, but the first turret of the game has gone down. It's just inside the 6-minute mark when the buff of the extra armor from 3.10 was on there, so despite the fact he did get buffed, it didn't stop the double gruesome twosome of Defrizio in the bottom lane.
And one thing I want to see NIP pull out right now, or even Fnatic, is the Dragon. We've talked about over this past day and a half how much of an impact the Dragon does have as you do the ultimate from Bjergsen coming in, but Peke does dodge it.
Yeah, actually clever aggression there from Peke. He tried to throw out the charm just as Bjergsen was going to hit that siege minion. Tried to stop him getting that 40+ gold, but instead managed to pick it up and then try and turn around. Threw out Earth, didn't quite land on Peke though. So Peke walks away. Used a lot of mana to try and simply prevent that little bit of gold going his way. But look at this, top lane again, there's a big stack here, but this time around Maluno is here to help, and if Mima can land another one of those fantastic charms and maybe catch them under their, well, Shadow Dash charms, the exact same thing, effectively. Not quite. Turns him to hit him, you know what I mean though,
I know
Jason.
exactly what you mean. I'm not giving you any funny faces right now.
No funny faces whatsoever there.
But we do have Sana visiting the top lane. He's actually gonna do exactly what NIP did to them. You saw Maluno visit the bot lane of his AD carry support, push Soaz, so Sana was there to kind of counter that, soak up the experience, and prevent the turret from going down a little bit earlier, but he actually leaves right away. So we're going to have Mimir and Maluno able to hold this turret a little longer. They do even get the taunt on a push you.
There is the Shadow Dash. The Lantern was picked up. The Flay comes out, condemns Maluno back, who slides in at the same animation and then just stands there looking a little confused because the Condemn was still hitting him against the wall.
I don't think he abides by the laws of physics right there. He's like, you know what, forget it. Condemn, I'm still going to move from it in the end. But right now, Fnatic going for a push on this middle turret here, but we are seeing the teleport come in out of Bjergsen just to make sure to protect it here. And that means we won't see that teleport come into another lane, but Blue, it's going to be contested here. They do have the time. They do know it's currently up. And would they be able to pick up a kill here?
Oh, they tried to cast the charm on Bjergsen. They did have a ward in that bush, but Bjergsen pulling a ward of his own in the banana. Peke going to throw out the orb again. Times it perfectly on Bjergsen there. There's a little playful trickster and chunks down the damage on the minions, although he missed 2 CS. Disappointing.
Well, keep in mind, because we do have the AD carry support lane for Fnatic on that top side, they should be contesting Blue, because they'll have 4 members there to potentially be able to stop it. But in the end, we actually do see Freeze and Efusio head middle against Peke. And I wonder if they're gonna stay there, if they're gonna commit there.
Well, Mimer's desperately holding onto this tower at the moment. He gets his
he's not spotted.
triple stacked up. Bjergsen coming in. He's taking a lot of damage though, Mimer. Will he be dead before he gets there? Oh, he manages to catch a turret on Pushu. Pushu gets taken now. Maluno came in. Then it's Bjergsen that picks up first blood.
And that's something that makes NIP really do well as the game progresses, is getting that kill on Bjergsen, allowing him to roam around and get this snowball going a little bit. We are seeing a teleport come in for Soaz though, so he'll be able to prevent that. But Bjergsen, I mean, he can keep picking up these kills. He can pretty much one-shot anyone on the team, but maybe not Soaz.
What we didn't have vision of there was Peke. He took a lot of damage in that mid lane turret area, so he's had to teleport back, which has kept Freeze and Deficio putting damage on towards his mid turret now, so putting work down across the board. And NIP starting to take advantages across the map. It's only a 500 gold difference, but it is going to be now the Dragon that they go for.
Such a difference in their playstyle from yesterday to today, where they wouldn't even bother going for Dragon. They would just let the other team take it, and they're going to be able to pick this one up here, and they're currently down 10-5 overall within the series. And this is a huge pickup, but right now, Fnatic, they're coming in from the side. They want to stop this. If they do land a nice charm, they could potentially make something happen.
Well, the Dragon's been picked up already. They're going to go for it. They catch on towards Deficio, and well, the Stand United, the Stranglethorns was down, and that's actually saved his life as he flashes away. Bjergsen was there as a presence to say, I can throw out this big woolly mammoth of a Earth. Nobody really knows what Earth is. It's a manatee technically, but not convinced.
Now he's a woolly mammoth.
A woolly mammoth, yeah.
But I like what Mimir...
tusks and everything.
Oh gosh, that'd be great. Right, please. But Mimir, he actually had his ultimate up. He stayed on it. He waited. He didn't commit it to Deficio because he knew he could escape. Great communication, and that means he'll be able to split push a little bit more, and they could force a team fight, you know, relatively soon, considering Peke used his ultimate right there.
Certainly did, and that does give a pretty big advantage for Ninjas in Pajamas. They have that 1,500 gold lead. They took down that bottom turret. That was the first turret of the game. Of course, the top one did go down, but now they're going to start applying pressure to this middle. You can see Peke is back here, but Freeze and Deficio, and Freeze went for the BF sword as well, as opposed to the boots and the Vampiric Scepter that Pushu pushed towards. And we'll see how that plays out between them. We've talked about many times that Caitlyn does fall off mid-game, and obviously Pushu will become an incredible machine on Vayne, or if he has the hashtag Vayne mechanics to be using it.
Freeze is trying to skip that mid-game power drop, or power, whatever you want to call it, that he loses, because he's going straight for an item. He's skipping the boots. He wants to force that item in relatively early, and with that Dragon, with the turret they took, I mean, it's a very high possibility that they'll have it completed before the 15-minute mark. And you look in the top lane right now between Mimir and Soaz, where Mimir, because of those that wolf camp he did take bottom early on, or sorry, top side of the jungle, he had a huge lead over Soaz, but Soaz caught up right now.
And of course, Bjergsen with that teleport not available at the moment. We'll see whether actually him and Mimir do work as a combo once they start diving in towards these fights, because of course the mobility that NIP have from that should be interesting. They've technically got 3 people that can all jump over walls.
And the last time Mimir played Shen, we saw that whole combo of Bjergsen on Zed, and it was pretty much 2v5 every time. Like, it would just be Bjergsen going off by himself. But right now, we do see Soaz getting taunted, but that's a tanky Malphite. You're not really going to do too much to him.
They just patted his back and said, "No, be on your way, Soaz, please. Leave me alone to farm." And he's like, "Nope, no. Got my Sunfire Cape on the way. I'm not going to be moved out of the lane this easily." Bjergsen, he keeps getting spotted by that pesky ward in the tri-bush, and I think he must be a little infuriated with it right now. He keeps trying to catch Pushu out of position, but he's not falling for it.
He's keeping that pressure, though, on that lane, and with him there, it allows their team to 4-man or 3-man push that middle lane right now if they want to go for it. And like I was saying before, I mean, that whole duo combo of Bjergsen and Meimer with that Shen, they did so much work when Bjergsen was on Zed. I wonder if they're going to make that same thing happen this time.
So let's have a look across the board at the creep scores, or the CS count, whichever you'd like to call it. It is the numbers next to the small profiles. 115 CS for Caitlyn, 94 for Pushu. You can see is farming out on the turret right now, while it is Freeze that keeps on shoving this mid lane, trying desperately to get on towards the outer middle turret. And on the mid laners, 106 to 106, bang even between the two, but you can see the goal difference because of that turret, and Dragon is heavily in favor of Bjergsen, as well as that kill he picked up. Yeah,
and I really want to give a little bit of shout out to Pusher right there, because he was down about the same amount of CS earlier on today, or not earlier on when he was top lane against Meimer. The thing is, he hasn't let Freeze to keep that gap going. That makes that's not even English right there. He hasn't allowed Freeze to extend the gap between them and CS.
I felt like you were missing a word as
you
went along. It was like the microphone was cutting out and you were like...
No, that was just me.
No, it was just you. Just your mind not working. Right now, though, Soaz, he's done a very good job at catching up in the CS. He's actually worked his way in there. If you remember rightly, Meimer had such a great start to it. Did manage to get around about 20-30 CS over Soaz, but Soaz instead has managed to sit back, farm, get himself back into this game.
So what's really cool between their items is the fact that Soaz, he's going for that early tankiness of the Sunfire Cape, but you look over at Meimer with the Kindle Gem, he gets the extra cooldown reduction, so it kind of shows that Soaz wants that immediate tankiness, but Meimer wants the ability to split push and use his ultimate a lot more. So it kind of shows what their paths are right now.
So big damage spike for Bjergsen. He's got that Lich Bane complete. He's going to be looking to see if he can land some kill. He's going to have to get in close and personal though, to get that spike of damage from the Lich Bane. The big purple glow that he has over him right now, making him a little bit of a radiant fish, as it were. And he's looking for Thresh right now. He's not going to land any hooks there, that's for sure. So instead, he's just going to go back to lane. Yellow Star, thinking maybe he's forgetting that he's not an AD carry right now, and going pretty deep on the lane.
Well, yeah. What we do see right now, him missing a little bit of CS, which is a little bit tough to do on Thresh. But right now, we have Dragon Cup in about a minute. And this is the big key point for NIP. Can they take this one flawlessly? Like, they've already got the first one. Getting a second one will just keep their gold income increasing throughout this game. It'll give them their items a little bit sooner.
Well, 40 seconds on the Dragon would most likely be where the next point of aggression. Fnatic know that he's in there. Actually still going to throw out Irving. He's going to catch on Pushu, but he manages to condemn him and hook him and exhaust him. And just like that, Playful Trickster's away. Soaz teleports in and Stopper Force doesn't catch on towards him, but doesn't matter. Cyanide's there. Bjergsen getting punted around left, right, and center. Oh, he's gone through! Nearly gets on Pushu. He gets him! How the hell did he pull the kill out? Playful Trickster's over the trees, and would you believe it, he manages to turn it to a 1-for-1.
Oh, poor Pusher. All he had to do was just walk away, not stay there, but at least he did pick up a kill himself. Dragon will be up in 10 seconds, and Meimer, he kind of...
Oh, he's going to smite it!
That's not good, though. His smite's now down for Dragon, and Fnatic could take advantage of this.
Well, we'll see whether they do. They're going to have to rush that Dragon, and honestly, I'm not too sure they're in the position. Remember, they're just using Unstoppable Force. You can see Cyanide, he's already used the kick. Pushu's not here, no AD carry, and there's not a great deal they can do. NIP can just bully them away from this.
They shouldn't do this. This might be a big misplay on their part if this does get stolen away by Cyanide, who's Lee said he's so mobile, he's hard to keep out of that pit.
We'll see whether he does manage to get in there. Bjergsen with teleport is coming in behind them. He's coming in just on top of Yellow Star, tries to flame away, and actually does a good job of it, but that's going to be collateral damage, maybe. Graves is going to suddenly make an appearance. Who knows? He's just going to start throwing off shots. Trevor, please. Cataclysm is the word I was looking for. Now they're going to go for Dragon, and they will pick this one up because Fnatic are not going to react, although Cyanide is still lingering.
He wants to make something happen here, but Bjergsen's ultimate is available. And honestly, that was a really smart play if you look at it. The NIP, they baited Fnatic in. They kept him there to allow Bjergsen just to teleport behind and make that play happen, able to pick up a kill on Yellow Star. And Xpeke, he's not doing that much damage to Bjergsen right now.
Hop, skip, and jump over the charm there from Bjergsen. They knew exactly how he could close the gap, but as said, once he gets that Lich Bane, he's going to be looking aggressive. And sure enough, 3-1-0 right now. He's now to step up the pace, Bjergsen. We talked about the pressure on his shoulders, those young shoulders as well. Only turned 17 in the spring split. Here in the summer split, he's effectively a veteran of the LCS. Now had clocked up just as many hours playing as most teams in the game so far, in the European League at least. And they've actually built themselves close to a 4,000 gold lead now in Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, they have, and that's all due to Bjergsen, just like you're saying. But there is one downside to him having all the kills of his team is that if he does get caught, like we saw earlier in his duel with Pushu and Yellow Star, he got condemned into the wall and then hooked by Yellow Star. And if they can lock him down like that, followed up with maybe a Malphite ultimate or a charm, he's gonna die. And then there goes a lot of their damage. But Freeze, he actually did rush a Bloodthirster because he doesn't want to get caught. He realizes he actually will get dove on by Soaz, wants to be able to sustain a little bit more. Didn't go for the eye edge right away, so he'll be able to follow it up with a Last Whisper.
Meanwhile, the Sunfire Cape was completed by Soaz. Interesting that Mima went for the Spirit Visage first rather than the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure his ultimate is up as soon as possible, just so he can keep split pushing and allow his team to force these fights that they want to make happen. And Soaz just wanted that immediate tankiness, which he did get. And right now, it hasn't been able to help them out too much because they only have 1 kill on the board, but we're going to see it progress in a couple of minutes.
We saw how quick. Oh, that's going to be Earth getting thrown out. He goes on towards Yellow Star. Is he going to get the Lich Bane proc? No, he's going to get pulled into the tower. He's not going to get the kill. This time they controlled him right, and Pushu picks up the kill.
And that is that hook I was just mentioning. If they do get some sort of CC on him, they're going to lock him down, pick up the kill, and Pushu now, who died a little bit earlier on, down 34 CS. He does have those 2 kills under his belt, and he's not that far behind. 700 gold to Freeze.
So every time he's tried it, and that actually will have given a good portion of gold to Pushu as well, because he'd got that couple of kills, started the kill streak going as well. So as though he's happy to sit and farm in this top lane now. Still even CS between these two, despite the fact they're not really going to do a great deal up against each other. Not too sure who would win out in the duel right now, but Deficio is heading up towards that top lane to help out a little bit for Mima.
What was that saying you always use? 2 greased up?
2 fat ladies in Grimsby. I don't know. There's a number of sayings you could use for it, but the fact is,
grease out of nowhere.
They're not really going to do a lot about it. They're just rubbing up against each other.
and if in the end, actually, Soaz should be able to win that just with the damage off of Sunfire Cape taken away, not to mention the attack speed still. But right now, with Deficio head up towards his top lane, you see Bjergsen head up there as well. They want to make their next play at this turret. They already have all the outer turrets down except this one, and Soaz, he's got to be careful.
He has got to be careful because Bjergsen's sneaking in towards that top bush. Not too sure whether he got spotted. Deficio steps out. They don't really care whether they're spotted right now. They just want the tower down. But Fnatic are responding in kind. They've got 3 members coming up towards here. Yellow Star's just off at the side. Maluno comes in to bolster the numbers for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's a 4-on-3. They're going to push in here. We could see an interesting Shadow Dash to see whether anyone goes in towards it. He went for Cyanide, didn't land it. Stranglethorns get thrown out. Unstoppable Force actually pulled Earth onto Yellow Star. Not really what they're asking. Great Cataclysm catching on. Soaz pulls out Unstoppable Force. That's going to be Fizz going down. Now they're going to turn this one around. Mima's trying to make a mad dash for it, but it's not going to happen. Peke comes in. The Orb gets thrown out. Not the damage, but Cyanide pulls out the Lee Syndrome. Catches him with a flying kick to the jaw.
And that was 3-on-4. You didn't have Freeze there, but you had Pushu pushing bottom, getting a lot of farm, getting a turret. You had Peke Middle who ended up coming in from the side, able to lock them down and killing Bjergsen again, killing Mimir and Lulu. Their tankiest targets with just pretty much Peke there is a really good sign for them. I mean, the damage Pushu's going to put out to Mimir and Lulu is going to be ridiculous, and doing that without him is a very good sign for Fnatic.
This has worked out very well for Pushu as well, because he's managed to get all of that free farm, like you say, in the bottom, and just put a lot of presence on their freezers, though, saying, thank you very much, you've just pushed an entire giant wave of minions to me, so I'll just get some more free farm there. It's interesting when you do push a tower like that. If you don't have the AD carry with you, what is your goal? The goal is to get the kills, and honestly, that backfired pretty horrendously.
Yeah, it really did. But the problem is that Freeze, he can't really go into that lane to stop Pushu because he will be outdueled by Vayne. Just with the Blade of the Rune King, the proc of that, if you get condemned to wall, you're automatically dead. Doesn't matter what items he has at this point. But he does finish up his Last Whisper, mostly. So even with that fight that just happened in the top lane, he got even stronger, and we have almost a Sunfire Cape coming in from Mimir. So NIP, even losing 3 people, they came back stronger than ever.
So we do see Bjergsen heading back to base. What's he going to pick up? He has got teleport available again, so we'll see whether he pulls out any maneuvers. Instead, he's going to go back, sells an item, waits a little bit for the gold.
Yeah, he's waiting for a large rod.
Waiting for a large rod. Boom, there it is. Got himself a large rod. So a little bit of ability power on there. 46 seconds for the dragon to spawn. Most likely will be the next target, which is why we're seeing 2 members of Fnatic backing off here just to get their timing right. Nope, they cancel it. Yellow Star's going to go in with that Oracle and start to sweep out the wards.
And right now, with that Oracle, it makes so Bjergsen can't use that teleport to get in behind the team like we saw earlier on at that dragon fight. But they're just leaving him by himself. They're going to let him split push. They're going to let him play his assassin and force Fnatic to 1v1 him. And right now, I mean, with those straight deaths coming in, I think that Xpeke should be able to do it himself, maybe even push you if he lands a condemn.
Well, both these teams are going to be maneuvering. We see the red buff being picked up by Freeze. The bottom lane is actually getting pushed out by Pushu. And of course, the top lane. Soaz has teleport, Mima has Stand United. Interested to see who chooses to interrupt who and whether any of them actually get down in time to make it a proper 4-on-5, or whether it ends up as a straight 4-on-4 and then they just have to go at it in the top lane. Still don't know who would win out, really. Some fight games not been completed by Mima, whereas Soaz is actually pretty damn tanky right now against Mima. So Mima wouldn't be able to do a great deal to Soaz right now in a fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the Grand Slam put in right after that. We do see Yostar kind of getting caught there, but it's Maluno the one that gets caught.
Yeah, he got hooked in. Wasn't really the fish he was looking for. Instead, he does back straight out of that one. Diffuser is like, I know there's a ward there, guys. I just want to get it. My oracle's run out.
Poor him. But right now, Dragon is up, and this is what we saw last two good at NIP. And I've been saying throughout yesterday and today and in this game that it's a big point of contention that both these teams have to fight for it. And it's just about who can get the better position, who can punish. But wow, Bjergsen getting taken low.
Getting catch on there. There's going to be Earth popping up. Not quite the damage on Peke, and he escapes with a slither of his life. Meanwhile, Ninjas in Pajamas are going to try and move for position. Cyanide is just around the Tribus. Defugio gets hooked in again, but there's going to be a nice catch on towards Pushu. Try and jump in. Cataclysm tries to tumble out of it. Dragon Strike will finish that one off. Now Yellowstar, he's the focus of target, but the exhaust forced away. Bjergsen, now Cyanide. He's coming around the backside. Don't think he's going to be able to create anything. They see him with the ward, but instead they're focusing on the Dragon, and it's dangerous to leave Cyanide alone. Yes, and that's why they realize, no, just take the big wave at the bottom. We'll fight this fight again in a moment.
They're going to lose their middle turret, though, for that. They have no one really coming back except Diffusio will be making his way in. I don't think NRP realizes how lucky they were in that fight, because Soaz just teleported back to base to buy up an item, to heal up, and then to teleport into that fight. But right now, Fnatic, they're not going to be stopped here, but we might see a big fight break out with Luno coming in from the side.
They're coming from every angle. Peke's going to get caught out of position here. He's going to have to use his Spirit Rush, but he hasn't got it available, so instead he could get locked up. We're going to see the Charm land on. Mima's going to have Shadow Dash back in a moment, so they didn't get the middle turret, and now it looks like they're going to lose a member of their team. There's going to be playful trickster from Bjergsen, still not able to close the gap. Poor Peke's going to try and turn it around. Gets the charm on Maluno. Spirit Rush was used to get him out of this fight eventually as the cooldown came up. But look at this. Fnatic setting a trap. Unstoppable Force was available for Soaz, and they choose to back away wisely.
And in the end, they didn't lose anyone. They kept their turret alive, and they pushed Fnatic out of the side of their jungle. So great job by them. And they also are going to be able to keep their blue buff up for Bjergsen, he's going to need that. He's building towards a DFG, which is going to help quite a bit with that cooldown reduction, the extra burst damage he can do. But Fnatic, with that Oracle still in hand on Yellowstar, looks like they want to go for Dragon themselves.
They will go for Dragon themselves. This time NIP not in any way, shape or form to try and counteract this one. And they will have to let it go. So Fnatic will be finding their first Dragon of the game. The Earth Red Lobster being tossed out to... I've never really realized, I mean, lobsters, they don't really attract manatees that I know of, but maybe this time with that little graphic change. You know, normally I didn't know sharks went for lobsters either, but we'll give Riot graphics department a little bit of creative freedom on that one.
I was actually curious if they consulted National Geographic on that one, just kind of get an idea if it would work or not. But still, right now, NIP game very close between these two teams. A 300-400 goal difference between them. 5-5 in kills. 2 turrets to 1 for, two Dragons to 1 for NIP, and 2-2 in turrets. And this game is getting really scary. I mean, it's been kind of slow, not as slow as the others, but it's one of those games where it's gonna be a ticking time bomb. At some point of this game, it's just gonna explode, and both teams have to be ready for this, and both teams have to realize, do we want to be the ones causing that explosion, or are we gonna let the other team do it?
They are indeed just waiting for that snowball event, the avalanche to begin, and Vishio is gonna have to try and hold out this mid lane, and does it well with his plant kind. As he throws out everything, gets his little bit of CS, and actually looking at the CS, both supports have got themselves a fair amount, 30 CS for Diffucio, 22 for Yellowstar. These...
Oh, Bjergsen, this is not a good position to be in.
This is not a good position, and the fish has been caught, hook, line, and sinker. But will he get away with it? Stand United comes out. They're going to try and force in Peke. Oh, no, that's going to be Earth turning it back around. Goes in there, playful tricksters away. Gets Peke down. There's the box from Yellowstar, but Cyanide comes back in around the side. Puts a kick to the face. Gets him in the jawline. Diffucio now, he's caught out. The silver bolts from Pushu. Get himself a second kill.
Oh, and those top laners poured them. They interrupted each other on the teleport and the Shen ultimate, so they didn't get to show up, but Marmor did get his shield onto Bjergsen, able to allow him to stay alive a little bit longer, but in the end, a 1 for 3 for Fnatic. That's a fantastic job by them, fantastic job by Cyanide to get there quick enough and to make sure to pick up that kill on Bjergsen. And Ericsson, he needs to maybe go with a pink ward or two because he's been down at that bottom lane multiple times, and that's the second time in a row where he's died going down there.
And you talked about it. It's dangerous getting all the kills on one player. 6 kills for NIP, 5 of them are on Bjergsen, but he's died 4 times. So every time he does go in, gets the kill, generally they die, and then a couple more members of NIP die afterwards.
Luckily for him, though, because the thing is, with all this roaming he's doing, he's not CSing. But luckily, he is getting those kills, so he's keeping up in terms of gold with Xpeke right now. But if it starts happening where he doesn't pick up a lot of CS soon, if he doesn't pick up another kill or two, Xpeke is going to out-damage him. And Xpeke will be able to do a lot more damage in the team fight to the entirety of the NIP lineup.
So, as it stands, well, he's got Sonya's Hourglass now, so maybe it's going to work out well for him next time around.
Didn't go for DFG.
Didn't go for a DFG, no. He decided to switch it up, which instead Peke gets himself that blue buff will be looking towards. Cyanide, though, he's been sneaking around, picking up these kills. He's actually been the one that's the cleanup crew on Bjergsen. 3-0-3 now, got the Iron Lock at the Solari completed, along with that Sight Stone, of course, so he can do those ninja moves that Lee Sin tends to do, or technically karate move. Actually, he's a Thai boxer, my Thai boxer, isn't he?
He has a skin of that? I don't know if that's exactly what he is.
It's the stance he uses in Muay Thai.
I hate watching a good player play these things. I realize the things I can never do.
Yeah.
Like the ward jumping, the getting behind him, kicking him back into team, pulling an insect, can never do that. And it makes me sad inside. But still 3-0-3, that's a great score by him. He already has Soaz, who's very tanky with that 206 CS. He's going to be able to get very tanky with that Giant Spell coming in. And right now, Freeze, I mean, he has a Last Whisper, he has a Bloodthirster, but he does nowhere near the same amount of damage as Pushu does.
Well, Ninjas in Pajamas are gathering in the mid lane once again. It's looking at Pushu, who is going to try and sneak around onto Mima. Gets spotted out by that ward. Mima's like, nope, nope, not having any of that. But it does mean that the top lane is a little exposed. We'll see whether Fnatic gather anywhere. They are still trying to kill on that one. Yes, I didn't quite get the last hit. It timed out before he managed to take it. So a little sad side from Jason. Yeah. But nevertheless, it is Ninjas in Pajamas still with 4 members in this middle. They've been here a long time, you know, NIP. This is kind of the situation they've been in a few times. It's like, well, we've kind of taken down a lot of the outer turrets. We could try and do with getting that top one, but Mima's desperately trying to split push, and he's coming up against a very rock-solid object. It's not working out for him. The rest of NIP are kind of like, well, what are we going to do? Bjergsen, go find another pick.
And I'm not sure if you're able to do that much longer. I mean, right now, Mima, he won't outsplit push a Soaz. It will just not happen because he has Sunfire Cape, but he did just pick one up, so it helps alleviate that pressure a little bit. But because he's there, it allows Soaz to roam around and you know, save his teleport a little bit longer if he wants to. But both of them are just going to sit there. And right now, I mean, Push or Freeze, he's going to get that Found Dancer, I believe, very soon, which is going to help him do a lot more damage. But the thing is, with Soaz in his face, with that ground slam happening onto him, his damage is going to be cut really low. I was going to say in half, but I think it's even lower than that.
It's going to be lower than half. Okay. So we're into the below 49% radius. Nice to see. We're not getting the exact figures just yet, though. Blue buff will be picked up by Bjergsen, so we'll see what he can do with this. Would he go try and looking for trouble on Soaz in his top lane? It looks like he may well try and sneak in towards the top bushes. No wards up there, so Bjergsen may actually be able to do this one. Instead, it looks like Mima's like, no, I can actually bait him down here a little bit closer, but Soaz, no, just going to stay here. Just chill in the bush.
And one thing you can see between both these teams is the pressure they're under. Both of them went 0-2 yesterday, and they need a win right now. I mean, you said this is the only game they're going to play today. Picking up that one win will give them a little bit of momentum for tomorrow, but Soaz, he's going to get caught here.
He's going to get caught out there. Fish is going to get thrown towards him, but look at that. Not a great deal of damage done. Lich Bane, everything thrown towards it, Unstoppable Force, and just walks away like a boss.
So that's 2 members committed over towards that top side, and Fnatic right now, they can 4-man push middle, and they are going to lose a turret for that, and NIP, are they going to continue pushing this top lane? They might be able to, because Soaz isn't healthy.
Well, they do get a 3rd turret, and that's going to be a dragon trade. Yes, it will be. Just pops up a couple of seconds before the timer. And it does seem that the inner turret is actually going to get beaten down. The Lich Bane will do a lot of work here from Bjergsen. This is not a good trade for Fnatic. A dragon for an inner turret, or technically 2 turrets? That's a horrendous trade.
They might be able to get that middle turret, though, because look where NIP went. They went down towards that bottom. You see Peke trying to go towards that top side to stop that Bjergsen push, and they're going to be able to get a turret out of this at least.
Well, they may get one. Muluno is not going to be able to stop them on this one. Bjergsen stuck around a little bit too long. Peke tries to use that Spirit Rush, catches on towards him. But the Shadow Dash turns around. He catches the Earth on towards him. Peke is going to get taken low and dropped. And now Soaz is in trouble. Unstoppable Force isn't available this time around. He has got Flash, though, but you can see the damage. Playful tricks the back on towards him. He wants to flash across, but gets caught with a Shadow Dash of Mima and taken down. A 2-for-0 exchange in the top. But the mid lane, Muluno got taken down down as well.
And Bjergsen dodged the DFG damage with his playful trickster, but this is exactly what we saw NIP do last week. Bjergsen's on a different champion, but he's just off pushing by himself. Meimer ults in, saves him, and they end up picking up kills. Now they're pushing that middle lane. In the meantime, the rest of NIP, well, sorry, they're pushing the top, but NIP's pushing middle as well.
Well, that's easy to see. Pushu and Yellowstar coming around there. Hook on towards Meimer, but is that the target they want? They've lost another inner turret.
Oh,
he manages to just
so lucky
get away from that one.
He got
no
condemned
problem.
away. He was going to get hit into that wall, but he taunted right across and condemned awake perfectly. Ends up staying alive. That definitely would have been a dead him. And now NIP, who looked to have lost control of the game, gain it back, and they're actually counter-jungling Fnatic a little bit, taking away their red buff.
Well, they've just taken away a bunch of turrets as well. 2 inner turrets going down in a matter of seconds. We said it was going to start happening quickly, and sure enough, despite the fact they're 9-8 down in kills, they are 5-3 up in those turrets, and they have a 1,000 gold advantage still. Very, very tight between these two teams. I do not rule either of them out just yet, because this could turn around on the flip of a switch or the tilt of a hat. Not really a phrase. Flip of a switch, roll of the dice. We could go roll of the dice.
Yeah. Nice.
Number of them.
And right now, Bjergsen, he got a Void Staff. And that is going to give him the ability to, well, if he wasn't already strong enough to, pretty much 1v1 Xpeke, but Peke's trying to respawn by building a Zonius for himself, which he desperately needs. Like, that is an item he has to have to dodge the damage out of that Earth coming out of that Fizz. And Peke, they gotta get a lot of farm channeled into him. He's already at 308 CS, but we see the engage on Bjergsen.
Caught with the unstoppable force, backed up straight by the charm. Oh, the Zonya's out. That's just at the right time. He's gonna play for Trickster straight away. Is it gonna be enough? He pops out. The enemy still got away. Finally goes down. It's Meimer though that picks up the kill on towards Cyanide. Now they're gonna try and lock up another. Push you with that Vayne ultimate running. Can he catch down Maluno? No, he can't. They may be able to get themselves a turret here. The pressure coming out from Fnatic. Can they force it on them?
And you saw right there why the Zonius is so good on a Fizz. It gives you that little bit of time to get the reset on your cooldowns, to get your playful Trickster back up to escape right there. Fantastic job. He's able to pick up one, and he almost escaped somehow. I don't know how he almost escaped that, but he almost did.
Well, that's just the annoyance of this. But look at this. Pushu's going to get himself a big, giant creep wave. But we talked about how close they were in CS earlier on. They're not that close anymore. Freeze, somewhere, somehow, has built himself up a 60-70 CS advantage. He gets hooked in there, but Yellowstar's like, we gotta stop them.
Peke is coming.
Baron is dangerous with a 3-man right now. The charm lands on towards Meimer. Not really the target they wanted. He's very tanky, gets the shadow dash on towards Peke. He gets just drilled down. It's Deficio that actually picked up the kill. They're gonna go back to Baron. Cyanide is coming in though, so they have to be careful of the steal, but they're gonna try and do what they can on this Baron. At the moment, it's still got 9,500 hit points, so there's Bjergsen comes in, flashes home guard boots on towards him, so has to unstoppable force away, but Freeze Dot manages to pick up the kill, and that is going to be surely all she wrote for Fnatic. They're going to have to back off from this one.
Here it comes.
He goes in, throws out the lobster, Pushu, Cataclysm. That's actually going to put Bjergsen out of the way, unfortunately for him. Couldn't get close enough. The Shadow Dash not going to close the gap. Doesn't matter. Bjergsen comes across, slices Yellowstar in half.
Great job by NIP to realize their cooldowns yet again. This is the second time they've used that teleport to their advantage, where they bait in a fight against Fnatic, had Xpeke push in a little bit too far, gets taunted, then just blown up by Bjergsen. And right now, Cyanide, he's still up. He is here for the potential of the steal. There is no pink ward or Oracle for NIP. There is a ward in the pit for Fnatic. We could see a steal, and Cyanide's so amazing at it.
He's seeing what he can do. He's waiting in the wings. A ward goes down. Is he going to get across in time? That's the question. No, because Bjergsen's going to turn aggressive on him instead. And look at the damage coming out towards him. He tries to ulti kick away. Doesn't matter. Freeze lands the last shot. That is going to be Baron for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Great job by NIP to just wait on that Baron, to not get it a little bit lower, because Lee Sin has an execute percent damage when a target is really low. He had a high potential stealing it away, and Freeze, he's just sitting there in the pit attacking away onto him, able to pick up that kill. And right now, NIP, from coming to the brink of a loss, they've been able to turn this game around in a matter of 5 minutes.
And ladies and gentlemen, if they do pick up this, it's going to turn it into a 6-way tie, I believe, which is pretty scary. Is it 5-way or 6-way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-way. 5-way tie.
Still, that is scary. I mean, considering how little games we have left for each of these teams, we would have to play these games out, obviously before the playoffs happen, to figure out who's going.
Yeah, and it actually goes into a playoff situation, and like a bunch of head-to-heads, finding out who would be up against each other. It's not a straight round robin, because frankly, we'd be here until Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a really... Well, we'll explain it if we get to that, honestly, because it's
we're
really
not going to worry
confusing
about it
thing
right
to
now.
explain. But right now, Fnatic able to take away the blue buff from Bjergsen. And that's actually pretty good because it limits his cooldown reduction, which is really the key thing that he needs right now. But he does have another Needlessly Large Rod. He is working, I would assume now, towards the DFG. And that puts his damage just through the roof. Peke's still working towards his Zhonya's Death Cap. Zhonya's Hourglass.
Sounds like a great item.
It does. It's actually, there is one in Howling. No, Dominion. No, Twisted Tree Line. There we go. It's called Wooglitz.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's both in one. But anyways, he's working towards the Zhonya's Hourglass. Does have it done. And that is a huge power-up for Fnatic.
Well, Bjergsen, speaking of power-ups, is continuing to do the damage and picking up the kills, 7, 5, and 4. Still a lot of the pressure on him, but you can also see that Freeze did get, danger, NIP, but the rest of his team come around to react, and they know that there's going to be that turret. But with the Baron on, Ace in the hole fired off, catches on towards Cyanide's backside, try and protect out who it was aimed at, but that bottom turret, I'm not sure they can defend this one.
And he'd be very careful. We do have Soaz, though, coming in, so he could have a 5-1-4 fight. However, Mimer has his ultimate available. They do just give it up because it is a Baroned up NIP, and they're just going to take as many objectives as they possibly can. However, there's nothing left for them to take for free. They're going to have to go for an inhibitor turret here if they want to take any extra gold.
Well, they're clearing out the jungle. The blue buff actually just spawned, and sure enough, they're going to go straight for it and steal that one away. Looks like it's going to be Bjergsen they're going to gift it across to as he'll slide across and pick that one up. Looks like the rest of the team happy to actually just wait this one out, take it slow. They had built up a rather nice advantage. It's just shy of 8,000 gold right now. They've got the advantage built up. Considering this was a 1k gold difference game for such a long period of time, they definitely managed to snowball away into this one quite nicely.
Yes, they have, and that's all due to just picking up a couple of kills or getting some really good position against the other team, and they're still stealing away as much jungle as possible. They're making it so Fnatic can't push out past their base. And this is the do or die time. Who has the better dive team? Looking over at NIP, if they do land the Cataclysm onto a couple of targets and the taunt across that, they're going to demolish them, pair that in with the Stranglethorns. But Fnatic have a good kind of counter-engage with the Thresh's box and with the Malphite ultimate.
And Soaz is going to be looking to try and land that ultimate. Not too sure where to start with. It looks like the Ace in the hole coming in, only corner towards Soaz, blocked it off nicely, it's prevented it going in there. Bjergsen keeps trying to bait out that charm from Peke, knowing once it's down, the cooldown is off, they can maybe signal a time to start. They realize that they have no chance of just going in wave after wave. They're going to have to try and get some split push going here. Looks like it's going to be Bjergsen that heads off to take down the middle wave.
Yeah, the thing is, the only people that he can hit with his ultimate is now Soaz, Cyanide, and Yellow Star. Because of the QSS that currently Pushu has, he's going to be able to drop it off of him, and the Zhonya's Hourglass that Xpeke has, he's going to be able to mitigate the damage, and that makes it very tricky for NIP to get a solid engage.
As it is both top and middle wave are now cleared. So let's see whether they do manage to get themselves in there. We do see Peke is on his own trying to defend. It's actually, they're going to get a Shadow Dash on towards Soaz. Oh, look at the damage. Freeze actually putting a good spike onto Soaz there. That's shredded off 1,000 hit points in just a couple of shots. So Soaz realizing he's not unstoppable just yet. Meanwhile, that mid turret continues to get hammered on. Bjergsen with that Lich Bane will do a chunk of damage. And every time the wave gets cleared, he just pokes in there, gets another single shot on towards that turret. And that's all he's going to require. Just keep chipping it down. Baron buff has now worn off, though, for Ninja Pajamas, which does signal time to back off.
Yeah, that was a great job of them. Just decide to go for the split push. And they have a decent amount of disengage with Deficio if he does land that Stranglethorn across the team. But right now, going to back away with their gold to go back and spend 2,000 gold on Freeze. He's getting really close to an Infinity Edge if he wants to go for that as his main item. But with that Oracle picked up on Deficio with the Boots mobility, it looks like they want to go for one more Baron before they go for the end.
It's always good to see a Fizz jumping around and enjoying it. I'm absolutely useless on Fizz. It's one of those champions I never did get my head around, but it's great to see them playing well. Just I never time the playful tricks at the right time. So you see the charm come out, so I'm gonna... Oh, no, call me.
See, the one thing about Fizz for me is I see people do amazing damage on him.
Yeah.
And do so well. I can't do that.
I can't do that.
Same with Poppy.
I can't.
Just same with Poppy. Oh, I hate Poppy.
Poppy, yeah. I've played games with N-rated, and he's just like, this champion's broken.
Yeah, and then when we play it...
Nobody plays it still.
There is actually one person at NA. He's no longer in LCS. Actually, wasn't.
Well, he used to be double lifted, to be fair.
Well, it was also Zekin over there. He plays a lot of Poppy. He has an account dedicated to only her, and I believe it's Diamond 1 right now. So, kind of shows she is useful, but maybe not necessarily in these team compositions or with the current items that are out.
Couldn't be counted. That's the main issue. And there's
only
not
by
really...
Olaf. and Teemo.
Not really a lane for her at the moment, though, as it stands. Certainly in the team composition, and it seems that Bjergsen is going to continue stealing away everything in Fnatic's jungle. Deficio, though, with that ward, may get the check there with Damashi. Standard didn't want to walk into that one. And look, while this is all happening, Mimer's been off split pushing. We talked about how Soaz couldn't really stop him, but he's actually building up towards a Trinity Force now. So maybe, just maybe, he's going to get to the point where the way he continues, he will surpass Soaz, and he will become a serious, serious problem. He had to just push those lanes down on his own.
He's got a little bit of a daring in him. Because Darren loves to go that Triforce as a damage item, but we do see Fnatic, they're trying to get some vision. They're trying to get some control, and NIP, they realize that. They back off, they let them take it, then they take that vision back yet again, and it allows Mimer to keep pushing. And with him not in vision, Fnatic has to give up their jungle right now. They have to back away. They don't know where he's going to come in from, and you even see Soaz, he's actually going to visit that top or that bottom lane to kind of defend this push.
Yeah, interesting to see whether they actually go up against each other. Nope, still not going to have any of it. Comes in, ground slams the minions, puts that Riot Fist down and walks away. No problem. Baron is up. Dragon will be up in around about 33 seconds. Cyanide.
They don't realize it's warded, I think, back at Baron.
Cyanide thinking of going in there. Yeah, they don't realize there's a ward at the back. I don't think Deficio quite caught it out there, which is why Fnatic are still lingering. Grasping Root's not going to catch onto Yellow Star. That Oracle throws out the death sentence, not going to find its victim. Cyanide may actually walk straight in, though. Lands the Q, catches on towards Bjergsen, will not follow that one through, that's for sure. While this is all happening, Mimer's still in that bottom lane, still getting himself more sweet, sweet gold.
And this is being executed very well by NIP. They're playing it really safe. They're doing it by the book. And they pull the rest of Fnatic towards them, let Mimer split push. When he pulls someone away, they go back to clearing out the wards, go back to getting that control around Baron. And the thing is, they're keeping that top wave push. They're keeping the bottom wave push, so someone always has to visit. And Fnatic, they're going to be the ones to have to make the move. I mean, they obviously can't let Baron go, but it's going to be really hard for them to find a fight that they're going to have an advantage from.
What concerns me coming up to the World Finals is we've seen this all too often for every team in Europe. This little Baron dance, this little tactical prowess play that they do with each other. Sometimes it works out, often it backfires. I don't see this in Korea. You don't tend to see this. They're generally already in such a strong position. They don't get to the 44-minute mark and think we're still very close.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're going to come in and get the steal! Cyanide manages to take it. Doesn't matter whether he died. He doesn't care because he's got the steal. And now Fnatic have the ball in their court. Stranglethorn's you. Peke trying to get away. He's going to get locked up. Zhonya's Hourglass will not save him. He will get taken down. Soaz comes in. Unstoppable Force. He's going to get dropped as well. NIP do get themselves 3 kills, but the Baron was stolen.
Oh, lucky for them, they're able to get those 3 kills, because if Fnatic escaped from that without losing anyone, that would have been terrible, and that is all due to NIP losing control of the jungle of Fnatic with vision. They didn't see Cyanide come in, he was able to steal that one away right under Maluno's nose, but still, with these 5 members up, with having a 30-second respawn timer on Cyanide, they're going to push a Spill Inhibitor turret, and they should be able to take it for free.
And Mimer is a walking turret right now. He's that strong that he'll be able to tank this one up. The rest of the team will come in. Freezer's going to hammer on that turret down, and that will be the first inhibitor turret of the game going down, followed by the inhibitor, and maybe, just maybe, they may push on through, try and steal a cheeky Nexus here, because there is only 2 members still defending this one. They've got Bjergsen in there. They may be able to get the damage with that addition of the Lich Bane on towards that Nexus turret. Just the one, that's all they need. Doesn't matter. Yellowstar's going to get caught out there, but look at that. Bjergsen having to use the Zhonya's, the rest of the team coming back up there. Throws out Earth, catches on towards Cyanide. Now Ninjas in Pajamas might be able to finish the game off. They've got both Nexus turrets down. They do manage to catch on towards Cyanide. He's going to get in. The Nexus goes down, and Ninjas in Pajamas take down Fnatic, and sure as hell, it's a 5-way tie for 3rd place here in the European LCS.
And you just look at NIP right now, they realize how close that game was. They almost lost it at that Baron with that steal, and you see how much that means over to Fnatic. Soaz is just so broken over that game, going 0-3 in a super week so far. That is not the Fnatic that won the spring split. That is not the Fnatic that we got to know.
No, absolutely, and you know what? If I was asked to bet on a team that would make it through, Fnatic was one of them. I thought that is a team that will get to playoffs the way they've been playing this season. They shouldn't have too many issues, but it seems that they have. It seems that things have backfired, and Ninjas in Pajamas, who themselves have been having a torrid time, they're 3-4 since Xtinct left the team. It is still very close, and you see Deficio there. We need another one, but that was certainly an important victory for them. They had to get the win there.
Gosh, you can just see it on Deficio. He just realizes, wow, we got so lucky there.
Yeah.
That was so lucky for us. And that you can't really afford to get wins like that. You're going to take them if you can. I mean, they had one against EG, but you need to be able to pull out wins yourself. And if they want to make it to playoffs, potentially having a 5-way, 6-way tie coming up, they have to be able to pick up a lot more wins than just this one.
And to be honest, if they had a little bit of faith, a little bit more coordination, and they expected maybe Cyanide to go in and get that steal on Baron, would have been in position and prepared to go for it, they could have turned that fight around.
Yeah, they really... Yeah, they definitely could have. I mean, he was overextended a little bit just because he wanted to make sure they had vision of that Baron, make sure they could not steal it away. And you saw how much vision Yellowstar invested into the top side of the jungle, having it everywhere to see that they are not there. They know they're going for Baron. Gets the steal, but I think if they just backed away and gave that one up, or not gave it up, but just let the team escape, NIP escape, they could have had at least another 10 minutes to kind of maybe get back in the game, maybe build up a couple more items and get a solid engage that they wanted, because with the Malphite, you want to be engaging, not defending.
Jason, I want to see where you stand on this. Where the hell do we see what teams are going to make it to playoffs? Because every single game we have, it changes positions again, and everybody keeps just balancing themselves out. Yesterday we had a couple of people, 3 or 4. Now we've got 5 all tied for 3rd place. It's actually just closed up. We thought, oh, they're going to finally separate themselves in Super Week. They've just got closer together again.
I'll only give you 2 because I feel comfortable with those 2.
Lemon Dogs.
Lemon Dogs are going to get through, and I can tell you that NIP, or not NIP, Ancient Makers will not get in the playoffs.
Wow. Really?
Playing the safe route.
On the fence right there. This is just...
I don't want to be biased towards any teams. But I don't know. With the way Gambit's playing, I will say that one at least. I'll put my foot out there. With the way Gambit's playing, they look like they're going to be able... Yeah, it is. They'll be able to make it into playoffs too.
Well, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go towards our analysis desk. It is going to be Joe and Quickshot to take us through NIP versus Fnatic.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Quickshot, a bit of a chaotic match there overall. I mean, there were skirmishes constantly throughout that game.
It was almost sloppy, if I'm going to be honest. If you look at the game from the very beginning of the matchup, Bjergsen was really trying to get his split push on. He was really trying to make a trouble for Fnatic all over the map. He overcommitted many, many times. You know, D-Man and Jason highlighted how many times Bjergsen was caught out. He would get one, but he would die. He'd get one, he would die.
That 1v4, though.
It was pretty epic. It was pretty epic. And more importantly, the amount of ultimates and summoner spells he baited out. Teleport, the teleport, the unstoppable force, just everything got thrown at him. And basically, part of the reason the game was so chaotic, Fnatic had no answer for a split push. Fnatic had no traditional champion that could sit in lane and A, deal with Fizz, and B, deal with getting rid of the lane. So NIP had all the time in the world.
But we're talking about Fnatic here, a team who have split pushed since the start of the spring split, and you'd think of all the teams, they'd probably have an answer to that.
The thing about the composition that Fnatic put together right now is it was a very team fight-centric comp. You had Lee Sin in there, you had Ari, which can do mobile picks, put damage, unstoppable force from Malphite in the top lane, and then Vayne and Thresh to clean up. They were very much focused around saying, look, we're confident in our 5v5s, we're comfortable fighting NIP in a straight-up fight. And NIP basically went, not so keen on that. Let's play this a little bit solo queue. Just unleash Bjergsen. Don't put him on Karthus like they did yesterday.
Yeah.
They put him on Fizz, a playmaker. They unleashed him into the world, and he got up to all sorts of fishy business.
God. And that's where he always did best, you know, in fighting, basically, in the jungle, catching people out. Let's take a look at the replay. Ironically, not really surprisingly either, it's got Bjergsen in it.
Yeah, so the replay that I want to highlight is about 26 minutes into the game. We'll pull this one up on screen for you in a moment, and it's actually a fight that NIP lose, right? They go down 1 for 3, but it really encompassed the entirety of this matchup. Let's start the replay off, and I'll kick it off at half speed in just a second, as you'll notice that first and foremost, let's pause this right here. Look at the mini-map. Bjergsen is alone on the bottom half of the map with 3 members of Fnatic around him, and also look at the positioning of Cyanide in the jungle. As this little, encounter plays out, Bjergsen gets caught by a hook and eats basically every form of crowd control available, but he manages to get the Playful Trickster off just before the stun comes in. Now I'm going to pause it right here and jump us to the top lane, because as the Stand United is coming down, that's going to get interrupted by Soaz's unstoppable force. He's going to knock him up into the air. All right, we go back to the bottom lane. Now remember, this happened for a million times up until this point in the game as well. Bjergsen carries on fighting, he manages to get his ultimate off, and the key to this particular engagement was the burst damage that he managed to land before Cyanide closes him off. Now in the background, unfortunately, because Yellowstar and Pushu were, sealing them off, it almost bought time for Soaz to get in the fight, but a flash taunt prevents that one from happening. So we go back down to the bottom lane before Defisho finally gets closed out, and that ends up wrapping up the third kill of the fight throughout the entirety of the engagement. And at the time, the scoreline was 6-8, and every single kill had been like that. Every single kill had been involvements from every single lane at the same time. Cyanide was at the Wraith camp, and he managed to make it to the Dragon Pit to pick up the kill. And it just really summarized the key of the game. But because Fnatic couldn't deal with the chaotic nature, they fell behind further and further and further and further until eventually they lost the entire match.
Well, pure chaos from NIP earns them the points, and that's what's important in this stage of the day. We're going to head over to Shox, who's standing by with Deficio.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, Deficio, as we started this, I asked you for the interview and you said, I didn't think maybe I would sit here. Does that kind of describe the general feeling of last night after the games, the 0-2, and what did you do to pick yourself up after that?
We had a good talk with our manager and NIP and like the whole team, and we had a dinner where we discussed everything, and we realized that the teams like yesterday, everything we wanted to happen went wrong. Like all the teams we were supposed to lose, they won their games, like Gambit went 2-0 and so on. But then we realized now Alternate and Fnatic also lost 2 games, and now all of a sudden we can catch them and maybe overtake one of them. Yeah. So like they gave us some confidence again that we really needed, and now we managed to beat Fnatic, so that was perfect.
Yeah, a lot of mind games going on. There's so much that can happen in the standings. So what was the plan? Your bans were Elise, Cannon, and Kassadin, so very much aimed, of course, at the top and the mid lane. Was that the main focus?
We knew we wanted a tank top lane. So we wanted to get rid of like the 2 really snowball top laners, the Source plays, which is Elise and Cannon, because they have an easy time farming versus a tank, and they can get a lot of free farm, maybe even a tower alone, and then they can snowball the game from there and be very hard to deal with in team fights, away with them. And obviously Kassadin and Pegger, you don't want to play against that, so we had to ban it.
Yeah, and then talking about Snowball, you had a Fizz who got first blood and just got ahead. Was that the sign for you as to, we might have this game if he keeps this up?
Well, that was obviously the perfect scenario to get Bjergsen ahead on Fizz, so we could do the 1-3-1 split push. Sadly though, we almost messed it up a few times. We had some bad dives, which we should never have done. They gave Fnatic some kills so they got back in the game. I actually think we were really far ahead, like in the early mid game. We got like 2 dragons, 2 towers, and Fizz was kind of fed, so it was looking really good until we started kind of throwing it away, but it worked out.
Yes, it did. And talk me maybe about that last Baron where Cyanide pulled off a great steal, but then you guys just said, we're just going to decimate you now.
Well, the steal is good. Like, obviously, we want to get the Baron, but him actually jumping in for the steal so we can kill him is not always a good thing. Because it means that we will now have like free time to run up and take an inhibitor, because they can't hold us 4v5, even with Baron. They have no chance to hold us. So that he goes in and steal it is obviously good for, like, you can say it's good he gets the buff, but the fact that we can just kill him afterwards actually gives us an advantage.
But eventually it all turned out all right for you guys in this game, so it must be bittersweet. 1-2 right now in these 2 days, and for you with the history of the team, where is the mindset right now? Because you were that hyped up team, of course, last season, and then you had the journey had to start all over again from this season, and where you are now, what's the mindset?
It's obviously been a very hard season for us. There's been some changes we wanted to make, and then there's been a change we didn't want to happen, which really hit us hard. I mean, losing Extinct was rough. I mean, he did a lot of things for the team. He made a lot of calls in game. He was very smart about the game, and he was a great player. So losing him and having to adjust to a whole new player who has to adjust to like the competitive scene, because Mimir is a solo queue player, or was a solo queue player, and now he's playing competitively. So he has had a lot of things he had to like work on and adjust to, and we had a lot of things we had to adjust to with him. So it kind of set us back a bit, which is obviously unlucky. Now there was like 3 weeks left when we made the change. I had to make the change. So, but all in all, it's getting better, and I think if we get to the spot to Gamescom, we can definitely surprise.
All right, to do that, final question, matches coming up, Alternate and SK Gaming. Without giving anything away, of course, what are your general thoughts about those last 2 games?
I think we have a good shot at beating Alternate. They are a bit in the same situation as us right now. Things are not really working that well, still trying to adjust also to a new patch, so I think versus them is going to be a very close game. SK is looking very dominant though on the other hand. I will say 50-50 just to be fair.
All right, thank you very much, Deficio. NIP finally grasping a victory here in the Super Weekend. As for us, we've got even more coming your way. But of course, take a minute to catch your breath and answer our Twitter question of the day as we asked you which LCS player has improved the most to Split and why. Maybe it's Deficio. I don't know. If your tweet is one of the 5 we picked to read on the air, you'll get a Logitech G400S gaming mouse. Of course, follow us at LOL Esports and, of course, use the LCS hashtag to be eligible. And you can help us make the best show possible by going to bit.ly/EU LCS Week 9 and giving us feedback about the broadcast. And now for us, we need a quick break, but when we come back, Gambit tries to fight their way back to the top of the standings with a win against SK Gaming. everybody. We're back and just moments away from our fifth match of the day. Gambit versus SK Gaming, two teams that have shown some explosive play. So let's hope they do the same now. So let's go over to D-Man and Jason for that game.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We are just about to see Gambit taking on SK Gaming. So far, Gambit, they are 2-1 up in this head-to-head. But here in the Soup Week, everything's up for grabs.
And this is a huge game for Gambit, but it's absolutely vital for SK. Both these teams are now 3-0 so far and are both looking to have that perfect weekend.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the lineups. Easy for me to say, can't quite work out that well. Blue side, though, is where Darian lingers, and he's been invincible in his last 2 matches. We'll see whether he dies in this one. I may well have jinxed it. Diamond, though, is in the jungle. Alex Itch in the middle. You saw him singing happy birthday to his wife. We all wish her a, well, awesome birthday, especially without a husband. And Genja, the AD carry, along with a very happy-looking Voidal on support.
Of course, over for SK on that red side, we got Kevin in that top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in that middle lane, and Candy Panda, who's been playing phenomenally well, as well as Nif as a support.
So coming into this matchup, both teams are 3-0 in Super Week and have the utmost respect for one another.
The match against Gambit is probably the hardest match for us today.
I think that SK is doing much better now. I don't know what happened there, but they are playing really awesome.
I think the bootcamp helped Gambit a lot to get the picks and buns straight and train properly.
They're playing like a team, and they're playing really good.
They look very strong with what we saw yesterday. They are playing very well, new champion, new composition. Still, if we play how we play in Scrim, we can win.
So let's take a look at what you guys at home have been voting over on lolesports.com.
And right now, 63% of the votes are for Gambit. And honestly, I would expect this to be a little bit more closer. Like, both these teams are playing like they... Like we knew they could play back in the spring split.
I don't know. The Gambit army is coming out strong. They have suddenly realized, and they've seen their team stepping up and thinking, this is the team we wanted to see. This is the team they want to see in the World Finals. Will they get there? We will see, because they've got to get to the playoffs first. There's a lot to go ahead. Of course, get over to lolesports.com where you can vote for the coming up matches, which is the next one. I can't even remember what it is. There's that many matches. Lemondogs EG, of course. Big match coming up after this one. But we don't care about that right now, because SK versus Gambit is what you want to be looking at. So yesterday, SK, well, they moved around the map very well, placing wards, taking towers early on, converting their early lead into aggression and the victories. It seems they've decided to actually stop playing like wussies and decided finally to start seeking out kills.
Yes, and SK looks so strong in their game versus Alton. Ocelot was such a strong presence with his Karthus, and Candypen on the Rat did a lot of work. Of course, in their second game versus Fnatic, Hercubot came up huge with his Lee Sin, and we saw the return of Ocelot's Karthus yet again. Candypen was back on a comfort champion with Ashe, and he hit a lot of critical arrows during that game. And then, of course, as we saw earlier versus Mutual Makers, SK was given a lot of comfort champions yet again, as we saw Candy Panda, who had a 16.4 KD on Vayne, got that champion yet again, and Hercubot got to run that Lee Sin for the 3rd time in a row. And of course, with that early dive in that top lane, both teams focused on the bottom side of the map, and there's just constant all-out brawling. But the momentum, like we always talk about SK being a momentum team, the momentum and the morale boost they just got from these 3 games needs to carry over to today.
Yeah, we saw Gambit, though. They returned to what they know best yesterday. Diamond, there he is on your screen. The man, the legend. He was back on Lee Sin and carrying from the jungle, while the rest of the team, they had a bit of an AoE-based composition, and they seemed to be bringing back the aggression, but they were patient with it.
Yeah, and we all wondered how well Gambit would perform after their boot camp, and after their match versus MYM yesterday, we got our answer. Gambit took a finger for MYM and then took the whole body. We even saw Genja playing aggressive, and instead of going off to farm by himself, he was involved in the team fights. And then they did it again in their match versus Alternate. They just looked strong all around, and Darian got his first death-free game. Obviously, he got a second one early on today, and then, of course, in their game versus Evil Geniuses, it was just absolute destruction. Like, right from the beginning, with that early kill from Diamond onto Snoopy, they gained that clear advantage, and Gambit, they're looking unstoppable.
Well, now let's move on to our featured matchup of the day, and of course, who else would it be? It is going to be Diamond Prox and Hercubot. They are the junglers that have been absolutely magnificent on Lee Sin. We saw Diamond going back towards him, but Hercubot, he's kind of been rocking it pretty impressively. And yesterday, honestly, the games were pretty spectacular from both of these guys. Diamond, though, still doesn't believe that Lee Sin is strong, despite the fact he's managed to carry with him regardlessly.
And the thing is, it worked out so well for him. He racked up an impressive 8, 1, and 21 score. That's a KDA of 29, Demon. And Diamond's numbers against SK Gaming are pretty good as well. He's been 6, 11, and 38, but the importance that Gambit doesn't really rely on is him to be passive. He needs to be that aggressive jungler. Also be that real playmaker that he's come to be known for. He's always innovating really new champions, new styles with his gameplay. He blew everyone's mind with that jungle karma against Fnatic a couple of weeks ago, and that's the kind of decisions that, like the big plays that he's making, that make a team really good.
Yeah, and Herkybot, well, you can see him on the right-hand side of the screen there. Not a bad-looking chap, I think you'll find. I remember the wink in the opening first week of a spring that set ladies' hearts aflutter, but he had a fantastic day yesterday. He's also played Lee Sin in both games, and he's looked great, moving around the map, being really proactive. He went 5-3-30 in SK's 2 wins. That was yesterday for a KDA ratio of 11.6. Massive plays from him. He was playing like he did in the spring when he had the highest KDA in the league.
Yeah, he did look phenomenal on Lee Sin, but he's had even more luck with like Xin Zhao. SK is 5-1 when he plays with him, and Diamond loves this champion too, so there's going to be a lot of contesting about this Lee Sin, Xin, and the junglers are in even a battle in that champion select already.
You know what? I reckon after all the hype, they're just going to ban it. Okay. It's going to be like,
just take it out.
Banned.
I hope not.
Well, we did see Diamond actually pulling out Evelyn, of course, earlier on, which actually, ironically, used to be banned against him all the time. Until he started playing Lee Sin, and then they went against ban Lee Sin.
And the thing is, he's had such a bad track record this split with that Evelyn, so people stopped banning out against him, and then that just damage he did, that early kill on a Snoopy got him rolling. He had so much damage that no one could really kind of stop him, and if he gets another game like that, Gambit are going to walk over SK. However, I don't think SK is going to let that happen.
And did you notice Ocelot there? The scarf he has on.
Is it an SK scarf?
It's an Ocelot scarf.
It's an Ocelot scarf.
It's an Ocelot scarf. It's his own actual scarf right there. So I don't know how he's pulled that out. There he is. Look, you can check it out. It is Ocelot. Look, yeah, Ocelot. Sure enough. It's not his face. It's his little insignia thing, the same as his mouse mat that he has there. So
it's an Ocelot?
It's an Ocelot. Do you think, is that what it's going to be?
It's an
animal. Like a cat thing, isn't it? Yeah. Nevertheless, enough about Ocelot. Let's take the love away from him and look at the actual bans. Karthus and Fizz being taken out by Gambit. Meanwhile, Misfortune has been removed. Don't want to see Genja on Misfortune again. Twisted Fate also from Alex. These are actually champions that have worked very well for them in the last 3 matches.
And the thing is, both these mid laners have played Karthus. Both of them have played Twisted Fate before. I think, actually, yeah, both of them have played Fizz within the spring and summer split so far. So they're really trying to take away these key champions from the mid laners, which Ocelot was really a huge playmaker alongside Herkybot. And I'm still hoping that we don't see Lee Sin ban here, because I really want to see which team will pick that one up.
Oh, the next ban's definitely being considered. Zac was the choice.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Kevin.
Well, if they've got to ban Shen, surely take that away from Darian. Because he's been invincible on that.
If they don't even ban Shen,
through.
They let Shen get through, and then they pick up Lee Sin themselves.
I don't think Gambit would go for a Lee Sin first pick.
Well, we'll find out right now.
We will find out.
I mean,
there is the Shen
available.
ban, so Darian will not be playing that. There he is, the Snake Man himself. We'll see whether he...
Sona.
Wow, that was the old days.
Yeah,
they haven't done that for a while.
Because she's been banned out against them quite a bit. So we'll see. Obviously, we have 40 seconds to go, but this is like the real deciding factor. What kind of composition Gambit wants to go for, and the aggression we've seen out of them has just been scary. Like, if you're playing against them, they'll be everywhere. They'll catch you off guard. SK has been doing so well. Like, they've always had problems finishing games around that 40-minute mark, but they're like, all right, well, we're not going to let it get to that point. We're going to finish the game earlier on.
Going with Thresh. And actually, you know, you're talking about that. We saw the Meet Your Makers game. We thought, okay, Meet Your Makers just had a bad game. But they did the exact same to EG, and then it's just like, oh, damn. And well, speaking of oh, damn, Zed and Lee Sin do get locked in straight away. So Herkybot has got it. He's got the better KDA, or not technically if you compare the last 3 days, but over the last few times Herkybot's been playing it, he's got the better KDA, which is not bad when it's against Diamond.
I'm really happy to see this Zed, actually. More than the Lee Sin, funny enough. Because
you know what? Just sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because Shyvana, come on, do it. Do it. Ah, it's gone for Evelyn.
It's not locked in yet. Come on, just channel it to him. Just say it in
well,
your head.
The Gangplank's there, so I'm excited. So I was thinking, Gangplank, Shyvana. I thought, God, they've been practicing in Kiev. I thought they were going to pull out the full Moscow 5, or the Empire, in fact, as it was back then.
All right, so to go back to this Zed real quick. Ocelot on these assassin champions. I love seeing him on that. I hate seeing him on these utility mid laners like Orianna. I mean, it worked out so well for him last season. This one, it hasn't.
It could be Kevin, you know.
It could, yes, it could. It definitely very well could be. And that's I guess, the advantage of taking him early on. You don't know exactly where it's going to go. But Gambit respawn with the Kayle. Very good counter to him. It makes you don't have to buy like a Zanya's or a QSS because you can just ult yourself and prevent all that damage.
Ocelot fighting off a fly there. I know what he's doing. We've spoken about this morning. There's a rogue fly in the studio somewhere, and the players are not happy about it. Well, what can you do? There's a fly.
Kill it.
Well, yeah, they're not.
It's that easy.
They're sportsmen. They should have ninja-like reflexes. They should do a bit of a karate kid and catch it in their fingers. Back to the picks and
Very
bans.
impressive.
Back to the picks and bans. Kale, like you said, and Varus actually being locked in there because Misfortune was banned out.
And Genji, he actually has 6 wins out of 12 games played on Varus, so 50%, not bad, but it's definitely not one of those champions he's been doing so well on with that Misfortune, and I would like to see that rat again. Candy Panda did so well on it yesterday.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier on about what do you ban against Candy Panda. A lot of teams have been banning out the AD carriers and focusing towards him, but as you can see, Gambit thought, well,
Yes.
no point.
Thank
and
you.
There's the Zyra Ashe coming out.
We saw this yesterday, and I was like, come on, pick Ashe. The Ashe-Zyra combo that Cloud9's been doing in North America and has been doing so well. I can't wait to see this lane. I mean, Nif is a 100% 5 for 5 with Zyra now.
Renekton insta-locked in there. There's the Evelyn choice as well that Diamond was after early on, which actually means, will this be Kevin on Zed, or will it be Ocelot? Of course, the fact that Kale was picked in there, he could counter-pick Kale here.
Could also go Rumble.
We'll see.
I mean, if we want to put Kevin on the top lane, his Rumble's been so strong, both splits. He just doesn't play it too often. He also has Ryze's potential, 100% win rate on him, 2 for 2. But, I mean, this is a crucial decision.
What would you do in this position right now?
Be happy that I was actually in that position, first of all. But I would like to see Rumble, because Rumble with Zyra, with an Ashe initiate, is going to be very strong. You have a Lee Sin slow in there, too. And it's pretty good against Renekton. And
So
Kevin,
if you were in your solo queue in your Diamond 1 right now...
if I was solo queue, I'd be like, well, I'm not support, so dodge.
Dodge. Relia, okay, that's a champion we did see Kevin playing in the spring, but I don't recall him pulling it out in the summer yet. But there it is, it has been locked in. So it's the classic matchup, Aurelia versus Renekton.
Okay, so we've always known Wicked to be like the best Aurelia player in Europe. But I've always compared Kevin to be the same. Like, he is phenomenal Aurelia. He's so smart in terms of jumping around with that Blade Surge to dodge people, to stun them under turrets. He's really hard to dive, especially with the tenacity you get built in with your passive. So it's going to be a very strong champion in that top lane. And right now, SK, they have a lot of comfort picks.
But they also have a lot of AD. There's no real magic coming out there, apart from Nif, unless he decides to suddenly throw out some Rabadon's Death Cap.
Well, we've
or
seen
Rabadon Zhonya's, as we were calling it
That
earlier.
would be good, yeah. But we've actually seen a lot of Zyra's build like towards the Leandries, if they have the money for it. And with the way Nif's been playing Zyra, I think he could have the potential for it, which Leandries is a really good item when the other team builds a lot of health. But right now, with Gambit having a lot of comfort champions, with the Renekton, actually, well, across the board, they all have comfort champions. If SK can survive that mid game, don't let Diamond be impactful early on, they're going to look very strong into that late game.
And actually, speaking of games this week, SK have done very well in the lane phases in the first 3 matches so far in Super Week.
Yeah, we've actually seen them go for very early turrets pretty much every single game. They go for that 3-4-man stack, get the kill, get the turret, then just pretty much go around the map together and picking them off left and right. And it's going to go down to Candy Panda. Can he land the arrows? Because that's going to be the big initiate for the team. Can Hercubot out-jungle Diamond on this Lee Sin? I mean, the guy who pretty much brought it here to Europe, and he's playing that champion against him.
Yeah, and it's actually been Hercubot that kind of has been winning out, helping out win out those early lane matches. Will they try and camp out Darian? Will they try and put the pressure on towards Genja and Voidal? A lane that a lot of people considered weak. They were being passive, but suddenly Genja's found a new lease of life since Voidal's come into the team. He's been a little bit more aggressive. Maybe that's what's been working in Kiev. Maybe that's something they've discussed about maybe in that boot camp to say, guys, we have to be more aggressive, and Genji, you have to step up your game. He's certainly done a fantastic job on his Misfortune, but now he's been switched. Now he's been forced onto Varus. Will he go with a different build? So far, he's been building triple Doran's blades, all sorts of strangeness coming out from him. But Candy Panda with Nif, who has a 100% win rate on Zyra, has played magnificently well so far. We'll see how this one works out. If you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, you've missed a good many games already in Super Week. Gambit right now, they are in 2nd place. They were on the blue team, and SK Gaming chasing them, joint 3rd place on the red team.
And a 5-way tie, just to put that out there as well. But actually, SK, against Gambit, their track record within the LCS, they're 2-5 against them. Not the greatest thing, but then again, they were 19-0 against Fnatic, and we're finally able to overcome them. But right now, SK, they are set up for, I think, a counter invade right here. Might be able to pick up Diamond. They don't actually see him there just yet, I believe. But Kevin's actually going to run the corner and spot him.
And remember the 100% crit that could come out from Ashe here on Candy Panda. He's very close. He's not going to throw it out, though. Yes, he is. He's going to put a volley shot down. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Diamond. He's going to have to back away, but it's within a minute, so it's going to be plenty of time to get back into that lane before anything respawns, any jungle starts.
The one thing is that there's nothing they can really do off of that, because they invested heavily into pink wards with Nif. He didn't go for any green wards. They're not going to get any vision inside the jungle. If anything, they're making Gambit assume that they're going towards red and are trying to counter them here at blue.
Well, they have got that ward on both. We'll see whether it goes towards there. Of course, it's only at the back of red, the ward. It seems that they are going to back away. Ironically, Gambit got the exact same ward in the exact same place on the red without any problems at all, and just walk straight in and put it down there. And it does seem that Diamond is going to get vision spotted. They know that that ward is there. It's only an Explorer ward, was that?
Yeah.
Yes, it was on the blue.
And the really scary thing is that the pink ward war has started, Demon.
The pink war has already started.
This is going to get really dangerous. But Alex, actually, if you look over at the blue buff, he's actually going to spot Ocelot here. I'm not sure if that's a target he wanted to hit, but he's going to do some good damage.
It's going to do some damage. They're going to go straight for it, and Ocelot's actually just going to turn this one back around, try and go aggressive on towards him. Meanwhile, the blue fight discusses, that's going to be both ignites used, and actually Ocelot started coming out on top of that, which is why Alex has decided to back away from this one. Voidal coming in there with that ward placement, trying to cause a problem, trying to cause an issue, and he may actually do it. A good play there. Kevin's taken very low. The ignite's ticking. Is it going to be enough to take him down? The health bot should cover his backside just about, but that is everyone backed away, and that's a problem because Hercubot will not be able to get on this blue buff. Look at this, Diamond coming around with his blue of his own. He's going to counter, and he's going to pick it up.
He doesn't have Smite right now, though, but no one's there to stop him anyways, and this is such a strong start from Gambit. You delayed Lee Sin, who needs that strong early game to really be useful as the game goes on, and Gambit, they are looking fantastic. They really are. That ward placement by Void right there to just stop them. Then the aggression, the flash coming out, and make Kevin go back, and he's going to be late to lane. You saw Darian actually go take his wolves again like we saw earlier on today, and he's going to be fine in lane. There's no way to be dove with 3 people.
So serious problems for SK Gaming from the very beginning. He managed to counter Hercubot. Despite the ward placement, the pink ward began. Gambit came out on top. And then the counter jungle began, and sure enough, Diamond came out on top. The lane switches, though, let's look at those. We can see Nif and Candy Panda on your screen there. The Zyra Ashe combo, they're going to be up against Renekton, which is Darian.
And he should, I mean, like I said before, he should be fine for the dive that's not going to come anymore because Hercubot was forced to back. And, you know, I was just thinking, like, being Hercubot in that position, being very low at double golems, considering against an Evelyn, like, that's very scary, considering she can just show up right behind you and kill you. Obviously, just have that flash available. And right now, Gambit, I mean, they're winning flat out just from that early bit of pressure they put onto SK.
Right. Alex is doing a grand job in this mid lane as well because Ocelot was involved in all those shenanigans that were happening on blue, and he's put him a long way behind Alex in that mid lane.
One thing, though, that SK does have, actually really is good for them, they have a huge CS lead right now in their top lane for their AD carry. And with that Ashe Zyra combo, you have so much range, so much poke, that you can really force Darren to not get as much CS currently, which they really need to do. And they have a lot of pink ward coverage too, so they're gonna be pretty safe for a little bit longer. And obviously, they're gonna have to invest a lot more wards into pink to really kind of solidify this aggression they're going for.
You see Hercubot having to give up his wolves for Kevin because Kevin was set back a long way. Still only level 1 as well compared to Darian, who is already level 3 in that top lane. So he's going to have a rough lane against Genja and Voidal.
But you see the difference in playstyle. SK's being aggressive top, pushing that turret down as quick as possible. Bottom lane, though, Gambit are letting the wave freeze. They're letting it make it so Kevin can't farm up. Hercubot can visit top lane just like we see in the past 3 games from them, but I don't think they're able to get this turret, not with Diamond there.
You know, Diamond with the double buff is ready and waiting for this one. They may actually try and go, damn it, bit of caught onto Hercubot, may have gone aggressive, slice and dices across instead, and they are going to clear out that wave quickly, which forces them all to back away.
And I can't stress this enough. Look how set far back Kevin is. He can't go to lane. He has nowhere to go to farm right now. He can't afford to push past his turret because he's still level 1 5 minutes in. He has to make something happen, and that might be a push on middle here. They might try to go, well, they can't dive Alex. He's level 5 right now.
No, he's put a pink ward down on the dragon. There wasn't a ward there, so he's not even going to get any gold for that, which is what he was maybe looking for. He was going to go head towards the Wraiths, but you can see there's actually countering from SK. SK taking away the Wraiths here from Gambit's jungle because they know that Diamond Prox is up in that top lane, so they have full confidence that he's still there. So they're not too worried about this one, although Candy Panda did flash away. The Grasping Root catches on towards Darian, turn around, put a couple of arrows in his backside, but Darian's not too worried about that. He'll just be able to regen it back up.
And the thing is, Darian and Diamond have to be so happy right now because they realize the bot lane's fine as Hercubot is going to actually show just so she can, or so Kevin can sit in this wave and pick up a little bit of levels. But all he has to worry about is that top lane or mid lane. And right now, both of them are doing fantastic. 40 to 29 CS in the mid lane, 22 to 3 in the top. And right now, Gambit are just looking unstoppable. I can't say that enough.
They're trying to react to it. Ocelot was actually coming down towards the bottom lane. They're trying to put some damage down, but look at this. Voidal's having a good go at Kevin, just straight up on his own because he's got that level of advantage, putting the lashing down there. And now Alex and Diamond, they're putting pressure on towards the mid lane turret. Ocelot's going to try and turn this one around. Tries to put the aggression back on towards Alex Sitch, but realizes he hasn't got his ulti yet while Alex does.
Wow, and just across the map, Gambit is just controlling SK as much as possible. You see the response by SK to have Hercubot down bottom to babysit Kevin and make sure he can level up, but also for the top lane of them to push that turret down as quick as possible so Kevin could finally be in a lane where he could pick up some CS, pick up some levels freely.
Yeah, a lot of investment for those pink wards, and ironically, Diamond really hasn't been roaming much. He's just been helping, propping up the lanes. This top lane, this is where the SK have their one singular advantage. They have to put the pressure. They have to take this turret down as quick as possible. They have to free up Kevin from his torment in that bottom lane.
I would not want to be him right now. Maybe actually, yeah, I just would not want to be in period. He's actually coming top lane right now. So instead of taking the turret, they're actually just going to send Ashe and Zyra bottom, and he's against a Renekton who is level 6. Level 2 to 6.
That's
Kevin
going to be horrendous.
He could die easily in this lane.
Yeah.
If you see one good stun land with the Ignite, with the ultimate coming out of Darien, he has to be very careful. And Hercubot, I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of sits towards his top side of the map just to make sure he's okay.
Level 2 to 6. Looks like Diamond will be taking the blue buff. And Kevin, well, he's going to hit level 3 in a moment. But as you mentioned, it's just horrendous. He's 30 plus CS behind, which no surprise there. He's been completely zoned out. But the fact is, he could get absolutely destroyed by Darien if he goes aggressive on him now.
And bot lane, Gambit is still freezing it. I mean, SK is obviously going to come and reset it here momentarily, but look at Genja, 3 Doran's Blades. A little bit ahead right now of Candy Panda, who has a little bit more sustain. But here comes the big moment. When Candy Panda hits 6, are they going to be able to make that global Ashe arrow work? Are they going to be able to maybe kill Darien if Hercubot visits top and the arrow hits him? Are they going to be able to maybe kill Alex in that mid lane? Pretty much, they have to make a kill happen here, or they're just going to fall further behind.
And something we also haven't mentioned is the fact that Diamond is level 7 and Hercubot is level 4.
Yeah, that is even worse. I mean, Hercubot, what makes Lee Sin so good at jungling, or not jungling, at ganking, despite the fact, as we do see a fight bottom.
They're going into Nif, they managed to flame away, he's dead, that's going to be first blood. Genja picks that one up, no issue at all there.
And that is, it kind of sucks because they just got there, so they didn't have time to put pink wards down. He only has 1 currently, and Diamond just came from the lane, and now Dragon's going to be started up here, and Gambit doing a phenomenal job of controlling this, taking about an 840 Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to get in towards this one. We have actually seen some very fast Dragons here in 3.10 in the European LCS, but as it is, Gambit will be taking this one kind of a normal time, I guess. They're going to be happy with that. That's going to stretch their gold lead, their experience lead, more importantly, is going to continue to stretch. Ocelot coming towards his top lane, trying to help out Kevin, who's been mercilessly persecuted in his top lane. Still got 3 levels down on Darien. We do see Hercubot, he's chasing the experience as well, and Ocelot's had to back off.
Hercubot is level 6 now, though, so he's caught up quite well. Kevin's still obviously level 4, and now putting pink wards on. He's being forced to invest into those, because look at his items. Just a Doran Shield, just a health pot, just a mana pot, because he wants to be able to like sit in lane, but because of these pink wards, he's being forced to pick up, which Hercubot should be helping him do right now. He's not going to be able to build anything anytime soon.
This is not a fun game for Kevin right now. He will not be enjoying this. He's going to Blade Surge across, does get locked up. Not a great deal of damage though from Darien on there. Kevin will be happy with that. He's up to level 5, so he's managed to gain ground on him. Just a touch here, but Darien doing a good job at trying to keep Kevin zoned out. Well, he's not zoning him out, he's just keeping him away from the CS.
Yeah, I mean, he's letting him get the experience, but not letting him get the CS, which makes Aurelia so strong. I mean, the levels do, but also just one offensive item and then just go straight tank after that. You can actually do very well, especially if you can get into that back line, or maybe Diamond, who isn't really going to build tanky, just going to build that pure damage.
So as it stands between them, it's a giant's belt differentiating between Darien and Kevin. You can see 64 to 19 CS. No real fault of Kevin's either. The arrow completely whiffing there on Genja, just sidestepped it with a basic movement.
That's something Candy Panda doesn't really do too often. I think that would be like the only one in the game. He doesn't really miss too much, but right now Diamond's coming in behind him here, and with the Varus ultimate, they could probably win that fight.
They've got no ward coverage in that river at all, so they have no idea that he's there, so they will just simply get caught out. We do see Hercubot's actually backing off. Will he get spotted? I'm not too sure because we're not looking at it. Instead, no, he's going to walk straight in there, so he's managed to get himself into this bush without any vision. Candy Panda, is their spider senses tingling? It seems that it is.
Well, this is where Diamond got the kill last time, or at least the first blood. And looks like he's not going to be able to do it this time, but he might actually just get some vision on that blue buff, know when it's going to respawn, and may come in from the turret here. But still, I mean, Alex going for that Stinger, go for that Nash's Tooth, which was reworked, I believe, in 3.9, which actually does extra damage on hit based on ability power plus a flat, I believe, 10 it is. And we'll see how this goes. I mean, Ocelot hasn't been able to roam around and pick up any kills just yet. He's keeping up in CS, which is pretty good. But he needs those kills. Like, he needs that little oomph to get going.
Well, so far, the story of the game's all been about that level 1 blue bullying by Gambit. They managed to take it away from SK Gaming, and that's, in turn, caused a 50 CS gap between the two top laners. That we'll see whether continues, because it is a huge, huge differential. Voidal in that lantern out, spots out Herkybot, which means that Gambit are going to continue to just sit back and actually keep pressuring and farming. They're not sitting back. They're going to keep pushing the tower.
Yeah, they know when... Well, Candy Panda's arrow is up right now, so we're probably going to see an engage come out of SK right here with Herkybot still in the vicinity. He actually does back away instead. I was thinking they might try to go for a fight, but Diamond's there to counter it anyways.
Yeah, and he's ready and waiting, so as soon as that arrow comes out, they're going to launch on them, see if they can put pressure back on towards them. Hawkshot goes out, it went towards Genja. Diamond don't think he's been spotted yet. Plants are coming out, but he's not getting caught by any of the vision, so they still don't know that he's lingering, waiting. Ocelot's actually making movements to go towards the top, so we'll look at that in a moment. We're just going to try and keep our focus on his bottom lane, but I think
they just saw him.
Absolutely want to get a kill on towards Darian.
I think because Voidal walked into one of those plants and stood next to Diamond, they actually saw him. Because you can do that with wards. Look at the Caitlyn trap. If you step on one and you step near one of your wards, the enemy team can actually see it. So I think they did spot him, but he's still sticking around. He's committing a lot of time here.
Well, both golems being taken out by Herkybot and Ocelot. The ninja and a karate sensei champion, whatever you'd like to call it. Nevertheless, he's going to go in, pops the Dominus. He's not going to be enough, surely, for these three-man gank to come in. Ocelot with the death mark will pick up the kill.
And that's what they needed right there to kind of get this ball rolling. They finally got one kill here. They might lose their blue buff for it, though. And right now, they could keep pushing here. But, you know, Alex, he was getting his own blue because Diamond's committing so much time down here. Usually, he would help them out and get on that blue buff, but now he's gonna go top lane, stop that push. But Diamond, he's coming around behind. He wants blood, and he's probably gonna get it here.
Sensing blood, but look, they're already backing away. Pops the ultimate down on towards Candy Panda. Switches targets to Nif. The piercing arrow comes through. Nif will go down. Tries to turn around, puts the plants on towards Genja, and he's forced to back away. He was on turret. That's gonna be the passive coming out from Nif as well. Managed to get a shot on towards him. Candy Panda throws out the arrow. Not quite close enough. It was Genja who was aiming for. Wanted to try and catch him by the turret. Volley shot is available. Ocelot is coming in, but he hasn't got death mark back available just yet. Let's see whether he tries to dive in towards anyone. Hasn't got Ignite either, so would be a little bit too suicidal.
Yeah, and Genja has Chain of Corruption up, so he definitely would be stopped, would end up dying and pretty much losing out on a lot of farm middle, which currently Alex has been able to pressure quite well. And is he actually going to take this blue here? I mean, obviously going to help in lane, going to help with the cooldowns, also give us a little bit of extra energy regen. But Alex is doing phenomenal right now. I mean, just he has Snatcher's 2 done. He has that first turret of the game done middle. He's going to be allowed to roam around quite a bit. And the thing is, his ult is just a perfect counter to what Ocelot can bring to the table with that death mark.
So Herkybot, he's gaining himself a bit of ground here. He's got himself the levels experience back. So that's a good job because Diamond spent a lot of time in the bottom lane. Looking towards the top lane, Kevin, he's managed to gain, well, he's still 2 levels behind, but in terms of gold, look at that. It's still a huge, huge difference because that CS gap is actually increasing. Darian's still continuing. Now with that Sunfire Cape completed, he's going to become such a lane bully on Kevin. This is not fun times for him.
Oh, no, definitely not. And he's going to build towards a Sunfire Cape as well. But luckily for Kevin, he does do true damage off his W when he does hit it. So he can actually fight Darren a little bit. But right now, with Dragon respawning, Gambit is all on top of it. And they're just going to take it away.
And when Gambit win games, Gambit control the Dragon. That's generally how it works out. And right now, gold advantage is enormous between these two, as you would expect with such a dominant start for Gambit. In terms of kills, though, not a great deal happening across the board because Gambit, they haven't needed to be overly aggressive. We talked about it at the start, how patient they are at times. Kevin trying to use that ultimate, stuns up Darian, having to use everything he can just to try and get it round. Herkybot comes in, the Ominous pop once again, and he's going to get on towards the side of him. Herkybot, though, can't get the other side of him to get that kick down, wants to direct him towards Kevin, but instead, 2 of them couldn't take down the giant crocodile.
And Darren has no wards top lane, which is, I mean, kind of his style, but he's not getting killed that much. I mean, he's able to escape quite a few of these ganks right now, and Gambit, with the goalie they have, with the way they've been playing this past week, I think they're going to be really explosive, and here's a gank.
Chain of Corruption on towards Genja, used the arrow, but he flashed around it. Nicely played from Genja there. Now he turns his attention to Nif, piercing arrow back up, gets the double kill.
And wow, that flash something I could never do. That was fantastic, going over the arrow to avoid it and able to pick up that kill. Now 3-0-1, and just as I was saying before that went down, when Gambit decides to make these fights happen, it's going to happen, and they're going to win them here. So SK have to kind of start out as long as possible, and as much farm as possible to keep up, and right now, they're losing across the board.
They're losing across the board. Alex really hasn't needed to get involved, hasn't had to come in and use that ultimate to save someone's life. He's just been farming, free farming in that mid lane. Every time Kevin tries to pick up some CS, Darian comes in, puts the stun back on him, just drops him back a little bit more. You can see 130 CS to 64. If you just tuned in, you'd be thinking, good God, Darian is dumping on Kevin from a great height. But really, it wasn't about that. It was all about being pinned off in that bottom lane in his 2v1.
Yeah, it's all about that control of the lane by Gambit, by Genja and Void in particular, to make sure it's pushed up against them and to kind of just leave it there. Force Kevin to go back to Wolves and find some other avenue to get his CS. And right now, with this lane swap happening, now Candy Panda and Nip are being shut down when they were doing exceptionally well at top lane against Darien.
Yeah, that Ashe Zyra combo. I'm just thinking of Aranea right now, that's all. But the Ashe Zyra combo has been working so well. Diamond's going to go in once again, going aggressive, but Hercubot's there this time. Death Sentence lands on Candy Panda, tries to flame away, but Voidal might be in trouble himself. The damage though, piercing arrow comes across. Genja picks himself up the 4th kill of the game.
I think Hercubot just realized he has that Bloodthirst, but also he's coming in from the side. He has that Death Mark available. He wants to pick up a kill. Ashe Arrow is available too.
Enchanted Crystallari can't really miss this one. Doesn't matter. There's the volley on towards Voidal. There's the arrow, this time on towards Genja. Ocelot's desperately trying to escape Diamond procs here, but Diamond's going to try and turn this one around. Back on towards Candy Panda. One more shot will do it. There it is. Nif actually picks up the kill, but he gets taken down. The passive backup. They can't take down the mighty Genja right now. He is absolutely dominating this lane.
And he's not done yet. He wants to hit a piercing arrow and go for a kill, but no, not long enough range. And then Alex shows up. And I say that like awkwardly because typically he's the one to make these kills happen, but it's been all about Diamond roaming around in the jungle, making these ganks come through, and Alex has just been farming away. Almost 200 CS, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, quite happily just picking up the farm. Kevin again continuing to be bullied by Darien in this top lane. Not really able to do a lot about it. He's pretty much been on that turret the entire game. To be fair, he's done pretty damn well not to die. The piercing arrow on Candy Panda is going to be enough though. Genja gets caught. Hercubot on him. This could be the death, the execution of Genja at last. The shutdown bonus will be going to Hercubot.
Wow, fantastic job by Hercubot to be in the right place at the right time yet again. If he just returned from that death after that gank bottom, Darien coming in. Candy Panda might be in trouble.
Grasping root though, catches on towards Darien and then just force him away there. Didn't really want to go 3v1. He did sense a nice juicy kill though on Ashe.
And Candy Panda, who's 1-1-2, falling behind in CS, with actually Darien leaving, it gives Kevin the opportunity to push the lane and get a lot of CS for free, but Gambit are going to respond by pushing middle with 3 people.
So let's have a look across the board because items are starting to get picked up here. Gambit are actually starting to group and they're starting to put pressure on this middle inner turret. But it is surely the blue buff that they will be targeting. Diamond procs will be taking that one away. Or will he? No, it's going to give it across to Alex Hitch by the looks of it. So Alex will take that past into the 200 CS mark, like you mentioned. And I don't believe Dragon's going to be available for a while. I was just wondering if they were hanging around there. But no, it's going to be backing away. This is actually, I was about to say buying time for Kevin in the top lane, but he's actually been forced to come down. Still yet to get his Sunfire Cape, and still 60 CS behind Darien.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to contest these Dragons. He cannot continue to let Gambit get these for free. It will be up in about a minute right now. But Alex, we've seen so many different Kayle builds. We've seen like these bursty builds with just building straight AP that Shusha used to build back in the Spring Split and the qualifiers. And there's also seen this on-hit kind of build with attack speed with like a Lich Bane, the Nashor's Tooth, and looks like he's going to be going that route here. Gambit, I'm pretty sure they're going to wait for next Dragon and then take it, probably buy up a couple of items and go for that final push.
And Ocelot, he doesn't want to be in a fighting with Alex Hitch. He's just forced away from that lane. He has got himself the Blade of the Rune King and brutalize up, but instead Alex Hitch, like you mentioned, with that Nashor's Tooth, the sheen on there now, as well as those Source Boots, he's starting to cause problems. Oh, Ocelot might get pinned out here. The rest of Gambit are closing the pincer move. They're going to see if they can get across. Ocelot, though, well, he's pretty slippery himself on Zed. He's got that Living Shadow to be able to dash towards, but look at this, Gambit. All the members of Gambit now up on this inner turret. This could be the first inner turret of the game for them.
The thing is, they've been doing this so many times across the weekend. They just all of a sudden group up as 5, push a lane that they're not expecting, the other team's not expecting, and take that turret. But right now, SK have been able to respond. Hercubot's coming in from base, and Dragon's up in 10 seconds. So again, it's like, all right, we fancy our chances here. If SK comes in for a team fight,
they should be able to take it.
Wolves taken away, Pink Ward getting put down to cover off that blue buff, but that's not really what Gambit care about because they are here for the Dragon, and SK don't honestly have the timer on this because they had no idea when it went down the first time around. So Gambit will pick up this one effortlessly, and that is going to continue to stretch that gold lead to just shy of 8,000.
And they have a lot of gold accruing right now. You have 1,800 on Alex, you have 1,500 on Darien, you even have 1,100 on Diamond right now. So they're going to be able to build some major items, and Diamond's actually going to be going, looks like for a Zoners instead of a Leandre. He's not going for that extra true damage. But with the tankiness that Darien has, with the backup, the diving capability of what a Kale brings to the table, Genja might actually be in trouble.
He may be in trouble. He's going to get caught on. There's the kick back into Kevin. Kevin gets the stun, flashes across, but Diamond's here to try and save the day. Chain of Corruption comes out from Genja. Could he be safe? The Ignite's there. Now Kevin's in trouble. He's going to get caught out. The piercing arrow from Genja manages to pick up the kill after all of that.
What a scumbag, taking the kill in the end, but he's now 6-1. Fantastic job by him to escape, to stall long enough, and a great job by Diamond just to be in the right position to kind of save him right there. And as you can see on your screen, he is number 2 in KDA with 5.7.
Where has Genja come from? This is not the Genja we saw in Tenerife. This is not the Genja we saw last week when they went 0-3. This boot camp in Kiev has done absolute wonders for his confidence, it seems.
Yes, it has. I mean, the change in style that Gambit's working with, it seems like they just sat down and hammered out every problem they had. Any issues within the team, any problems with strategy, they just fixed it all and have come hard. I mean, this could be their 4th win of the Super Week so far. And right now, Ocelot, this is going to be scary.
Yeah, Ocelot's in trouble here, and I'll go back to that boot camp in a moment because let's see what Ocelot manages to do. He tries to go aggressive on Darien, doesn't realize it's a complete trap, tries to get away with his living shadow, the flash. Ooh. It may be enough. Nicely played, Ocelot. Will he get slowed? No, he's not. He's going to get away. Well done. But what I was going to go back to is the fact is they actually only won about 30% of their games in Kiev. They did not have a good boot camp, but they managed to work things out. Like you said, they managed to discuss things, strategies came out, and clearly, it seems to work for Gambit. They are a clutch team that when it counts, they will step up.
Yeah, it's really weird to see that a lot of teams who scrim against each other in practice, they say, oh yeah, we stomped this team, or oh, they stomped us. They come into LCS, and they do the opposite of what they're doing in practice. It's like they don't take the scrims seriously, as Diamond going to get caught here, but with the Kale ulti staying alive.
The Kale ulti, and that just, all of the damage was dumped on Diamond, and nothing came from it, because Alexis just turns around and picks himself up a kill on Herkybot.
I don't think they expected that to happen. And right now, SK, they're feeling the pressure as that piercing arrow with that Bloodthirster, with that other BF sword behind it does so much damage to everyone on the team. And this is going to be a free inner turret.
This is a second free inner turret of the game now, and Gambit just picking up advantage after advantage. They're nearly, in fact, they are over 11,000 gold ahead here on SK Gaming. Only 24 minutes got into this game. They managed to massacre Meet Your Makers. They destroyed Evil Geniuses. Kevin's going to go down again. Nif drops as well with another piercing arrow. Ocelot gets caught out. This is destruction derby from Gambit. They are absolutely plowing through SK Gaming, who themselves have looked untouchable so far this Super Week. They are not stopping here. They're going to finish the game.
I think they very well could. I mean, they're very low in health right now, but they have a lot of gold to spend if they do win it back. But we do see the surrender actually come out, and Gambit will take that very one-sided game.
Wow, I have not seen a surrender in a while, that's for sure, but sure as hell, Gambit had full control from level 1. The persecution and execution of Kevin in that top lane. Well, actually, to be fair, not in the top lane, at the blue buff. It all started from the very beginning of that blue buff. Great start from Gambit, and they kept the pressure on. They are one of the teams that knows exactly how to do that. And, well, sure as hell, they are 4-0 here in Super Week.
And Ocelot actually said something in chat before the game did end. He said outsmarted. And that is kind of the story of the game. It wasn't like they got outplayed. They just got completely outsmarted in the beginning. And from that, it was the beginning of the avalanche that Gambit used to win the game.
So, SK Gaming, they're going to be up against Ninjas in Pajamas. That will be tomorrow. That's a game that both teams will have to win. But Gambit, they are now second place and actually stretching their legs in second place. I believe they're 15-12, so they are possibly looking to be the second place team of the European LCS. There's not really anyone else that's chasing them down right now.
I don't think if they keep playing like this, anyone really can chase them down at this point. And even into playoffs, we talk about momentum, and when they win 4, or they won 4 now, if they win a 5th game, using that momentum into the playoffs, when we know how strong a team they can be, especially just from a couple of days of boot camping, I would hate to be up against them in that first round.
And interestingly, I'm just wondering who Gambit play. Oh, it's Fnatic, the last game of Super Week. Ooh. If Fnatic need to win that game to stay in the playoffs, that could be scary times for Fnatic fans, because Gambit looking good.
And Fnatic's already 0-3 at this point. Like, they are on the verge of being out of playoff contention. Well, I never would have... This whole split, this whole season has just been ridiculous here in Europe.
Fnatic have Meteor Makers and Gambit tomorrow. There's so many permutations. Honestly, I'm loving Super Week right now. Some of the matches have not been the best, but the fact is the results, the way everything's swinging, has been incredible. We're going to go over towards our analysis desk. It's going to be Joe and Quickshot, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be all about that level 1 start.
I didn't...
Okay.
We're on. Thanks a lot, guys. That's Ocelot's fault, by the way. He's talking to me this whole time about the game. Damn Ocelot. So, Trevor, let's start at the beginning of the game. I'm totally off my game now. The start, which was where it really started to go wrong.
So the point that you're trying to get to is the blue buff invade, all right? Let's pull it back for a second and think about the previous time Gambit played EG today. The game basically snowballed out of control when Gambit invaded the blue after Snoop had picked up his red. And something very, very similar happened, you know? Gambit invaded on Hercubot's blue buff. A lot of ignites and battling, trading went back and forth. But as soon as that Hercubot was shoved off his blue, Diamond Prox picked it up. It put Hercubot behind. It meant that that early game power of Lee Sin was simply not available in the matchup.
So, I mean, that was obviously not the only thing that went wrong for them, but that was, you know, a bit of a catalyst, let's say, to get things started from there. I mean, Kevin in that solo lane, it was just not his game today.
It was brutal.
We saw like 3 CS on him for a long time, then he clawed up slowly into double figures, but...
He only hit 40 CS after 10 minutes of gameplay. At the same time, Darren had a completed Sunfire Cape and had breached 110 CS himself. So it was a real big difference. It was also very difficult for even the duo laners because it was the 2v1 and then it ended up swapping into the 1v1. And in the 2v2s, the first time the Ash arrow went down from Candy Panda, it missed. The second time it went there, Genja flashed over it. The third time they picked the fight, Oslo came around, and I think he used his death mark on Thresh. And, you know, it's not optimal targeting. It wasn't optimal team fights for SK Gaming. And I think just the early game strength and advantage that Gambit built up kept them in the lead. They never gave it up.
Well, the interesting thing now from SK's point of view is they're 3 for 1, and they have to beat NIP tomorrow, and it's the second to last game.
So with that loss that SK just suffered, it now puts us in, I think, a 3-way tie for about for 4th place. Gambit will now be 14-13, 1 position above, and that puts SK back in relegation. They are back sitting in relegation, and I know everybody's crunching the numbers. I've seen the Reddit threads. If you like this team, we need that team to win, because there's so many possibilities. And it wasn't the same SK that we've been seeing yesterday and earlier today.
Well, thanks a lot, Quickshot. We'll be back a little bit later, but now we're going to head over to Shox, who's ready with an interview with Voidal.
Thank you very much, Joe. Voidal, of course, support player for Gambit. Congratulations on that victory and just a great streak here today. So what was the specific plan in taking on SK Gaming?
SK Gaming, we know, is a very aggressive team. They invaded us level 1, but we weren't like scared of them. We just adapted to their moves and avoided everything that could potentially harm us in the long way. So we just decided to check if their bottom lane was bottom or top. We found out that Kevin was actually at the bottom lane, so we just did the best we could and just shut her down very early.
Yeah, tell us a bit more about that early game. As you said, you shut Kevin down. On the other hand, it just seemed like you had the advantage even before any kills. Did you have that same feeling?
Yes, it was a bit similar like our previous games. They should have started blue instead of starting red. We really punished that and denied the enemy Lee Sin jungler. They couldn't really do anything after that. We just pushed the lanes, picked some kills with the invisible leaf. I also placed a lot of pink wards so I could deny them vision. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, you were playing Thresh, you've been playing a lot of Thresh, and then the MF from Genja got banned out. Was Varus the logical second pick for you guys then?
No, I actually wanted to play Twitch with him, but he said, give me Varus, I will do the job. And yeah, what can I say? He did the job.
He certainly did, and Diamond said it yesterday as well. He thinks that the bottom lane of Gambit is now really, really good. How do you feel yourself that you've grown since the last time you've been on this stage? Because it wasn't going that well.
Yeah, it wasn't going that well. I think we were playing like 5 solo queue heroes, not as a team. Now we have the same goals, and we understand what needs to be done when we fall behind or when we get a lead. Like in the all previous games, when we got to a lead, we knew we have to push, we have to pressure. We don't let them just split push and prolong the game.
Do you maybe think it's a little frustrating that when you put so much work in, you guys are so good? Why can't you always put so much work in then?
Well, it would be cruel to tear Alex and Diamond away from their girlfriend, so I'm not gonna judge them from that. If we can just end up in a good position, I think if Fnatic wins now, Fnatic loses against Mim, we're guaranteed the second place. So, yeah, I think we're gonna win against Fnatic anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem.
All right, strong words here from Voidal. Thank you very much and congratulations on that great streak today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going AFK for a minute, but when we come back, we'll finish up today with Lemon Dogs versus Evil Geniuses.
Let it
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, I have Quickshot here with me to read your winning tweets. And of course, we asked you today, which LCS player has improved the most this split and why? And Trevor, I heard that you have some strong opinions on this matter.
Not cool, not cool. But yeah, I was talking about this question a little bit earlier, and I figure which player has improved the most? I don't think many players had a chance to improve because we've had so many people benched in Europe this split.
Nevertheless, let's go into the answers. So the first one is from @Zupan. Says, in the last few weeks, it's been by far Snoopy. Since EG started working with Unrated, he's got 100% win rate with 6.7 KDA. I think he jinxed it today.
Yeah, you can see we've picked this tweet before the previous game against Gambit, and I would actually agree with this tweet. I think Snoopy is a player, he made some questionable decisions earlier in the splits, a lot of failed tower dives and put himself in bad situations. And even though mechanically he's still the same, those poor decisions are not creeping up anywhere near as often. So, yeah, good tweet.
Yeah. The second one is from @Gallo260. Clearly, it's Bjergsen from NIP. He has shown true skill, leading his team to victory many times during the summer split. But to be fair, that happened a lot during the spring split as well.
Yeah, this is a funny one for me because I never really considered Bjergsen as a player that needed to improve or was underperforming at any stage. We've seen that he's been sort of hit and miss during the course of the split. He's been able to affect games, and when he's been shut down either by camping or by his team not being able to rally around him. So I think he's a good player, and he's like way up there. I mean, he's one of the best AP mids in Europe.
Absolutely. So showing some crazy fist play here earlier today as well. The next one is from Dantatan67. Without any doubt, Mithy, such a big impact on LD, turned the whole LCS upside down from his support role and everything around that.
Yeah, completely true. And I really like this tweet as well because if you were watching Mithy when he was playing during the promotion tournament all the way at the end of the spring qualifier, he didn't necessarily have the same impact. Now, to be very fair, Mithy's team during that event had to go through a lot of stalls and pauses and server-related issues, which affects your rhythm. When he played the LCS the first couple of weeks, he got caught a lot. His fiddlesticks was not very good. But every single week, it's just improved, gotten better and better. He's controlled his nerves. His decision-making is good. And I think he really is a lot of the out-of-game strategizing for the Lemon Dogs.
Yes, we also have that impression. The next one is from Jesus Coué. SK Candy Panda has definitely improved a lot. His Vayne has been a standout champion recently, and his play has given SK hope.
11.2 KDA on Vayne, which is a very, very, very good KDA ratio. And I think Candy Panda has picked up the slack where maybe Kevin has left off a little bit this split. If you look at the spring split, Kevin was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team. He was sort of the stable rock. And while he hasn't necessarily dominated this much in the summer split, Candy Panda has. And it's really nice to see that within the team, there's more than one player that can actually pick up and help them get the wins.
Absolutely. Always good to have someone else drawing out the bans, of course, as well. The last one is from @SofaRitter, and I doubted Nuke Duck rank among other mid laners, but I think he has proven himself to be top tier these last weeks.
So Nuke Duck is kind of a mid laner that sort of is under the radar from everybody. He sometimes wins his lane 1v1. He doesn't necessarily dominate it like we would associate with an LCS or a Bjergsen in that regard. But I think he's one of the most influential mid-game roaming mid laners because he's always helping his team. He's always picking champions that either seriously counterpicks his opponent or complements his team's composition. And I think his decision-making and arguably his smartness in game is probably one of the best in Europe.
So 2 Lemon Dogs players in those winning tweets. I think that says enough. Thank you very much.
They're the number one team, to be fair.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I meant. So anyway, the winners have won a G400 as Gaming Mouse by Logitech. And of course, we will be contacting the winners via Twitter as well. And now it's going to be over to D-Man and Jason for our next matchup.
Thank you very much, Shock. So, next game coming up. Lemon Dogs, top of the league, already in first place, guaranteed that position. And they are up against Evil Geniuses, who have had a great start to Super Week, but got smashed by Gambit earlier today.
They kind of ran into that wall right there. So we have a team that's 3-0 versus a team that's 2-1. And something between these teams that we have to kind of pay attention to is, last time they played was in week 4. That's a long time ago. So a lot of things could have changed, a lot of scouting between the teams. And honestly, I'm not sure who really can win or who will win this game.
Well, we will see. Let's check out the lineups, of course, for it is going to be Lemon Dogs on the blue team. Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle. Nuke Duck is that mid laner that we just talked about. You know, he came in with a lot of pressure on his shoulders and seems to have performed every step of the way. Tabs is the AD carry. And Mithy, honestly, for me, has been the man that's turned the Lemon Dogs around, joining as support around about week 3.
I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one, Demon. And of course, in the red corner for Evil Geniuses, we've got Wicked in that top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Froggen in that mid lane, and Yellow Pete and Crepo as AD carry and support.
So, fantastic match between these two. Let's see how it's going to work out, because honestly, the guys at home have been voting for this one, and we know which way it's going to go. It's the Evil Geniuses army. They always vote the same way.
But it's a lot closer than you would expect. like from the Evil Geniuses army, because that is pretty huge. So a lot of Lemon Dogs fans, or a lot of new Lemon Dogs fans coming out. But I don't know. Honestly, I think it would be in Lemon Dogs' favor.
But I'm pretty sure, I mean, Trevor was mentioned yesterday, it was like 21 times Lemon Dogs have been voted against, something like that. Make that like 22 or 23 right now. They still keep winning, guys. Maybe you guys should have some faith in them. But remember, you guys can get over to lolesports.com and vote for all of tomorrow's matches. And don't forget, there's going to be North American LCS starting up. 8 games are going to be coming up. That will be obviously shortly after we finish here. So the Lemon Dogs' departure from their usual tower assault strategy seems to have worked out. They pushed the lanes, they went for kills. They've looked so confident and unshaken by all of the teams so far this Super Week, and they have secured the first place already. They've looked simply unstoppable in Super Week.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how strong Gambit looked after their boot camp, but we have to talk about Lemon Dogs. Their strength was unparalleled by Fnatic. They went up against a very strong couple of teams over this entire weekend, and the thing is, they've been adapting very well. They've been changing their strategy around, and Nukeduck has just been unstoppable. Another game versus NIP, they just seem to be in a different league than them. They did really well earlier on today, of course, and Lemon Dogs are looking unstoppable, and I wonder if EG will be able to take them down.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they toned down their recent aggression against Ninjas in Pajamas. They won the fights by the skin of their teeth. Their games weren't the cleanest, and they weren't exactly the closest either, but they were good enough for a comeback. However, as I mentioned this morning, it kind of backfired on them because Gambit just rolled over them.
Yeah, I mean, EG, they've looked really strong yesterday. Snoopy is now 5-1 since the addition of Shacker to the team, and has been playing so well, and it seems like the pressure of having Shacker on the team in the upcoming playoffs have elevated EG to the next level. We saw EG get a very solid win against Ninjas in Pajamas, and then we saw them versus Meet Your Makers, where they almost lost it. Like with a very early failed turret dive at level 1 on Kuban, it gave NYM a huge start, but they were able to kind of hold on long enough, able to get a lot of dragon control, able to kind of accrue that gold back and kind of hold on and turn the game around as it went on a little bit later. And then, of course, earlier on today versus, I believe that was Gambit, they just got destroyed. They have to forget about that game. Like, they just have to completely forget about that and go into this one with a fresh new mind.
So we're waiting for the match to get underway. Of course, picks and bans will be starting shortly. Everybody's jumping into the game and getting themselves ready. It always cracks me up, the badges that these guys use. So EG all use their own badges. SK all use their own ones. Gambit do. But the other teams, they like to mix and match.
And Lemon Dogs, the only person supporting their team is Mithy.
Yeah, there was
win their own badge.
There was MYM badges, Fnatic badges in there. There was all sorts. So they're just picking up every badge. And of course, you guys at home, you can pick up those badges in the client as well. And that will support 20% of that prize. The price of the RP will go towards the team. So you are directly funding the team you support. So
I have all of them, Demon.
You have all of them?
I do.
Because
I don't support any, though.
Because you're a commentator, so we have to unbiasedly support everyone.
Yeah. Exactly. I use my standard icon every time. It hasn't changed since I started playing.
I got my Season 2 icon on. But nobody really cares about what icon we use. We want to know what the picks and bans are. Malphite and Aatrox actually being banned away from Wicked. Sorry, Wicked, not going to play your favorite champion. Fiddlesticks removed from Mithy, and Zed from Nukeduck.
Okay, so the Fiddlesticks ban, I mean, you heard Trevor talk about it earlier on with the Twitter responses that he wasn't that impressed with Mithy's Fiddlesticks. I mean, I don't think really anyone has been, or even Fiddlesticks in general over this entire weekend. So that ban, I'm not sure if it was needed, but it's definitely EG, or something EG wanted to take away. But the Malphite and Aatrox, they don't want Wicked playing anything comfortable, but they still left Zach open for him.
Well, Kassadin being taken away from Frog, and that does mean Twisted Fate's available. Nukeduck has played that a number of times, so we'll see whether they go for that as their first choice. Does also mean that, like you say, Zach, Shen's still open in there, Thresh is still out there, so there's a lot of champions that many would consider the first pick.
Yeah, and there's Kennen still available for Zoro0, who's now 6-9 with that champion. I also have Mithy, who loves Thresh. He always asks, come on, give me Thresh, give me Thresh. He proved it yesterday that he can play a phenomenal Thresh, and it looks like that will be the first pick.
Yeah, Thresh first pick, no surprise there. We'll see what Evil Geniuses go with. Do they consider themselves getting some overpowered picks? Snoopy actually used Zach in the jungle the other day, if you recall, but could that be Wicked? With that Aatrox ban, it may actually revert back to Zach.
I'm trying to think, what would he play if it wasn't Zach with these bans coming out right now? I mean, Rumble is there, Braylee is there, Renekton's there, but
he played it against Gambit this morning, did he not?
He was Bricked. He definitely was Bricked back in the spring split. That actually could potentially always be a jungle Shen. So, yeah, he did play Shen earlier on today as well.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well there.
That was, yeah.
Olaf. No, it's not going to be an Olaf because Vlad has been locked in. This is a champion that's actually strange to me because Korea have been playing Vlad quite a lot lately, as of China, yet Europe has barely touched it, apart from Lemon Dogs.
I was sorry. I really wanted to see that Olaf.
It's not going to happen.
I mean, Nintendo Dex is the only one that ever plays or plays him back in North America, but he will have Elise. And we've seen how strong he's been on Elise. He's undefeated on her so far. But yeah, the Vladimir, Newtduck's pretty much been the only one. I'm trying to think if there's been anyone else yet. He's 2 for 2 on him so far. And I really want to know what kind of summoners he's going to take because we saw that Flash Ghost earlier on. And I believe that was actually by Zora Zero. Yeah, it was by Zora Zero. But is he going to go with the same thing?
We'll see. Of course, Elise also being locked in. That's going to be Dexter. And if you think your mind back to how Dexter just destroyed Gambit with Elise before, it could be a scary, scary prospect for them. He did manage to land all those cocoon shots he was throwing out, but it's Evil Geniuses are making their choices. What is Pete going to play? Will it be the Rat? Will it be Vayne? He's pulled out a lot of good AD carries so far this weekend. Froggen in discussions with him right now. Of course, the support hasn't been chosen. It looks like it will be Twitch and Sona alongside him. So this is a combo that worked for them on day 1 of Super Week.
One thing, though, I will say about their combo that they have right off the bat, not a lot of damage in their team. They have percent damage off of Zac, obviously, but they have pretty much a tank top laner. They have a jungle Zac, most likely, and then they're pretty much dependent on that Twitch. So Froggen has to play some high damage champion. We're going to see AP Ezreal middle. We saw that actually last night in North America, I believe.
Which means Zora Zero is top with Vayne. So we're talking about not a lot of damage.
Zora Zero's top with Vladimir.
But with Vlad, that's what I meant, sorry, with Vlad. Did I say Vayne?
Yeah, you said Vayne.
What's going wrong with my brain?
They're both Vs.
I knew what I meant in my head. Nobody else at home would have. But of course, we just talked about EG not having a lot of damage. That's a hell of a lot of damage for Lemon Dogs.
Yes, it is. I mean, if they catch anyone with a cocoon, they're probably going to die. Because then you have the hook right behind that.
And that's not going to be, when you say APS, it's not going to be APS. It's going to be Blue Ez.
I hope it's APS.
We actually saw earlier on today in the OGN, actually, Ezreal in the mid. In fact, it was Ezreal Vayne.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the one downside, though, if he does go AD, luckily for him, though, because it would be blue Ezreal build, is that you feed a lot of your CS into the AD carry later on in the game. And when you have 2 of them, you kind of split that down the line. We've seen it happen earlier on this week, and it didn't work out for them. So I'm still hoping it's AP. Actually, I'm going to check his runes, because I really want it to be.
No, I'm pretty sure he's going to go blue Ez like Dade did this morning. We'll see whether he does or not. That is going to be Ari locked in for Froggen.
You can tell by that you
checking the runes. Damn it. Not going to happen. So, we've talked about this before. Double AD comp, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to win out early on.
Okay, sorry, I was like, are they going to swap? Because they were taking a long time. But yeah, you kind of need to win early on. And with their combo, they can force fights a lot earlier than EG can, where EG looking more towards that late game with their whole Shen, Zac, some split pushing happening in there. But Lemon Dogs, they just want to fight you. And the thing is, Lemon Dogs have been controlling EG in every game they played so far with dragons. They're currently up, in the first game, they had 5 dragons to 1 for EG. In the second game they played, it was 2 to 1. And with this team, they can easily contest and easily hold on to that dragon yet again. And I keep saying it, I'm sorry to keep repeating it, but Dragon's been so impactful so far in this Super Week.
Well, the Lemon Dogs looking confident, smiles on their faces, and why not? Because they are the #1 team in the summer LCS. Fnatic took it in the spring, but it's the Lemon Dogs, one of the new boys, the new upstarts that came through, said they were going to take first, and took first. Can they do in the playoffs? That's the question. That's when it counts. Will they make that World Finals? They're already into Season 4. I should point out once the first and second team will get through to Season 4 automatically. And of course, it's looking like Gambit may be that second team. Evil Geniuses right now, they're trying to get out of that horrible tied situation that they are stuck in. They are all tied for 3rd place right now. Multiple teams all stuck in that one spot. It's a 4-way tie right now. If Evil Geniuses win this, they will be on their own in 3rd place.
And that would be amazing for them. I mean, obviously, Lemon Dogs, they don't care. I mean, they should care if they lose this game because it's all based about that momentum going to the playoffs. But oh, there's the Anivia plushie that we were all hearing about. It actually looks pretty good, so kudos to the person that made that one. But EG, this would be a major win for them if they can pull this off. And hopefully, they brushed off that game earlier versus Gambit.
Well, Evil Genius is in the form of CLG EU, broke my voice before, and it seems that it may well happen again because it's definitely sliding out somewhere, going out the door. Not too sure where it's going, but Lemon Dogs are going to be the blue team. Evil Genius is on your screen there, are the red team, and we'll see how this one works out. They've got no Anivia this time, so we're not going to get that hour-long game. Will we see Mithy, though, going straight in? It surely will. Shadow Dash comes out. He's going to get locked up. Mithy goes down. First blood for Froggen.
And that is why you don't face check anything. He did get a ward down, but now they're going to lose control of their jungle. And Wicked, force level at taunt level 1. Luckily, it worked out for him, though, so it's not going to hurt him too much. And EG, are they going to stay here in red, or are they just going to ward it up and leave it behind?
Well, I was just wondering with Dexter there, he's been brave against Wicked. Shadow Dash would have been available in a couple of seconds, so he's stuck around, but backed off eventually. Ward control going out there from Evil Geniuses. Lemon Dogs haven't actually got themselves any wards in the jungle of Evil Geniuses so far, because that's what Mithy was doing.
And usually it's Wicked, the one that was face checking. I know there's one in Spring Split that I can remember where he face checked and they ended up losing that game. But right now, I mean, it's bad to lose that. I mean, look what Froggen's coming to lane with. Double Doran's Ring and the health pot. So it's going to be hard for Nuke Duck to go up against this, but he has Ezreal, so he shouldn't be hurting too much in the end from this. And Mithy, he didn't bow flash, so he didn't waste any summers in the end. Actually, no one really did, except Wicked's Ignite.
I think he just accepted his fate and was like, whoops, sorry guys, kind of screwed up there. But more importantly is the fact that Froggen did get first blood, he did go back, and he got that second Doran's Ring. So often we see these first bloods come in and they don't actually make use of them. We're also seeing an invade here, but Lemon Dog's actually in the bush, ready and waiting for this one. They're going to see EG coming. They might be able to get a revenge kill. Nuke Dog's going to come in. Crepo's the one that's taken low. Flashes away. Double flash comes out. Lemon Dog, Crepo goes down. Can they get another, though? They've used the exhaust, but Yellow Pete, he's going to get taken low. Mithy's going to come around here. Has he got death sentence? No, he hasn't. And Tabs is not going to be able to get himself another kill.
And he actually leveled up his Lantern first. I believe that was because the level 1 action, he kind of panicked, picked it up. But right now, look what actually happened. And Stugas could take a little bit of damage, but it forced Yellow Pete to back on the top turret. So he's going to be delayed bottom, actually back to top lane now. And Snoopy's going to be delayed in the jungle here as his red's being stolen away right from under him.
So despite the first blood going to Evil Genius, this is Lemon Dogs that really strike first. That is, like you say, the red buff going down. Dexter doesn't want to stick around too much longer because Snoopy's going to launch himself in there. Got himself 5 gold after that elastic slingshot. Not really what he was after, though, because it was all about that blue invade that's backfired on them horribly. Zoro being bullied a little bit by Wicked here in the early levels down the bottom.
Yeah, Wicked was able to get that level 2 right before him. Was able to pressure him quite well, but Zoro should be able to farm very well against him later on. And we saw him earlier on with his Vladimir in their game yesterday. He just straight pushed that top lane, wasn't touched at all.
And Lemon Dogs on the invade once again. This time Dexter, he's already taken the red buff. He wants the blue buff, completely countering out Snoopy. Snoopy's going to come in. He's only level 1 right now. Dexter is tanking up the blue buff, though, so he is going to be forced to back off. Wicked coming around to try and help out. Shadow Dash across, forces the flash from Dexter.
And good job to get that out of him. Obviously, he can't go for that flash cocoon that he's been able to do previously. And Wicked wasn't really forced to do anything himself. I mean, he's just going to miss a little bit of CS in lane, but not going to hurt too much in the end. And Dexter, he was thwarted away from that blue buff, which is a huge win for EG.
Nuke Dog doing a great job at dueling against Froggen here. Considering Froggen went and got that double Doran's Ring, Snoopy's so low by the blue buff here. Will have to use that smite to get it away, but nevertheless, the buff will be picked up. That takes him to level 2.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal, he's so hard to deal with in that lane. With that arcane shift, he can get out of ganks very easily. He has a lot of poke, a lot of damage with his Mystic Shot. And Froggen, I mean, it's always hard as an AP millionaire to go up against an AD carry like this, but it's all about if they can hold on, if they can just last long enough to where Lemon Dogs kind of don't get the early advantage and they don't power up with their double AD carries, and they should be fine. Not to mention, Lemon Dogs are very squishy and EG have a tanky lineup.
Well, the pressure again being applied in his top lane. A good play onto Yellow Pete, actually taking low. The Condemn forces him, bounces him back, and Yellow Pete drops a lot of hit points in that exchange. And honestly, you would expect Tabs and Mithy to be strong in this opening fight, and the fact that they did get that kill onto Crepo is only helped out Tabs even more. Hasn't gone back to buy, though. He's going to be sitting on a decent amount of gold, so when he does go back, he's going to have that advantage over Pete.
And the thing is that EG's forced to play sub-passive because they don't have an exhaust anymore. Crepo, it is currently down for him. He doesn't have Flash Escape. Pete obviously does have both his summers available, but if he gets caught, if he gets condemned then into a hook, like, he could drop very quickly. And so far, Tabs is building a nice CS lead over him.
And that CS lead in the bottom lane is not really developing. And like you say, that 2 AD carries, that's really the only opening setup here right now. We should talk about Dexter, of course, because he had both red buffs and the blue, so we'll see whether he goes for this gank in his mid lane. He's just hanging around, seeing if Froggen's going to go aggressive. They are about to hit level 6 in his mid lane, which is why they're waiting. He's probably expecting Froggen to suddenly go aggressive the moment he gets that Spirit Rush.
And I was just thinking back to that Twitter response about Nuke Duck being like the most improved player, as you do see Dexter go in, but Dexter's actually lands his cocoon!
The cocoon lands, the Q comes in from Dexter, tries to sink the fangs in, didn't really have the damage. Nuke Duck will have level 6 in a moment, so he will maybe go for that true shot barrage, see if he can lang it in Froggen, but as it is, they back away.
And I was trying to think about that Twitter response where people were saying Nuke Duck, most improved player in European LCS, but he also gets camped quite a bit by Dexter just to make sure he can be solid throughout the game. And with his Ezreal, I'm not sure it'll be as impactful in terms of roaming around and ganking as other champions would be for him.
Well, we talked about the gold that Tabs has. They are going to go back. We'll see what they pick up. He's got 1,400 gold right now, so it's going to be quite an item. It will be straight to Bilgewater Cutlass.
And that almost makes it so he can actually duel Yellow Pete. If he finishes that Blade of the Rune King before Yellow Pete, he should be able to just pressure him very hard in lane. It's going to be very tough for Yellow Pete to get a lot of farm, but he's able to catch up. And right now, Nuke Dog just ulting that wave, so he wants to just kind of get that turret, or get straight to the turret. He also wants to back away too right after this wave.
Yeah, he's going to clear it out. So he use that True Shot Barrage. Wants to get quick farm. Actually missed one CS. Disgusting Nuke Dog, honestly. His pro player levels. You see them miss this gold. Zora Zero, though, he's doing a great job in this bottom lane. He's starting to apply the pressure on towards Wicked.
I mean, when he hits that level 9 mark that everyone always talks about with Vladimir with his max rank Q, he can harass so much that Wicked's going to have to invest into that Spectral's Cowl relatively early on, probably go for an early Spirit Visage, but he actually goes for a Giant's Belt instead. But now we do have that lane swap coming in because of that. And Yellow Pete going to be sneaking in against Zoro.
And that's actually going to be tricky for Wicked because obviously the advantage that Tabs did have, Vane's going to be now on his own, effectively farming without pressure on him because it's just not worked out so well for Pete and Crepo.
And they realized that, you know, Zoro in their game yesterday versus NIP, he just shut them down with that constant pressure. They're actually going for Very Lady Dragon. Remember what I said earlier, when Lemon Dogs beats them, they always control that dragon. And right now, EG, a first step in the right direction.
Yeah, and actually I think Zora Zero realized that he was backing off. He said that he's going to clear the wave. The rest of the team are going to come in there. Nuke Duck, of course. True Shot Barrage back available. See if he can get in and get the steal. They're going to get the vision. Zora Zero comes in. True Shot Barrage doesn't land. Crepo tanking up, though. He's going to go down. The Dragon did go across the Snoopy. Stand United's coming in. We're going to see Wicked joining in there. It's not going to be in right time, though. Zora Zero might get caught out. Wicked's trying to get on towards him. Yes, he will pick up the kill. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Dragon, more importantly, though, went to EG.
Great job by EG right there. That could have gone so much more worse, but Wicked is able to come in, able to pretty much keep them off of that as Tabs and Mithy even rotated down towards this middle lane. And EG, great pickup. Lost one, picked up Dragon, worth it any day.
Yeah, they are maybe going to put pressure on towards the mid lane too. We didn't quite catch on that, the actual changes that they had there. We do now see Tabs and Mithy. They are on the mid turret. Tabs actually catching some damage out from Froggen. Not really going to do a great job at clearing this wave out. Wicked, though, he's back in this bottom lane. Not really where he wanted to be, I don't think, because they did the change around earlier on. And we see Pete and Crepo heading back down there.
It's like, I feel like I was just here and just left this place. And he's going to do that right now, head it back towards that top side. But will Tabs and Mithy stay middle? Will they go bottom to kind of counter this? And only time's going to tell here. And it looks like, honestly, they could just go bottom because they realize how scared EG is of this combo.
I think instead they're going to say, let's get ourselves that pink ward gold that we can see just around the side here. Will they go for it? They're going to go for the thing. No! Could be a face check in the tri-bush. Nope, pink ward goes down. The pink ward is really on here between these guys. Crepo, he's actually a long way out of it. And look at Dexter. Dexter's sensing blood here. He's actually into the tri-bush already. Thinking about going for it, hoping that he's going to come back around towards that pink ward, see if he can ward bait him in, but no, he's going to step away.
Soupy's going to be here, giving that blue buff over to Froggen. He might visit that bottom lane, actually getting very low. He might be able to steal away the red buff, but nope. Froggen gets it, and he's going to head down bottom now, or just go back to jungling. Wait till that level 6 point, so we'll have it to gank.
Just going to keep us on our toes instead. 63 CS for Zora Zero. He did try and interrupt on that Dragon, but didn't quite work out, but he's doing a good job against Wicked so far. Starting to edge ahead in that CS. You can see the new icons on all of the items. He's been back to buy. It's the Vampiric Scepter, I believe, and Zora Zero. Like I say, we don't see a great deal of lads in the European LCS right now.
But he's making it work. I mean, he's, I guess, ahead of the curve. You saw him playing Kennen so much the split, going 6-9. Because Vladimir, I believe, is 1-1 now. The thing is, he's pressuring Wicked so well, and he's at that point where he can become unstoppable. He has Flash, he has Ghost, he has those really utility summoner spells to really push, to really go for some kills, even to back away if he needs to. So he's going to be very, hard to be ganked by Snoopy here, especially since they have a low damage with Wicked.
One thing I feel I should be mentioning is the fact that Nuke Duck is falling behind on CS to Frog, and it's nearly a 20 CS gap right now. Froggen doing a great job at starting to wipe out that ward. You can wave, sorry, he's just gone back and got himself a needlessly large rod, so actually may be trouble for Nuke Duck now.
Yeah, and we talked about 80 or double 80 comps, and he's gonna have to make sure to keep farming away. But if Zora Zero keeps at this, if he doesn't get punished, then it won't really matter too much, because his ultimate, the amplification damage from that is gonna make it so his ulti, or Nuke Duck's ulti across that, is gonna hurt very bad. And Zoro, he's just gonna keep pushing. With that revolver, he's just non-stop pushing, non-stop spell vamping, and you can see EG responds by sending their AD carry support back up against him.
Yeah, sending them back to the top. You can see already that Tabs and Mithy had gone to the bottom, which means Wicked is going to be in that 2v1 situation he absolutely loves so much. Yellow Pete, though, is maybe going to find himself a spider. The rat and a spider, it's a usual sewers combo that they do find each other in. No, explosive cask thrown on his head.
That was random.
Yeah.
And it actually made Dexter come out like there was a ward in that bush. But, you know, we had Kripo talking to us yesterday, or talking to Joe and I during a game, and he was saying that when you're forced to lane swap like this, if you don't get the ideal lane in the beginning, and then you have to swap later on, you fall so far behind. And right now, we do see gank bottom by Snoopy.
Well, it's Tabs is going to get caught. Let's bounce on a lot of tower hits came in there, which is why they got that kill in so easy. Good shadow dash from Wicked to get him caught out on that turret. I was about to praise him for a great CS advantage, but it's now Froggen. The repel comes out. He's not going to go diving for that one. Dexter's not suicidal. But there is a 20 CS advantage between Pete and Tabs right now. Tabs had that advantage. That death's not going to help.
Yeah, it's not, but he's close to that ability of the Rune King right now, and the thing is, that's what's so deadly about a Shen. If you're trying to push that tower and you're a Vayne, you get taunted under it, you're going to take a couple of hits, you're going to be forced to flash away, and when the jungler comes in for that next one, you're dead. That's exactly just what happened.
Well, 0-0 now. Got the pressure of that double combo of Pete and Krepo, as we talked about going up there, and they are definitely keeping him back. Froggen forced to back away from this one. Nuke comes back to lane. Has got himself that Tear of the Goddess early on. He wants to get that frozen, not frozen, the Iceborne Gauntlets. Technically frozen. It kind of does what it says on the tin, but that's the bottom turret going down. So that's the first one of the game right now. They have invested a lot to get that one, and it has successfully gone. That's actually going to free up Mithy and Tabs. Let's see where they head off. Looks like Tabs is roaming towards the top lane, so it's going to be the back in towards the top, back into a 2v2 lane.
Yeah, they definitely want to send Zoro off by himself. Just let him keep pushing, let him keep being a nuisance, because, you know, when you have a Shen, you expect him to split push later on in the game. You expect him to be that nuisance that the other team has to deal with. But when you have a Vladimir, you have that same opportunity, but you have someone that does a lot of damage. So even if they send one person at you, or potentially two, when you have these utility summoner spells, you're not going to die.
You're not going to die. My voice may do, though. We'll see whether...
You've gone out of Barry White to something else now.
It's definitely getting deeper as I go on, but somehow I'm not sure how this is even working right now. Maybe need a bit of a helium to just get it back up there. But it is 3-2 in kills. Evil Geniuses, they have a 700 gold lead. Despite getting that very early first blood on Mithy within the first 30 seconds of the game, it's kind of going the way of Lemondogs right now. And if you think your mind back, cast your mind back, they're going to try and get the crescendo on it. Actually, it's Mithy, they're going to dive in towards the big Krepo, taking very low here. The exhaust should be enough to save him. And Tab's backing away from this one. They thought about tanking it, they're going to tank it. Snoopy launches himself in. It's a double kill in the top 3G.
Wow, fantastic job by them to pick up those 2 kills. And they killed Tabs again, most importantly, who had that CS lead over Yellow P. He's not going to have it anymore. EG's going to get a turret, but in the meantime, Zoro's like, all right, I'll push the bottom lane. I'll get a lot of free farm here, and I'll get some damage onto that inner turret, but Nuke Duck low.
Well, Nuke Duck dead. That's for sure. Froggen just went on, and I talked about this. Once he got that Death via grasp, he just turns the aggression on. And Nuke Duck, despite having that double Doran's Blade, will not have too many hit points to be able to deal with the combo. If he gets caught with one of them charms from Froggen, he is going to die.
Yeah, that's why Blue Ezreal kind of needs a lot of farm to kind of get the items you need. The Iceborne Gauntlet's so key to be able to kite people really well, but Dragon has respawned. EG says, all right, we'll give that one up. We'll go for a push on this inner turret, but Lemondogs are up and able to respawn in time.
So a good amount of kills being picked up by Evil Geniuses, and look at this, Krepo and Pete, they are back down here. Dexter's heads off to the side, Ping Ward goes down. Are they going to grow aggressive? Dexter might have to back away from this one. The rest of Evil Geniuses collapsing in around him, and he skitters away.
So EG's getting the ganks, they're getting the kills, and they're getting the dragons. This is exactly what they need to do to pick up this win. They're already 2-1 in the Super Week. They need this victory to kind of keep their playoff hopes or the 4-5-way tie alive. Right now, they're on the road to do it. They're doing a phenomenal job.
That gold swing went very quick. True Shot Barrage way behind. Not even going to trim out the bottom wave either, because Dragon had gone well before that. So they're going to have a rough timer of it, because they saw the True Shot Barrage go across and not find its target. But gold-wise, it's a 3k advantage for EG. And Froggen picks himself up the blue buff once again to put more pressure back on Nuke Duck.
Yeah, poor Nuke Duck. I would not want to beat him right now, because Froggen, his ultimate going to be up now. And with the DFG up as well, he should be able to apply a lot of pressure and potentially kill him again. It's all about that one charm. If he can land that, he's actually going to go back and buy right now.
Zoro taken low there by Yellow Pete. Spray and Pray wasn't even available. He will be now. It's going to be just about respawn, and he's going to have to surely back away from this turret. Is going to have the pull to try and troll his way around there, along with that Ghost, like you said earlier on. But
Crescendo almost up. Expect Krepo to pop that Crescendo and go for a kill here.
the tower is about to drop. Will they turn aggressive? No, they will not. But the top tower goes down in response. So 2-2 in terms of turrets, both top and bottom going down. It's all about the mid lane now.
And it looks like Tabs will finally have that Blade of the Rune King done when he does go back. That's like the core item you need on a Vayne. Followed up with the Fan Dancer, you have a lot of damage behind yourself. And when you're against these very tanky targets like a Shen, like a Zac, who's going to be in your face, you kind of need that item. But then again, Yellow Pete, even though he was behind in CS, with those 2 dragons, with that 1 kill and those 3 assists, he completes his at the exact same time and is actually 1 longsword ahead of Tabs.
See how much that damage transfers as the fights begin, because right now Lemondogs, they were looking to try and keep the lane farming going, but EG have actually pushed the pace, and this is something we talked about earlier on in the day and yesterday, the fact that they have been more aggressive. You know, at the 16.5 minute mark, EG are looking to be aggressive. This is something we never used to see from the old EG.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, having N-Rated on the team to analyze everything, show where their weaknesses are, having Shaka to give it some insight as well, it's really helped them out. I mean, do you see Froggen going in?
Goes aggressive, gets the DFG down on towards Nuke Dog. Look at that, half the hit points quickly burned down there, and that was while 2 of the members were around him. That's got to be scary for him. Throws out the charm, catches on towards Smithy, the Ignite goes down. The rest of his team can't quite get close enough, and I can't even speak.
It was a good attempt, though. It was a good try. But yeah, they were able to kill him either way. He's able to escape. Both flashes blown right there. Zoro is forced to come up here in that middle lane to just defend it. And EG, I mean, I've talked about Lemondogs, that they can get that early advantage with their team comp, with the amount of damage they have behind themselves, then EG is going to be in for hurting. But they've been able to get around that initial part of the game, that early laning phase, and actually come out ahead from that. So as long as they keep at this pace, they are going to be really hard to deal with. However, Zoro is still farming very well. He's going to be going for Azonius here. And he even got those Ionian boots, so he has an extra cooldown reduction.
And we can't even talk about the fact that Lemondogs have that hyper carry. They have Vayne in there because Twitch is there as well, which effectively counters him pretty nicely. We're seeing Zoro though. He might get focused on here. Spray and Pray going to come down. No, not going to waste it. He's going to hang on. Now he uses it. Gets Let's Bounce on towards Snoopy. Snoopy tanking out the turret. Zoro is going to get caught out. He gets taken down. It's Pete that picks up the kill. Nuke coming in though. Last extinction shot comes out from Snoopy. The Ignite is not going to be enough to kill him. The heal will come out from Krepo just at the right time.
We were both like, yes, it
going to
is.
come out. Yeah.
I'm confident about saying that now. We do have another new Sarge picked up for Froggen, but that was a good job by Yellow Pete to use the Twitch to his advantage. We do see him Froggen going in yet again on the Mythy here, and almost took on a half health with just a little bit of a combo. And you're definitely right about that whole Twitch versus Vayne thing, where Twitch can sit back, spray and pray through the entire team, and be fine. He doesn't have an escape mechanism, obviously, but Tabs, he's stuck at that single target DPS.
And he doesn't really need an escape mechanism because he's got effectively a protect team around him. Shen's going to cover his ass. Snoopy's going to come bouncing in on him. And then, of course, Krepo will crescendo anyone that gets close to him. So the Rat is well protected, well covered. Wicked's got himself that Sunfire Cape and Spectral Cowl. He's happy to now split push farm. Froggen is doing a fantastic job of farming. Lemondogs, they're under pressure again here. They were under the exact same pressure against Alternate, though. They turned it around that time. They're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, they did. And Nuke, I mean, what's made Lemondogs so good is his ability to pick up the kills, to roam around, interact with other lanes, and he's been shut down from that. He hasn't really done that with Ezreal, which you kind of really can't do too well. I mean, it's not an assassin kind of champion that he likes to play, and usually they've been able to take advantage of that right now. And the real question is, where's the next move? And I think it might be at that Dragon yet again, hoping for a team fight to break out there.
Zoro continues to farm. He has actually kept ahead of Wicked in terms of CS, which is not too surprising, I guess, for a Vlad versus a Shen. But Pete, look at this. He wants to be the assassin again. He's looking for the kills, waiting in the bushes. And Zoro is the man that's returning to lane. Was taken down by the combo of Pete and Snoopy earlier on. There is actually a 2-level advantage, and here comes the Stand United. He won't see it coming because it's going to be invisible. He uses that pull, and the Shadow Dash didn't come out. Now it's available. There it is. Locks him down. It's another kill. This time Wicked takes it.
They are using that Shen Twitch combo so perfectly and so well throughout this game. That is the second time they've been able to kill someone on the enemy team in this game from that whole strategy. And EG, they're picking up kills left to right, extending the lead 8-2. And just over a 4,000 gold lead right now. And it looks like EG are looking to do a little bit of split pushing here.
Flash Crescendo comes out, doesn't really catch. Yes, he did. Nuke was the one that caught the arcane shifting, but he still got locked up by that Crescendo. And now down the bottom, Tabs goes aggressive on towards Pete, uses that barrier. Is it going to be enough to turn it around? No. Tabs gets himself the kill, but turns it straight around. Wicked gets his own.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wicked missed that taunt onto him. Actually, we didn't miss it. That was actually Tabs pretty much dodging that with that tumble, so it was a good job by him to do that. But in the end, EG, they pick up 2 kills. Most importantly, though, they haven't taken objectives necessarily off it. They just took red. Dragon is available right now, but if you're going to go for kills like that, you need to have something to come off the back of it, and it looks like Dragon will be that answer.
Dragon's not a bad objective to take. They've got a 5,000 gold deficit or advantage over Lemon Dogs. Lemon Dogs trying to put pressure on towards the middle turret, but Froggen is always there, and he's always clearing out that wave.
He likes to farm quite a bit, and with his team not needing him for these Dragons, it makes it easier for him to continue to do that. And with that Zonius, with that DFG in hand, he has 2 of the Nisu Large items. Wouldn't be surprised to see that Death Cap coming out next. And EG 3 Dragons in, up 10-3 in kills. And look at the kill spread they have. Quite well across the board. I mean, Wicked having 4 kills. We talked about being Bricked back in the day over in the spring split. He's doing that yet again. You have 2 kills on Snoopy, you have 2 kills on Froggen, and even 2 kills on Yellow Pete. And for once, Crepo doesn't have any kills.
No, for once he doesn't. He's not being the scumbag that we used to. Pete, though, he's continuing to be off on the side, split push farming. He's feeling very safe when he does it. Well, of course, with that stealth mechanism, like you say, the fact that Wicked's coming in on top of him will actually cause people to question whether they should go up against him.
And the big thing is, look what boots Wicked invested in. Ionian boots of Lucidity yet again. Or not yet again, or for the first time, I guess we've seen throughout the LCS. He has so much cooldown reduction right now that he can afford to do this yellow submarine tactic over and over. Sitting at 35%, his ultimate almost up yet again. It seemed like it just happened, only on a 117-second cooldown. So every 2 minutes, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill.
We should talk about the fact that when Wicked does come in, the kills are happening. He's 4-0-3 right now.
He's so hard to deal with. I mean, even with a Vayne, even with these 4 DPS champions that you have on Lemon Dogs, he's still hard to shut down. I mean, you have percent damage out of Tabs, you have percent damage out of Dexter, you have amplification out of Zora Zero, but I'm not sure if that'll be enough, because if you do focus him down like that, what about Froggen? What about Yellow Pete? What about Snoopy just jumping on top of you?
How confident is Tabs feeling right now? He's going up against Yellow Pete. Stan United is back available. He's waiting in the bush. Meanwhile, though, at the side here, so Crepo getting caught out with the cocoon. Tabs is going to back away. Yes, it looks like he's not going to go for Pete. He's going to step away from this one. They don't have vision of Wicked. He's up in the top lane, continuing to split push on his own, so he didn't fancy taking it, realized he would have been in 2v1.
And the thing is, with all of the ults he's been using, combined with Yellow Pete, he hasn't fallen that far behind in CS. Zoro Zero hasn't been able to take advantage of that by just clearing waves left and right and really stretching that lead. So Wicked's been doing a fantastic job this time, and I feel bad for what I said in Champion Select when you take away those 2 champions from him. What is he going to play next? And his Shen has been doing very well.
Shen has been doing very well. You should not discount Bricked. It looks like the mid turret may go down. No, the hook actually on Wicked, not really the target they wanted. They got a good cocoon on him though, and a lot of tower hits coming in this time. EG will have to back away from this one. The question is, will Lemon Dogs pursue? It'll be foolish to, because there is a rat heading up the river with spray and pray ready to go.
And not to mention Froggen with that DFG, his finger getting really itchy to hit that button. And here comes Yellow Pete. All I can see a Crescendo come out of Crepo again.
Well, Nuke is in there. Remember, he's not got a lot of hit points, so he could get locked down and do a lot of damage. EG have not given up on this, while many Lemon Dogs have backed away, and that's actually going to give them the turret. Froggen goes in. Stan United was used. He tries to get on towards Nuke. That's a lot of damage coming out there.
Yeah, tries to get him. He got him like all out right there, taking him down to about 25% without an ult charge. We see the Crescendo.
The Crescendo catches on there. Shadow Dash comes in, and Froggen picks up the kill. Now they're going towards Dexter. Dexter has to repel away. And EG pick themselves up another kill on Nuke.
That Crescendo, that was the epitome of like a perfect Crescendo, landing on the very edge of it. Was able to catch Nuke, able to lock that down. And we talked about EG taking objectives after kills. Looks like they might be able to get this turret very low, but Zoro Zero, he has something to say about it.
He's coming around the side. Yellow Pete may get caught out here. Second very low. Wicked once again getting hooked in there. Not the target they want, but that's a great play coming straight down. There's going to be time turning around. Let's bounce from Snoopy. Will it pop? Will it proc? No, it's not going to do enough damage. And Zoro Zero, he's going to try and chase this one. Has got flash and ghost, but doesn't feel confident enough he'd get a kill.
Yeah, he won't have the team behind him, and all it takes is one charm for him to die. We still Froggen with that Zonius. His ultimate actually is about to be up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him actually go for a kill here. So Ezreal going to come in, going to stop the back. Snoopy getting very low. And that's actually going to mean a free turret for Lemon Dogs.
Had a passive available though. Froggen's not giving up yet. He was just off the side. He's hoping that he'd step a little closer on those wraiths. He's still sticking around, and Lemon Dogs wisely stepping away from this one. So it was simply a middle turret apiece traded after all. And it's 3-3. Mithy though is going to get chosed on. Froggen not going fully aggressive with the Spirit Rush.
That was too close. That was very too close for Mithy. Great job of him to escape. He's eaten 2 charms. He's actually fought against Froggen 3 times now. Escaped them all. So good job by him to not die after that first initial face check that happened. But right now, I mean, because of the play that just happened, EG has waves pushed up against them. So they're like, all right, we'll get the kill, get some damage onto your turret. We'll go back. We'll get a lot of free farm. And then we'll do the same thing over again to you.
So let's take stock of the situation. 4-0-4 for Wicked. Built himself pretty damn tanky right now. The Warden's Mail in there, Spirit Visage, and the Sunfire Cape, along with those boots of Ionian boots to get the cooldown on that Stand United. He's been coming in every time on top of Yellow Pete's head, which has been keeping him safe. And you can see Tabs once again lingering off there inside ward coverage. Pete not worried about this, and this is actually buying him so much free time because Tabs is like, I want to duel him, but I can't, because Wicked's going to come in every time.
I think it's Wicked's ultimate was used in that last fight we saw middle. It's now up again because of all this cooldown reduction he's been using. And I mean, you're exactly right. Tabs can't free farm because of that global presence of Shen, because of that stealth of Yellow Pete. And the only real thing to do to kind of counter that is maybe rush a Baron. Like, or rush top lane, like a 4 or 5 man push top lane will force him to back away. I mean, finally do have Nuke getting a little bit of a power amplification.
Yeah, he's got that Manamune completed. We'll see whether he makes use of it, because as it is, still with that lack of hit points, he keeps getting caught out. Froggen jumps on him, and he just gets destroyed. Does get himself the blue buff, though. We'll see. He's getting good farm going. He's keeping up, but look at Froggen. He's a monster right now. 27 minutes in, getting close to 300 CS.
I will say this, though. If we see Lemon Dogs land a hook onto any one of EG, they can do a huge amount of damage. Zoro, that's not good.
No, he was caught out. He does use the pull crescendo at the perfect time there. So well executed by Crepo. He's going to be happy with that.
Oh, yeah. Very happy. And they actually might be a Baron from that, too, because they have a lot of damage because of Yellow Pete. He's been able to get very strong this game, not to mention Froggen. But try to say, though, if Lemon Dogs, if they get a hook onto anyone, they potentially have the damage to burst someone down.
Dexter is just off at the side here, so let's not discount Lemon Dogs here. We've seen Baron Steel turn games around before. Now this time they're going to go aggressive. He actually tries to go in towards Crepo. He's just going to drop back down. Went in towards Snoopy, but that was a good condemn onto Froggen, but he uses the Zolly Zargas the moment he comes out of it. Now this time, Mithy does not escape the claws of Froggen. Let's bounce on towards Dexter. Catches on towards Tabs as well. Yellow Pete putting the damage down. Not enough to slow him down. Stand United was used, but Wicked will successfully get away from that one. The poison will not be enough to take down Dexter. It was a 1-for-0 fight after all of that. And it's Evil Geniuses that come out on top again.
And it looks like they might be able to go for Dragon here. Yellow Pete with the damage he has, with having with Snoopy there, yep, easy going to take that Dragon away. And that will be, I believe, their 4th of the game. And the gold they just picked up from pure objectives is just getting ridiculous. It's really getting out of hand, and it's really reflected in all the items they've been able to build.
And that's what's actually building in towards the fights. But we did just see there, the fights are still close, even if they don't go perfectly. Lemon Dogs have yet to actually have a full-on 5-man engage, and they could put a lot of damage down, because we talked about the fact that EG were tanky, but that's kind of been mitigated now because Wicked's got himself tanky and now starting to get the damage.
Yeah, and it's just because Nukeduck's finally been able to get that ramp in power. Tabs is has a lot of damage, but Zoro Froggen, actually, I don't know why you used that ultimate. He was trying to catch him there, but Tabs is even waiting by the side. So they would have been able to turn that one around, but just Lemon Dogs, they've been able to accrue the items they needed to handle the tankiness. So if one person does get singled out, and all 4 or 5 of them are hitting you, that person is going to die no matter who you are.
Well, Crepo's trying to sneak around with that Oracle and get the wards down, but Mithy is in there as well.
Froggen wasn't in the bush.
He's still not backing off. Hasn't got Spirit Rush this time around, though, so nope, not going to land it. Threw it out the opposite direction. Crepo, though, being covered off. Look at Dexter coming around the side. Cocoon thrown out. Crepo's in trouble here. He's going to get caught out. There's not a great deal. The charm didn't land. Hemo play comes down. Crescendo was used, but that is a very dead support player.
And that actually might have been what Lemon Dogs needed. I mean, they can push top right now. They could potentially go for Baron. They have Froggen close to being forced to back right now. He does still have his Zonies available, but all it takes is one Cocoon, and Wicked, he's going to be pushing this bottom lane. He has the ultimate available. Snoopy getting caught.
They're diving on towards him. The Let's Bounce was used, but simply defensively, they're going to try and protect out this inner turret, but the rest of Lemon Dogs are moving as one right now. 5 members of them trying to put the pressure down. The minion wave will come in, but Wicked is still off down the bottom. He has Stand United available if it's required, but he's going to try and put pressure on the bottom in a turret of his own.
And Froggen's finally here, so their wave clear is here, but he's actually not there. He's looking for a kill here, going to be trying to come in from the side. He has his ultimate available, but he's just going to go push middle.
Where's he going? He's just like, nope, not worried about that one. Just going to go off to middle. We've already lost that turret, guys. Don't worry, I'll just clear out this wave.
And Wicked looks like he's able to get that bottom turret too, so 1-for-1 trade in the end. But how are Lemondogs going to react to it? Are they going to go try to save the turret? Are they going to go bottom?
They're going to lock out. They're going to catch Dexter here. The charm gets thrown out. It's not going to catch him in the right place, but Dexter doesn't matter. He's going to get mowed down, tries to repel across the Baron. The orb's coming across. Not going to catch him. Elastic slingshot from Snoopy, but he finds himself head-to-head with Nuke. Nuke then gets jived on. Spirit Rush comes out from Froggen. One more hit. There's the Ignite. Takes him down. Now Dexter's trying to get away. Snoopy is going to Elastic slingshot back on again. It's Pete, though, that's going to find Tabs. Tabs is going to get on towards Nuke. Is it going to be a turnaround? Stand United comes back out. Crepo comes in. It's a massacre in the top lane.
That is so unfortunate for Tabs because he ulted in right as Yellow Pete stealthed up and they had no vision detection. You saw Wicked come in with that huge shield on top of him, and EG getting 3 kills right there from losing 1 turret. Are going to be able to get Baron off of this? And Lemondogs, we might have finally met their match.
Well, they took the bottom turret as well, so they had traded turret for turret, and then just the simple, what we'd call it in a normal FPS, it would be exit frags, and EG just cleaned house. 16-4 in kills right now. They've got a 10,000 gold lead, and the Baron on top.
And they have a Froggen who's 5-0-2. They have a Wicked who's 4-0-6. They are just so tanky. They have so much damage. I mean, you saw Yellow Pete hitting Tabs there. Just shredded him very quickly. You even see Tabs building up a Negatron cloak because he realizes Froggen's a very real threat. You actually see 3 Negatron cloaks coming in with Dexter and Nuke Duck. And with this Baron, EG, what are they going to do to punish Lemondogs? I mean, they still have 2 outer turrets to take if they want to. And then all they have is those inhibitors.
And it's interesting, this is the second time we've seen the double AD comp coming out this weekend. We saw Fnatic using it in day 1. Lemondogs this time around. Is this simply a case of teams feel it can work? They've been successful in scrims and such, but just can't seem to make it execute, because even when the picks and bans, when we looked at it, we're like, well, EG are actually really low on damage, but it's worked so well.
Yeah, it's just, you're kind of confident in your early game, which Lemondogs aren't surprisingly strong at. Like, they're not a team that's strong in that early game. They're strong in that mid game when they start to roam around, and I mean, it can work, but the thing is, if you fall behind, you really stay behind. I mean, because it's a blue build Ezreal. If you fall behind on him, period, you stay behind. But then to have all your CS funneled into both of your AD carries, it kind of limits where it can be. And you look right now, Yellow Pete has 250 CS, Froggen has 347. They're leaps and bounds beyond Lemondogs.
At the moment, they are moving back in. Stand United back up available again, of course. Wicked pushing down that bottom lane again. The orbs coming flying through. Zoro Zero even taking a lot of damage from this one round, despite the fact he's got that Spectral Cowl on him. Froggen is a damaging machine right now. Tabs, he's going down the bottom. He's going to try and deal with Wicked. He will be able to clear it out. Wicked actually doesn't want to go up against him. Interesting to see how that one's going to work out, because he's got a 4-level advantage. I'm not so sure why Wicked would step away from that fight.
Because he won't be able to kill a Vayne. Just flat out. He will not be able to kill him, period. And just him being there, his threat, like, there's no point engaging on Tabs when he could die. With him being down there is threat enough to Lemondogs to pretty much let these turrets go.
Well, he has backed away, and actually, despite the fact is, he pulled an AD carry, the main AD carry, away from the mid lane, which bought them time on the inner turret, which is all he really wanted in the first place. It's going to be the top inner turret. It's going to be the next focus of target for Evil Geniuses. They're 5-4 up right now in turrets. It's the first turret advantage they've had in a while. And it doesn't look like it's going to be much Lemondogs can do to stop it. And look at Froggen.
He's not spotted.
He's not spotted, and he wants to go aggressive. He's ready and waiting to Spirit Rush across. The moment the minions come in, but Wicked, he's not going to be able to stand United. Yes, he is. Condemn was already used. He's going to go to Pete.
And Froggen going to be coming from the back here.
Oh, Spirit Rush is away. Dexter's got to be careful. Oh, he catches him in a cocoon. Really, are you going to go 1v1 with him? What are you thinking, Dexter? You're not going to work out for you. It's another inner turret. That's all of the inner turrets now down. And Evil Geniuses, where are they going to go next?
I would imagine they'd probably go to Dragon now. I mean, why not? It's up right now. You can pick it up. There's no point in pushing on any inner turrets at this point. And Froggen, it's on 2,500 gold. You have Wicked sitting on 1,100 gold. And the thing is, are they going to be able to crack the shell of Lemondogs? Are they going to be able to take that inhibitor turret down? Because once you get that, once you get one inhibitor, it opens up the game wide for you. And EG gonna pick up that dragon now.
Are they going to take away that perfect score they could have had in Super Week, more importantly? They can't take away any position from Lemon Dogs, but a victory here would be a huge confidence boost for Evil Geniuses. It would take them to 3-1 in Super Week, and they would just need one more win to secure, well, they'd secure their place in playoffs, I believe, if they can pick this one up. Have a look across there. No, not yet. It's still very tight.
Yeah, because actually EG has one more game to play tomorrow, and I believe SK has 2 to play tomorrow. No, 1 to play tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes, obviously. It's just, the stands are so close. I mean, EG has to pick up this win. Lemon Dogs, they don't necessarily have to stay in playoffs.
They could all be on 14-14 tomorrow. Don't worry. It's still
watch. It's gonna happen.
It's still possible.
We'll be casting till Tuesday, non-stop marathon casting.
Non-stop. Actually, it won't be till Tuesday because technically it'd be through to Sunday because we go straight into Gamescom.
True.
Straight in there. Teams won't really need to practice because they've played all full matches. Nevertheless, though, it is Lemon Dogs. They are up against it. This is the first time they've really been tested. Alternate really put them against the wall earlier on, but today it seems that Evil Geniuses are in full aggressive stance. Gambit, they destroyed Evil Geniuses earlier on, but EG have reacted well in kind.
And right now, EG, the only real initiate they have is Snoopy. Unless you want to go for a Flash Crescendo out of Crepo. And Crepo actually picked up from Mikhail's Crucible because it's like the perfect support item for Sona. It gives you that mana regen, gives you that ability to free up someone that gets caught with any CC, and plus you're in the back anyway, so you won't really be focused down. And that means if Frog or Yellow Peak get caught with Cocoon, get caught with a Condemn or a Hook, bam, they're out of it right away, and you completely turn around that fight.
And without that Snoopy split push, there's no way you're going to punch through the Lemon Dogs wave clear because with the double ADs, they're just going to mow them down.
Yeah, and that's the really tough point. Maybe you have to decide, like, do we want to Flash Crescendo? Do we want to go for this fight on the turret? And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if EG wait for the next Baron because of how much this game means.
The GA on Froggen is going to be a serious issue, and that's going to probably make him just a little bit more confident because he wasn't confident enough already to dive in. He's definitely going to be a problem. Nuke Duck, though, with that blue buff, is trying his best. He's trying to keep away, trying to keep up. And EG, they're keeping hammering away at this one. Look at where Wicked is going. He's heading down towards that bottom wave. So it looks like they're going to do the top-bottom split and try and cause a problem. The middle wave has also been cleared in there. The hook actually on Crepo. A lot of damage getting burst down there. Froggen quickly puts an explosive cast down, just as I mentioned. Wicked go, Froggen going in there. There's going to be the shot stand United. Shadow Dash will come across. He's going to catch 3 members of Lemon Dogs there. Mithy's going to get caught down. Dexter's in trouble. Tabs does get a kill on Yellow Peak. This is turning around nicely for Lemon Dogs. Froggen's in trouble now, but he gets the kill instead. Sonya's Hourglass used at the last second. Nuke Dog desperately trying to hammer away at him. It was a 2-for-2 exchange after all that. But we talked about EG going aggressive. They went in.
And now they're not going to be able to take any turrets off that, though. They do get 2 kills. So in the end, it was a 2-for-2 trade, which Lemon Dogs, I think they'll take that one definitely. And EG, they kind of got shut down there. They did very well. I mean, Froggen was able to preserve his GA, which is kind of a key point when we come into this next Baron fight in about 30 seconds. And with the death timers, I'm not sure either team can really rush it down just yet.
Well, Zorazira's...
Oh, no, his GA did get popped, sorry.
It did get popped, yeah. And actually, that could be a problem. I mean, the Baron will be up in 17 seconds. It's a 12,000 gold lead, but as you just saw, despite the fact it was diving on a turret, this is far from over in terms of team fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this right now. And Lemon Dogs, they're showing that, yeah, they're behind quite a bit, but they know how to do these team fights against probably one of the strongest team fighting teams here in Europe right now. And EG, we're going to see a dance. We're going to see that Baron dance.
Of course we are. What else would
Do you remember what dance Baron does, Demon?
He twerks.
Yes, he does.
He does. He's twerking it underneath that water, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's doing. If you don't know what that is, then...
You're good. If you don't know what that is.
Then good. He's going to twerk himself down the river.
And then Dragon's going to join in. And then it's going to go down mid lane to your base.
So what happens if a Dragon and a Baron twerk together? I don't know.
The world explodes.
The world explodes.
They win the game.
Well, but nevertheless, the world may explode because it's Lemon Dog starting off the Baron here. They've noticed that Froggen is nowhere near. They may get this one. Snoopy's coming in. He's going to have Wicked. Oh, what a hook there. What a hook from Mithy. Interrupts Snoopy, and that's a Baron for Lemon Dogs.
I can hear it right now in Lemon Dogs' voice communication. Mithy saying, guys, that's why you give me Thresh.
I got this.
Yeah, that's why you give me him, because I can make plays like that happen. And they stop Snoopy from going in for a potential steal. And Lemon Dogs, they were down 12,000 gold. Baron pretty much gives you about 8,000 gold in terms of stats. They're actually going to be aggressive here. They're going to be the ones pushing the EG. And Wicked, he committed his ultimate to that fight.
Wow, let's see.
Fight, if you want to look at it that way.
The non-committal fight, as I guess it was technically. He was actually building up towards a Trinity Force as well, because he's built up that tanky, he needs a bit of damage, feeling confident, but suddenly, the roles may have changed, and you're just seeing Crepo in the bottom corner of the screen swiping the hair to the side. The pressure is very much back on EG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, if they lose this game, they go even with SK at the bottom of the table for 6th and 7th place. So that means they're out of playoff contention then.
They're back where they were at the beginning of the week.
Exactly. So they need this victory. They obviously have one more game tomorrow, but they want every win they could possibly get. And they had the breakfast. We talked about him eating pancakes, and it kind of gave him those wins. They had their breakfast, but they got to make the win happen.
Yeah, they got to make that happen. At the moment, though, Nuke, we said, you know, when the blue S falls behind, it becomes a problem. But actually, as the game progresses, it doesn't matter how far he's behind, because he's going to complete that build.
And he can kite so well. So if him and Taz actually work together pretty well, no one can really catch either of them. It just kind of comes up to if Froggen's going to commit his flash and all his ultimate charges to get back there. And with that Banshee's Veil and Tabs, not really going to be able to do that.
Shot barrage.
Rikatonic to dodge it.
Snoopy turns himself into a big balloon as he just bounces around there. Well, that's what you get for not getting your elastic slingshot down. No wonder they called him Mithy there, because he's such a big blob. No problem.
Oh, I mean, he's even said he hasn't been working out. It's been like a month. Hasn't gone to the gym. Yeah, so I was just like, right.
Calling Snoopy an actual big blob. That's brave right there. But it is Evil Geniuses that are on the attack. They were sat waiting around, expecting Lemon Dogs with the Baron buff to be being the aggressor, but instead, EG are like, well, they're not really coming at us, so maybe we should just keep the lanes pushing. Maybe we should try and set up for some form of gank.
Wow, and they have 3 oracles. If one wasn't enough, because they want to set up a gank here. Blue buff shouldn't be spawning time soon, because I believe Nuke got it a while ago, but they're going to try to catch some of Lemon Dogs off guard. And if they do this, they're going to have at least an inhibitor off of it. Potentially game, because we're so late in.
Let's see if anyone passes by. They're hoping that maybe a Mithy or a Dexter comes roaming in there. But look at Lemon Dogs. They're set up waiting for a gank on that top lane.
They're like, wait a minute.
Everybody waiting for a gank. Nobody really shooting. The Arcane Barrage goes across. True Shot Barrage, rather. Arcane Barrage, bit of a mix. That would be a so scary thing, wouldn't it? Arcane Shift with a Barrage. I feel that Zoro Zero is going to step out and go for these minions, which may be the time. But look at Lemon Dogs. They're all sat waiting. EG actually losing their patience here. May start moving out. This is a tactical game of chess. They've been seen. They've just spotted all the Lemon Dogs at the side. They're going to rush for the middle inhib.
They should be able to pick this one up pretty easily too, because they can afford to tank. It's already low at this point, and Lemon Dogs, with that Baron buff available, are they going to fight for this inhibitor?
They're going to hit the tower, and they are going to run, and wisely so, because Lemon Dogs still with that Baron buff. They're not the fight they're really looking for, and they're happy to take away the success. Actual laughter coming out. I believe that was Crepo. No, it wasn't Crepo. Which one would have been laughing? Which one does the laugh? It's not Crepo, because he just does a chord.
Yeah, because Sona doesn't make sound.
No.
He's mute.
It might have been Froggen, maybe. Who knows? But nevertheless, the Dragon's going to go towards EG. And that's going to keep the goal in a 10,000 plus buffer for them. And that will be the bottom wave zone out. So, despite Lemon Dogs getting in, getting that Baron, taking it away, they've done nothing with it. They've not gone aggressive. So that means they're not really that confident still.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're 43 minutes in. There's a lot of gold accrued across both teams. We're basically at full item builds for most people, or at least at their max amount of core items that they need. And yet, fights aren't breaking out. We see Froggen pick up a Void Staff, has his GA up again, which I don't believe he had when Lemon Dogs got Baron. So Lemon Dogs could have pushed right there, knowing that wasn't available. And right now, it just comes down to who has a better team fight, who gets that better engage. And with that inhibitor turret being down, EG has the positional advantage because they have that crescendo, because they have that Zac jump.
Well, the Black Cleaver has been picked up by Nuke, so he's going to be doing yet more damage. We saw Ravenon's Death Cap being picked up by Zoro Zero. He's going to be doing yet more damage. So Lemon Dogs, we talked about right at the start how much damage they do have. Now they actually, like you say, have those builds up to 4 or 5 item builds. That damage is going to be prevalent. The question is, will EG be able to survive it? They've got themselves that tanky. Looking at Wicked there. He's got, what, 4,500 hit points, something like that, 4,000 plus the shield, something like that. It's a lot of hit points regardless. So he's going to be able to take a lot of tankiness in that front-loaded attack from Lemon Dogs.
Soupy with that Oracle is clearing out a lot of wards, and with the Zac, you can engage over that wall onto the enemy team. So Lemon Dogs, they need to get some sort of ward down there, or kind of wait for this jump to come in. They want to fight for this inhibitor, I think they actually might be able to.
Well, True Shot Barrage comes across. Froggen's stepping out very aggressively. Like you say, that Guardian Angel now up. They're looking to go towards this one. The Thresh Hook not going to land. Wicked gets slowed down. The poke continuing. They are taking this inhibitor turret down. The inhibitor going down slowly. Not quite enough. Oh, that Cocoon just on the peak there, catching on to Froggen. Stepped away from it. EG are not giving up just yet, though.
Watch the flash crescendo coming at Crepo. I have a feeling that's going to come. He's going to make that big move for his team, and then they're going to follow up with everything they possibly have.
Well, it's going to be either Nuke Duck. They need to just drop in seconds. He's only got 2,000 hit points, so it would be possible if they can get on towards him quick enough. Zoro will get that Hemo Plague down on him regardless. One more shot in the inhib will take it down. But EG playing this one very cautiously, as you would expect, because as you said, they will either go into third place on their own in a rightful position, or they're going to be 7th.
That's just from one game, but right now EG, like Lemondogs are playing this like EG has Baron, and EG can just walk in and take it with one or two more hits, and Froggen take it low and engaging.
Froggen goes in, that Guardian Angel is up, but it forces Nuke Duck away. There's the inhib, and they do back off, so successful hit and run from EG.
I had hopes that he would commit to that one and go for the fight, but they didn't. They back away because Baron's up in another 30 seconds. So we're going to see our third Baron of the game. Lemondogs, they do have in many ways pushed at that top and bottom turret or lanes right now, but there's no one there to really kind of help it out and just kind of give it that little shove they need for a free inhibitor.
Yeah, Snoopy not being caught out this time around. Puts that pink ward down on Baron because he will be up in 20 seconds time. The turret in the bottom inner lane was taken down by minions, so that's been dropped by the minions alone. Stan United is still available for Wicked. He's clearing out that bottom lane. Lemondogs, they're in position, ready for Baron.
Oh, Crepo, I like his positioning. He's getting ready for a potential flash crescendo right now with Wicked coming in from the side. They do have, like, they all have the ability to get over that wall except Yellow Pete, who can just attack with the spray and pray. But right now, Yellow Pete getting caught.
Pete getting caught out. Stan United has been used out already here. So the EG going to have to try and turn some aggression, try and see if they can pick up a kill. They're getting on towards Dexter. That's going to be the smite going down. The Hemo play catches on towards all of Evil Geniuses, but that's going to be a great crescendo. Wicked taking the front-loaded damage again. Mithy's going to get caught. He gets dropped down there. Snoopy launches himself in. The passive will be safe, though. Tab's going to be focused on. He gets dropped down there. Yellow Pete picks up that kill. Zoro the next target. He gets caught by the slow of Pete, and now he's going to get mowed down. Will pull it up, but it's not going to be enough. Uses the Zonya's just trying to buy some time. He gets Shadow Dash and caught out there by Wicked. That's a 4-for-0 for Evil Geniuses. They're in the driving seat. Will they push through for the win? I'm sure as hell they will. They're going to go to the Super Minions in the mid.
And you saw right there what Lemondogs' plan was during those fights. It's just to kite as much as possible, but Dexter just got caught tabs. Unfortunately, couldn't take that brunt of the damage. And EG, they're looking to close this out.
They're going to close it out. Evil Geniuses will be the first team in Super Week to shut down the Lemondogs. The #1 team in the LCS will get taken down. That's going to put Evil Geniuses into third place. Ironically, Froggen does get taken out towards the end there, but it's Evil Geniuses that have taken the win. They are now 3-1 in Super Week, and that may well just be enough to make them through to the playoffs.
Well, guys, what about Yellow Pink Crypt? All right, there they go. They finally got in the hug there. I was like, that's kind of messed up. But yeah, great job at EG considering what happened in the beginning. They got that first blood. Then Lemondogs seemed to just turn it around. They were out farming them in a couple of different lanes because we saw EG throw in a couple of lane swaps right there, but they held on. They kept their confidence and they closed out the game.
But the Lemondogs sure as hell made them work for it, that's for sure. It was tense moments. They picked up that Baron. Evil Geniuses just weren't sure what was going to happen. They thought, our Lemondogs going to come at us? Are we going to get drilled? They did take some of the inner turrets, but they didn't quite get to the Evil Geniuses base, and they held on out there. And would you believe it? It was ironically Yellow Pete getting caught out that started the whole fight.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but that QSS that he picked up, I think it was like 25 minutes in, is the thing that kind of saved him. That was like the only time he really used it, but it got him out of the fight. And it turned it around.
I'd love to know what Froggen and Pete were just talking about there. Because that looked like it was a case of, you just got caught. But it was okay.
But we won.
But we won. It's all right in the end. So, that's, as I mentioned, that is actually going to take Evil Geniuses to 14 and 13. They're in third place on their own right now. They only have one match tomorrow. There's a couple of teams with 2 games in there. So, don't discount them just yet. Lemondogs, of course, they're at, what, 17 and 10. They don't care. They lost the game, but they put up in a great performance. They tried out something new and probably won't go with it again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the loss, I think, is going to affect them a little bit because actually over in NALCS, they were talking about, Cloud9, clearly first place, clearly first seed. do they relax with these games? Do they play some fun champions?
Dangerous.
Or do they continue to play like they've been doing? Because getting into the silly mindset before playoffs is terrible for you.
Yeah,
so, I mean, it does hurt them a little
dangerous.
bit, but I think they're going to keep their momentum either way.
Absolutely. And we were discussing it off air as well. It's like how dangerous it is to suddenly relax and just go into that, especially when Gamescom is just a couple of days away. It's just around the corner. So to relax now, you need to be using this as prime time training, effectively matched fitness, as it were, that you'd call it in the football. Nevertheless, though, we are going to go towards our analysis, guys. It is going to be Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry to take us through that pretty much epic match.
Thanks a lot, guys. And an epic match it was as well. I mean, Evil Geniuses, we can go right back to the beginning from where it all really started. Mithy getting caught out in the opening seconds trying to get a ward down.
What was more important from that was that Evil Geniuses almost gave away that advantage.
Yeah.
They did lose a player, you know, on a bit of a delayed invade. It was a bit half-hearted. They didn't have the entire team there. But in general, EG played pretty solidly throughout that game. We've seen another double AD comp, once again featuring Vayne and Ezreal. We've seen it earlier today in OGN. And that's the first time we've seen that out of the Lemon Dogs all split long.
Yeah, and you have to wonder about that as well. I mean, coming into this game, they've not really tried that kind of thing before, and it didn't really work as they obviously intended it to. And Demon and Jason actually talked a little bit about the whole Blue Ezreal thing and falling behind, and that seemed to play a little bit of a role in there as well.
Yeah, it's something that I had the pleasure of talking to Jat a lot about during week 7 of the LCS in NA. They had a lot of double AD comps. 3 out of the day's 4 games were double AD. And one of the things that makes a double AD comp is utility. If you can buy time in T-fights to slow people down, hold them in place, and allow the double ADs to deal damage, you can win. But an Ezreal and a Vayne don't have all that much utility. Even though there was a blue Ezreal slowing people, a Varus or an Ashe probably would have fitted the role and rounded out the composition a little bit more. In general, though, EG handled it very well. They forced team fights as a unit. We've seen them tower diving in the late game. EG.
Is that you?
and it worked very well, you know. They got a little shaky right near the end after that Baron interrupt by Mithy.
Yeah, which was amazing, by the way. We should give some real props to Mithy for that, because the timing was pretty sick.
It was perfect. It was about a second before that slingshot was actually going to get fired. Managed to prevent it, secured the Baron, and that just dragged the game out a little more. But unfortunately, Lemon Dogs were just too far behind because their early game, it just didn't go as well as they were hoping.
Well, thanks a lot, Quickshot. We're going to head over to Shox, who sat by with Wicked for an interview after that one.
Yeah, Wicked, congratulations. What a hard-fought game here. Talk us through the beginning. They banned out your Aatrox. So what did you aiming for? Not that Zac, still going on that Shen. Were you happy enough with that?
I wasn't really happy about Shen. I don't like the hero at all, and my team kind of forced me to play him. Then we picked it. I wanted to play Zac because, like, I love Zac. He's really fun to play, but I had to play Shen.
And I heard that you're not particularly happy about having the Vladimir in the matchup.
Yeah, Vladimir destroyed Shen, so I couldn't do anything. I was like, every time he moved to my lane, I was like, guys, push bottom and swap, because I'm never going to lane against him, or else I called Frog to move against him.
Yeah, that was your lane, but then the mid lane we had an Ezreal, not something that uncommon, Ezreal in the mid lane. How did you deal with that as the game progressed? Because it can be really a pain.
I feel like when people pick Ezreal middle against Frog's Ahri, we often win. Like, Frog is really amazing in Ahri, and then he gets into a squishy mid, he just kills them all the time.
Yeah, Froggen was indeed very good against this game. You build up a solid lead, but we know Lemon Dogs, if you give them a half chance, they can come right back, and it kind of seemed as if you were afraid of that come late game.
Yeah, we were very afraid of them. That's also one of the reasons they got the second Nashor, because we had a defensive position, and we didn't clear the Nashor. We let them do that, and they just sneaked it out in front of us.
Absolutely, but you pulled it through, and what does it mean to win against Lemon Dogs here? They are the top place team, and of course you had that sour loss earlier in the day, and what does it tell you that you can beat a team like Lemon Dogs at first place and not Gambit?
Well, we always known that we're a team that can beat every team and we can lose to every team. It depends on our day. Sometimes we lose to a team that plays worse than us, and sometimes we lose to a team that plays way better than us, or win against a team. I think it's okay. We are just very inconsistent. We can't really do much about that. That's just how it is.
So how are you going to battle that inconsistency come the last game you still have ahead of you tomorrow, and then maybe the playoffs even?
Well, we're going to try and think about our little ones and just make sure we don't make any stupid mistakes, because the game against Meteor Makers and Gambit, we pretty much lost from level 1 and we couldn't do anything after that.
Okay, so finally, of course you can't hear it, but it seemed like the whole crowd here was cheering for EG. Do you feel somewhere that you owe it to them as well to just go all in?
Yeah, for sure. Then we can see the crowd after making amazing plays. We're like, oh my God, they're cheering for us. It's good. It powers us up, and it have a huge influence.
So thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Wicked. So that were all our games for today. Now it's time to check in with Demon and Jason, of course, for a last look at the results and those standings.
Thank you very much. I've never heard standings so sexy in my life. Of course, we are going to get things underway. Standings. Let's check those standings, ladies and gentlemen, because they are pretty sexy standings for sure. We're going to go over the results first, though. That's because we want to recap.
Because they're even more sexy.
Well, they've been some pretty impressive games today. So SK Gaming, they beat Meet Your Makers earlier on in the day. Pretty strong result for them as well. But Gambit, holy moly, Gambit, they have been on fire. Can they be the only team to take the perfect weekend? That's the question. They are the only ones out there now that can do it. Lemon Dogs, they came up against Alternate, and it was a hard-fought day for Lemon Dogs, that's for sure, because Alternate pressed them all the way, but it was Lemon Dogs that came out on top.
And of course, NIP taking their first win of the Super Week so far and bringing Fnatic to a 0-3 record this weekend. Gambit, just like you said, holy moly against SK. That was, they're looking unstoppable. They just look ridiculously good. And of course, as you just saw, EG taking that very methodical win versus Lemon Dogs.
So let's check out those standings, ladies and gentlemen, because things have changed around a bit today. Finally, we're starting to see a little bit of a divide. Lemon Dogs, they're up the top 17 and 10. You can see they did finally lose a match out to Evil Geniuses just a moment ago. Gambit, though, they've got themselves into second place, 15 and 12. Perfect weekend so far for them. Can they go all the way? Is this the Gambit we all know and love? Are they back in prime position? Evil Geniuses, look at that. What a turnaround for them. They've got themselves into third place now, 14 and 13. I can't believe the teams that are the changes that have been happening. Fnatic, they are having a disastrous Super Week right now, 0-3. They've got two huge games tomorrow. How that's going to work out for them against Meal Makers and Gambit they have to face. So that's a big pressure situation for them. Crazy, crazy standings.
Not to mention Alternate. They still have 2 games left. One against NIP, one against EG, and they're already 0-3 the Super Week. Considering they went 5-0, the only team to do that in the first week of EU LCS in the summer split, to being 0-3 in the Super Week. I mean, that's something you never would have expected. And it's not like they're playing bad.
No.
It's not that at all. It's just they're losing.
They've looked fantastic. You think of their game that they had, it was right at the beginning against SK Gaming. Struggled out. SK looked fantastic, to be fair, in that one. The game against Gambit, they could have won that one. They could have turned around, but Gambit have just been unstoppable. Yeah. The game against Lemon Dogs, they should have won that. But again, Lemon Dogs looked great in that bottom lane. So Alternate, 0-3, despite playing fantastic in Super Week.
And you see how it's affected them. I mean, being first for the longest time, 7 weeks, to now joint fourth. And right now, I mean, with the amount of games we have left to play, I believe Fnatic has 2, NIP has 2, Meet Your Makers has 2, and SK has 1. Anything can still happen with these standings.
And with Alternate having games against NIP and EG, they could slip out of it. It's a crazy, crazy thought. Crazy, crazy standings that could be happening tomorrow. But as it stands, we have 6 more games tomorrow, and I just don't know how it's going to work out. Don't forget, though, there's 8-hour games in LCS. We're going to go home and watch them. But first, we want to hear what Shox has to say about the final thoughts of the day.
Thank you, D-Man. So the Lemon Dogs are not invincible after all, and how impressive was Gambit today. And we're just about done here, but the final day of NA Super Week, of course, kicks off at 10 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 1 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be starting off with Team Coast versus Cloud9, followed by Dignitas taking on Velocity Esports, and of course, tons more matches over there. And as for us, we return tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 5 a.m. Pacific, with Fnatic versus Meet Your Makers, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Alternate, Meet Your Makers versus Lemon Dogs, EG versus Alternate, NIP versus SK Gaming, and at the end, Fnatic versus Gambit. It's going to be amazing tomorrow, but for now, don't forget to watch the NA games tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.